want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones. Yeah, and it's a shame it's so far because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Coming soon, the Sewing Quarter, the UK's first shopping channel dedicated to sewing and quilting. We will have all the things you love to sew, including clothes, quilts, bags, toys, cushions, and much, much more. We're really excited about our launch and we can't wait to share it with you. So head over to our website, sign up, get a free pattern and get all the news on our launch of the Sewing Quarter.
So tune into the Sewing Quarter on Channel 78.
Good afternoon, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, I'm Hannah Stuart, taking you through until 6 o'clock this afternoon. And I have so many treats coming up for you as well. Trend spotting. Wes! Okay. Looking all trendy. There he is, dabbing away. And Wes isn't the only trendy person that's here today either. We've got Lady Laura! Oh, where's the applause? That was rubbish. I expected to look woo, woo, woo. It's right now. Yeah. Hi. There we go. How are you, love?
Yeah, good. Warm? Very warm.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So it is freezing outside today.
Yeah, it's freezing outside, but it's boiling in here.
It's nice, isn't it?
We're going to have issues. This is going to be a long show, isn't it? It's going to be a long show.
Joanne worked with Laura for some time. The first thing she said to me when she came in was, "Where'd you go on maternity leave?"
Lovingly.
Yeah, well, it didn't sound like that. Wait, when are you going? When are you going? Not long. Not long, love. Don't you worry. And you can have it nice and cold in here. You'll have it freezing, won't you, when I'm not here? Welcome to today's show. Do let us know what you're up to. 60777, start message with the word JM Studio. Do get involved and let us know what you're up to. If you're making any jewellery today, if you've been out and about doing some shopping, or you just want to say hi, you just want to shout out, let us know. Coming up for you in this hour, I've got a metre long length of 925 sterling silver chain. I have. No, I have. Brand new. This is really, really pretty. Isn't this gorgeous? Oh, I love this one as well. It's really pretty. You know what I'd do with this, don't you? That's right. Layer it up. Of course you would. Beautiful. So that's coming up for you at 1:45 now. Have a look at these. Do you want to have a guess, Laura? Would you want to play guess the guess? Guess the gemstone?
Do you want me to guess? I think I know what it could be.
Yeah.
Morganite?
I wanted you to get it wrong.
Sorry.
She's been here too long. It is indeed morganite. Marquee-shaped morganite. When have you ever seen marquee-shaped morganite? I've never seen them. Never, ever, Laura.
Oh, never ever.
No.
Oh, can I be here when you've only got 7 weeks left, please?
Yeah. We'll arrange that. We'll make sure we do. That's only a couple of weeks away, you know. That's giving it for you at 3:30, by the way. It's your one to own. Now, it is very, very limited. There's only... 73. That's it. It's not going to be enough. I've never ever seen marquee-shaped morganite before, and they're coming up for you as you want to own at 3:30 this afternoon. So make sure you're tuned in then. Got a Tanzanite showcase coming up for you a little bit later on as well. I'm just going to give you a sneaky peek of one of the strands. Look at this. Bounce. Aren't they lush? Love these. So these are coming up for you later on. Tanzanite showcase, approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon, not to be missed. I've got chromed upside coming up for you, and I've got 925 sterling silver as well. Loads of treats. Right. 21. It's a bit limited, isn't it? It's not enough. Shame. Look at all of this chain. Loads of chain. 925. This is so heavy. Really, really weighty chain you've got here. How many grams? 18 grams of 925 sterling silver. Surely that's going to be a considered purchase. Surely not. LURF80, you've got 3 metres of your 925 sterling silver chain here. 2 millimetres, your links are on this. So with a 2 millimetre link, sizable enough to get your head pins through there, your thicker gauges of wire through there. You could even get some of our lobster claw fastenings and our bolt ring clasps through there as well. No problem at all. So if you wanted to attach charms to these or any kind of gemstones like garnet or anything like that, you could absolutely do that if you wanted to. 3 metres in total. You could get 6 16-inch necklaces. So the 16-inch necklace is the most popular size here in the UK, which is approximately that length. So you could get 6 of those, no problem at all. And you could also get 3 7-inch bracelets. Or you could get about 15 to 20 7-inch bracelets if you just wanted to make bracelets. How much would you sell a bracelet for, Laura, do you think? Just like this, you know, not adding anything other than a clasp, maybe.
Probably around about sort of 12 to 15 pound.
Yeah. Well, that's a good price, isn't
Something
it?
like that, because, you know, it's pure solid silver and it's sizable link. So I would probably put a little spin of it as being a charm bracelet. Ooh. Because you'd be able to add charms to that. Yeah. Obviously, I would say not big heavy charms, but you know, you could add light charms. You could certainly add things to it, couldn't you? So kind of 12 to 15 pounds for a bracelet, which is a really, really good price, and you've got that kind of 15, 20 times over with your 3 metre length there. Or you could just simply have it on your craft stall and sell it by the inch if you wanted to. You know, we've all got different preferences. Obviously, it depends on the neckline that you're wearing. I'm either kind of 14-inch or 30, like really quite short or really long drop. But it's also good to add little extenders on as well. So if you've got a chain and you know, because we do ready-made chains, don't we? But sometimes if they come as a 60-inch and you want it a bit longer, you cut 2 inches off of the chain, add it on, pop a drop on the back, and you've got a nice extender. Yeah. Good idea. It's perfect chain, actually, isn't it, for extended chain? Perfect. Sorry, say that again. Do you know what? That's already low. That shocked me, that price. £37. I was thinking we would be higher, nearer 50 perhaps, especially for that kind of gram weight. £37 and 95 pence is your should be price tag. Now, whenever we say should be here at Jewellery Maker, basically what we mean is you can come in at any point and shop with us on the web, day or night, anytime you like. And there are set prices on the web, but because you're tuning in and you're watching live, we'll bring you discount prices, £27 and 95 pence for you this afternoon. That is less than £10 per metre. That's ridiculous for 925 sterling silver, especially with the prices at the moment. If you are on the web at the moment or you have access to the web, just type in 16-inch 925 sterling silver chain and see what kind of prices you can find. So really, we're talking, let's say £28 for 3 metres to make the maths easier. She says. How much does that work out to for a metre? £9, something like that. It's £9 a metre. So let's just say £3 for a 16-inch necklace. £3. we're not going to be beaten, are we? But do you know what? You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get this home. If for whatever reason you change your mind, you can just send it back. No problem at all. Even if you've made jewellery with any of your components, all that we ask is that you send the jewellery components back. And I love that, because if you buy shoes and you wear them, you can't return them. If you wear clothes, you've taken the label off, you've washed them, you can't return them, can you?
No, if you think that's not for you, you can't return it, can you, just because you've changed your mind?
Yeah, exactly. Like it, we're good, aren't we? £27.95 for you. I've got some heart charms that will go perfectly with these. There they are. They're perfect with these. Let's have a little look. These are big. 13mm in size. Look at these. These are gorgeous. You've got your 925 stamp just on the inside of your 925 sterling silver as well. They are beautiful. Aren't these gorgeous? And these are perfect, actually. If I just get this chain back again, that's the perfect chain. Just perfect. All you'd have to do is get yourself a jump ring and attach your charm there. And the heart motif, it can be for anything.
I might not get a jump ring, just pop it straight on as it is.
You could just put the chain through the heart.
Yeah, just put the chain through the heart. That'd be quite cute, wouldn't it? Or you could get 2 jump rings.
Yeah.
And then just put the heart in the centre and have it the chain either side.
Ah.
So that would be the focal in the centre, and then you could add a little drop off the bottom of it if you wanted to.
That would be pretty, wouldn't it? Really, really nice. I love the heart motif. You know, it's never ever going to date, is it? And it can be, doesn't have to be birthday, doesn't have to be Christmas, doesn't have to be Valentine's Day, or it could be, but it could just be just because I love you, or just because I'm thinking of you, or, you know, just because it's Thursday, and we're going to take them down really, really low for you. 13mm in size. That is how much per heart? £1.79 per heart. That's ridiculous. Get yourself onto that Charm Brand high street store thing. Go on, if you've got a Tinterweb, have a look. Just type in heart charms. In fact, just type that in on an internet search and see what kind of prices you find. We're at £1, we're less than £2 each. That's silly, isn't it? 5 pieces as well. So it could be that you have one for you, one for your sister, one for your BFF. I'm going to have another one because I've got 5, and actually I'm going to have another one because I've got 5. 4 chances left. 0800 644 655. Karen's in Kildare, Linda in the West Midlands, Michelle in Surrey, Alice in Hampshire, Janet in Lanarkshire, you're there, Catherine Collector in Hampshire, Rosalind, Sandra in Kent, Viv, you're there as well, congratulations. Elizabeth, you've just got yours, well done to you. Last 3 chances. It's past his fingers first. I'd get both of those, the chain and the hearts.
Balance each other out, don't they?
Yeah.
And you know, I've got like the Spiga bracelet, so again that little heart would go perfect in the centre of a Spiga bracelet. And also, see, just like that, I think that's cute, just like that.
It looks nice, doesn't it? It looks nice. And you'd save a component there as well just by doing that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have to use
it gives people an option, doesn't it, of making it interchangeable.
Yeah, it's beautiful. £8.95. That's incredible, isn't it? Well done if you've managed to get those. I'm a little bit gel. Righty-ho. Don't forget, at 1:45, I've got that metre long length of Rolo chain coming up for you. So if you missed out on this one, or you perhaps didn't want 3 metres, or perhaps you want that slightly different design, there we go. Have a look. Rolo chain. Oh, I love this one. I think it's really, really pretty. That's gorgeous. So just about 20 minutes away, not too long at all. Peacock pearls. Final 22 chances to get your hands on these. Oh, look at this colour, or these colours, I should say. I think it was last week, maybe the week before now, we had quite a few strands, not many, probably about 4 strands of peacock pearls. And we could tell, we all said we could tell it was a new parcel, and we could tell that they were all from exactly the same parcel, because the colour was just incredible. Just like these here, you've got those peacock hues, but it's a lighter tone, I think, than what we're used to seeing. You know, you've got a much more pastel shade, if you like, with all of those hues. They're beautiful. They're textbook. aren't they? That's exactly what your peacock culture pearls should look like. You've got purples, you've got pinks, you've got greens, you've got golden hues, you've got beautiful blues coming through there as well. I do love perfectly round pearls, but for me there is something about that irregular shape, whether it be a biwa, whether it be a keshi pearl, a potato pearl, that says to me it's genuine. Genuine. Yeah, it does though. They're so organic, aren't they? They are beautiful. What would you do with a strand like this, Laura Lou?
Oh, I'm actually thinking it would go lovely with the first kit that we've got coming up because of the colours. And we've got the, you know, the pearls in there, and the, you know, it's just one that's going to lend itself to any colour metal, any colour gemstones. I love the fact that you can create the sort of flower shapes with it.
Yeah.
Or you could just do, especially if you've got that chain, just have them come off little headpins into little clusters, just dropping down like a sort of, you know, like a waterfall effect.
That would look really, really pretty. And clusters and tassels and stuff really on trend at the moment as well, and they'd work well, wouldn't they? With something like that. But you can go through the strand, you know, pick out your favourite ones, perhaps, you know, if you want to make a pair of earrings, or perhaps, you know, you've got some that have a flatter side to them, so they would sit beautifully against the finger as well. So maybe you just want to delicately wire wrap one into a ring design, anything like that. The colours are extraordinary. If you've got your white pearls in your stash already, these are perfect. They'd be perfect. Well, in fact, they'd be a perfect addition to anyone's pearl stash, wouldn't they? £8.95. WQ GP 95, 8x5 to 11 by 8mm. Incredible. Janet Dwyer. Janet Dwyer. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She's the queen of pearls, isn't she? I think she just sits there every day in a bath full of pearls, sipping buck spheres. Oh, I don't know. Danny just said, why is every guest designer in a bath? I just think it's, you know, I just think, oh, I'm just going to bathe in my pearls.
It's like the height of luxury, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's how I always imagine them to be. There's Jan with her buck spheres and her pearls. Doesn't quite work with the wire.
No, it doesn't work with wire or findings. No, maybe a bit of garnet.
Maybe a bit of garnet. Yeah. Bathing in garnet.
Garnet.
I tell you what, watch this space for the guest designer calendar next year. Brilliant. We do keep saying this, don't we? Right, more 925 for you. Oh, bead caps. These are lush. These are beautiful. Now, do I have any rounds? Oh, do you know what? It just so happens I've got a bead scoop. Let me find a round in here that these will fit on.
Do you want a head pin?
Yeah! Oh, don't know what happened then. Yes, please, Laura.
Yes,
that would be great. Look at that. You can just see that anyone would do that. I've got a massive selection of gemstones over here. I can use any of them. It looks really pretty, doesn't it? Thanks, love. It just finishes off a design beautifully. It's like a little hat, isn't it? That's such a stunning, stunning component you've got there. And I think that's the one thing that really, really makes a difference in a design. So if I take that off, I might have to find another round in there.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know if ever.
Let's have a little look-see.
Hang on, I've got a featherweight one. Yeah. Spot the head pin. Yeah.
AR. AR. Cheers. AR. So I'll pop that gemstone onto her head. I've taken a smaller gemstone now. Oh, that works. Look at that. You see? See, imagine that gemstone with nothing on the top. It still looks beautiful, doesn't it? But then the difference that bead cap makes, I just think they're stunning, aren't they? And it looks like, it's one of those components for me that makes it look like you've done more work than what you actually have.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? They are gorgeous. They're 8x4mm in size. So I popped it onto the top of that gemstone. And it works with both of those. And you can see there's a considerable size difference with them as well. So they will sit beautifully on top of lots of gemstones for you. You can use them in that way if you want to. At the end of bracelets and necklaces as well, you can use them that way. But also, if you just wanted to maybe not have a gemstone there and hang tassels of chain from underneath, they would look really, really pretty. But get them home and have a play, because they're £6.95, and you have 2, 4, 6 of them. 6 individual pieces in total. That's fantastic value, isn't it? £1 something each, and look at that gorgeous design you've got there as well. Vintage design you've got there, and they've been oxidised. You've got that aged look. It's just attention to detail that makes a huge difference. I'm just thinking, actually, if you were a silversmith or you use your silver clay, can you imagine trying to make that? How long it would take to make each? So you'd have to cut each individual one out, perhaps use your syringe or something like that to decorate it then, and you've got to fire it, you've got to polish it, and it would just take so long, wouldn't it?
No, and also the thing is, the cost of the materials in itself, before you even take your time into consideration, would you'd be more than 6 of them together, and also you wouldn't be able to get them consistent. Which you've got there, you've got that consistent pattern. Yeah, absolutely. Do you know that? It's making me think of Easter. Do you ever enjoy any moments that you're in? Do you know, for somebody, Laura Binding and I worked together on bonfire night, and I was excited about Christmas. And she's like, oh, let me get bonfire night. Oh, blown out candles again. You should have seen her house. It was like black illumination. I never said I don't like it. I love Christmas. In December. Not 2 months ahead of itself. Do you want me to tell you how many sleeps it is, Laura? I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Because you don't know. You'll work it out. Well, it's like 350 something. There or thereabouts. I'm sure you'll get focused on something in between that Easter, and you'll find. It's Valentine's Day coming up in there. But you know, as a crafter, you've got to be ready for Valentine's Day. Yeah, I don't mind that because you know it's only a month away. Of course, Easter's not far away. You know, it's like March. I think it's the end of April this year. It's even worse. It's really late. Yeah, I'll shut up now. I'll shut up. Shall I do the bead scoop? Sorry, Danny, I was massively distracted by chocolate. You could have an Easter bug. Jackson was born over the Easter. It was around that time of the year. Easter this year is really late. It's the end of April. Yeah. But and I hope I don't go 4 weeks over. Oh. I don't think they'll let me. Have a look at this for a bead scoop. I love bead scoops. I love asymmetric designs. I love things that are a little bit different, unique, one of a kind, and I think you can really achieve that with your bead scoops as well. They're brilliant because you can just go through. I mean, you can find pairs if you want to. Oh, I've got 2 hearts here, look. Have these got drill holes in these ones? Don't think these ones have drill holes. I'm sure they should be. No, they're not. It's just me. Right. It is like a stash, isn't it? It really is. It's great, actually. If you're a very first time buyer here at Jewellery Maker, or you're brand new to us, I'm massively distracted by gemstones. It's like an actual treasure chest. I'm finding it difficult to talk. If you are a newbie here at Jewellery Maker, what are you laughing at? And you're coming in for the very first time, that is literally a stash that you have there. There's so many gemstones. There's just loads. I've got 2 stars. Oh, look, these would make earrings. Beautiful earrings. Still got my head pins here. Thanks, Laura Lou. Just pop those onto head pins, look. And you'd have a pair of earrings. So you can go through, find yourself some pairs. They make great charms as well, those ones. I've got these huge peacock shells. There's a pair of earrings as well. Beautiful. I've got some, oh, that colour's nice. Look at those ones. See, this is what I love. So you can go through, you can find yourself some pairs if you want to, or you can just do some asymmetric necklace designs perhaps, and just randomly pick them up as you're making them and just pop them onto your beading thread or whatever it is that you're using at the time, and just have a love like a big cluster in a necklace. It's like a bubble necklace kind of thing. Yeah, just go for it. Just put them all in. You know, no rules. Just make something completely organic. Do you know what would also be quite good if you got that chain? If you do craft stalls, you could have that scoop in a box, and you could say have a chain at the set. Yeah. The bracelet is say £12, but choose a pearl, and I'll add that to the bracelet, and then they can choose their own pearl. That's a nice idea, isn't it? Or you could have it, and an additional pearl would be £1 each or something like that. Yeah. But I'll give you one. You know, you could make a sort of feature of it. That's a really good idea. I like that. You could just have them there and get people to choose their own, or just for quick makes as well. You know, I'll quickly make you a pair of earrings. Or I'd take this one, beautiful ring. You could make a lovely ring with that shell, couldn't you? That pearl, sorry.
So you've got your fresh water, culture pearl, and your shells in this bead scoop. The colour variety is fantastic. I've got pinks, I've got purples, I've got violets in there, I've got coffees, I've got creams, I've got yellows, I've got oranges in there, not actual oranges, just orange gemstones. I've got the lemons in there. I've got some really beautiful light blues in there as well. So actually these would be great for bridal as well. You know, if you're somebody that does bridal pieces, get this one into your stash because it would be just perfect. I mean, just that one on a pendant by itself, it's so sizable. £19 and 95 pence for you. 0800 644 655. I love the bead scoops, and you know, we've had so many customers as well that have just said they love getting the bead scoops home because you don't really know exactly what you're going to get in there. It's nice to have a surprise, isn't it? 0800 644 655 is how you can get involved this afternoon, or on the web at jewellerymaker.com. Do you know this would make a great moon for a tree of life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would actually be lovely. Yeah.
I just, as the lustre caught it, I was like, oh, that reminds me.
Your next project.
Yeah. Oh, 800, I'm having a baby. 0800 644 655 DXJ. Missed the rest there. Wow. Now, Ryan says, now be careful with those. Anybody would think I always drop gemstones or something. Just going to move those over there for you, Wesley. Trendy Wesley. He's such a lovely lad, isn't he, Wes? Lapis for you. Have a look at this strand. This is gorgeous. Lapis for me is one of those gemstones that's an absolute must in your stash. Who doesn't like the colour blue? Who doesn't have denim in their wardrobe? Pretty much all of us, don't we? We've all got a pair of jeans or a denim jacket or a denim skirt, perhaps. If you have denim in your wardrobe, you've got to get lapis. It's a perfect gemstone. Perfect gemstone for the gents and for the ladies as well. Really unisex and really, really versatile in this shape that you've got as well. Plain rondelles there, 5x2 to 8x3 millimeters in size, and this is a 19 centimeter strand that you've got there. In fact, some of these are so sizable you could use them by themselves, couldn't you, in designs. That one in the centre there, just in a ring, set into a ring, would look beautiful. A lot of us tend to use gold components with lapis because it is famed for those beautiful pyrite inclusions, those gorgeous golds in there. A lot of us go for gold with our lapis, and it does really, really complement it. So you could just simply maybe pop some spacers in between. It's really stranded, pop some gold spacers in between. Or this shape, perfect for channel setting into rings as well. Do you do channel setting a lot, Laura, with being a wire worker?
Yeah, quite a lot, because it's a nice, it's effective. It looks really effective, and it really shows the gemstones to their best.
Yeah, just a beautiful gemstone. £14 and 95 pence is amazing. 95 carats you've got there. 2, 4, 6, 8. 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Sure, I'm going to go with approximately 60 gemstones on that strand. Absolutely packed. Half price. Half price, just £7 and 95 pence for you this afternoon. How about that for a deal? Add it to your order. You've only got one postage and packaging in any one day, so from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight, it's only going to cost you £2 and 95 pence for standard delivery here in the UK. That is it. Even premium is only £4 and 95 pence. Time for a shout out. Even if your parcel weighs a ton. £2.95. Poor postman. We saw our postman today, didn't we? Here at Ivy House. We saw him. He had trousers on. Not that he normally. Not that he normally turns up with no trousers on, but yesterday we were just saying that most post people wear shorts all year round. Just to clarify that. He was wearing trousers. £7 and 95 pence. KWRU91 is your code. Absolute steal of a deal. You've got it half price there. That's an amazing, amazing purchase for you this afternoon. If you've got this in your basket, just make sure you check it out as soon as you possibly can. Well done. Right. Ooh. Oh. Look at this. This is gorgeous. That was a terrible joke.
That was bad.
Danny just said, you're having to pinch yourself to see if it's real. The pinch bail. Have a look at this, 925 sterling silver. How pretty is this? This is beautiful. 11 points of your white topaz you have there. Look at that for diamond-like brilliance and diamond-like sparkle. They are stunning. Do you know, if you wanted the clarity of your topaz in a diamond, you'd be paying an absolute arm and a leg. You would. 11 points of diamonds with this kind of clarity, you could be paying well into 3 figures. They are beautiful topaz. Just gives you that little bit of sparkle, that little bit of something extra in your pieces, doesn't it? If you've got any of those really, you know, we've had strands that have got huge pear-shaped gemstones on them. We've had some beautiful labradorites very recently as well. Literally, all you have to do is open up the pinch bail, like so. You can do that by popping your pliers in and opening them. So you just open them. I'm just going to do that with my fingers for a second. Do bear with. There we go. So you can see, you open them out, you pop your gemstone in, you line the drill hole up, and you just pinch it. Hence the name, pinch bail there. It couldn't be easier. Do you know, this would be perfect. So you know all the Swarovski hearts that we've had, and the pendants. What have you got there?
Swarovski hat.
Oh.
Do you want to try?
Yeah. She's testing my jewellery making skills today. Passing me Edwin's. I've got some pliers. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's there.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No pressure. Here she goes.
I mean, this is one of the smaller hearts, but we do the more sizable ones, and we do the lovely teardrops as well. But the drill hole is set in the same place. We're all watching you.
Thing is, I put hand cream on right before we came on, and my hands are all slippy. I can't pinch it, Laura.
Oh,
Well, hang on.
can you manage?
Concentration face. I think I've done it.
You done it?
So, just so you get the idea, that's how it will look. It's beautiful, isn't it? Because actually this pinch bail is quite a deep pinch bail. So if I turn that to the side, you can see there's plenty of room there. If you've got one of the more sizable hearts, that would work perfectly. It's 11 by 3 millimeters. How easy is that? I mean, obviously it's a lot easier for you at home because you'll have the right tools and you won't have the nation watching you. Gosh, poor guest designers. How would you get on in a demo? No wonder you get hot
We
bothered.
don't put hand cream on before we demo. That's normally a big...
That's always helpful, yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine? Wire everywhere. 925 sterling silver as well. That will add value. Whether you're using Swarovski or whether you were using genuine gemstones, it will add value to your pieces for you. That's got white topaz in there too, and we're at just £7.95. So all you need to do is pop your gemstone or your Swarovski on your pinch bail, and then just take your chain and pop your chain through it. Job is done. Couldn't be easier, could it? That's simple jewellery making. Again, how professional and high-end does that look? What I like about components like this is the fact that if Laura did this, who is a very professional jewellery maker, and if I did this, like so, I'm not, you know, I've not been doing it as long as Laura has, but basically, if we both did exactly the same and put them side by side, you wouldn't know who'd done which one, probably. You wouldn't know who'd done which one because it's very simple to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's also, I mean, I know we have the ready-made gemstones like this. We've got some cabochons that are actually, have got a drill hole going through the top as well in the same direction, which would be brilliant for that. Add a sort of, you know, a bit of sort of luxury to those. But also if you just, like for me, if I did a wire work design and I didn't put a bail into it, I could incorporate that in because I could make sure that I found a point where I could put the sort of the prongs of the bail and sort of
do sterling silver one like that.
Yeah, oh, that looks fabulous, doesn't it? Really, really beautiful. And this, I've got to say, is a really, really sizable pinch bail that you've got there. It's one of the biggest ones that I've seen as well, so great for your big gemstones. Lots of you multi-buying. Irena's got 3, Mary in Derbyshire's got 3, Collecting in Yorkshire's got 2. Well done. Do you want your heart back, Laura?
Yes, please. And my pliers. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to try and be discreet, but...
Yeah, but never mind.
No.
Right. Coming up for you. Oh, is it now? Where's the time gone? No, it's not now. It's 1:45, isn't it? 1:45 we're doing the chain that I've just shown you there. So not long at all. Righty-ho. Ryan, it doesn't matter what it says on your sheet. It's irrelevant. Danny never sticks to the rules. More 925s. Oh, my days. How weighty are these? Oh, goodness. Do you know, unfortunately, we don't have a gram weight on this, but I promise you that is significant. These are probably the weightiest toggle clasps I've ever had on the show for you. They're huge. Do you know what? I'd have to say there's at least 4 grams of 925 sterling silver in these. That is some serious grammage. You will get 3 pieces in total. So you've got your toggle and you've got your T-bar there as well. Now, if you are making any high-end designs or perhaps commissions for anybody, you need components that you can rely on. And you want something that is going to withstand the test of time, if you like. And with 925, that's exactly what you do have. You've got something that is very durable, very, very wearable, and will do just that for you. But when we're using high-end gemstones like Tanzanite, like sapphire, like rubies, like emeralds, you don't really want to compromise, do you? You know, you want 925 as an absolute minimum, especially with your big 5. Now, I think all genuine gemstones deserve a minimum of 925 sterling silver, but obviously our budgets won't always let us stretch to that. So if you can, when you can, just top up your stash of your 925 sterling silver, because you never know when you're going to use it or when you're going to need it. You've got 3 pieces, or maybe 6 pieces, depending on how you use them. So you can use your toggle clasp as is intended, and I do have to say that as far as security goes, with weighted designs, the toggle clasp is one of the most secure, because when you have weight to a design, once that T-bar is through that toggle, it is not going anywhere. It really isn't. So it is incredibly, incredibly secure. But if you don't want to use it as is intended, you could use your toggle part as a pendant. You could just pop a jump ring on there, pop that onto a 925 sterling silver chain. You could wire wrap a gemstone into the middle there if you wanted to. That would look really, really pretty. And then you could use your T-bar in exactly the same way, have that on a pendant, classic T-bar necklace, or you could use that for cufflinks if you wanted to as well. So really, you know, is it a toggle clasp? Is it a necklace? Is it a pendant and cufflinks as well? It's entirely up to you, but it's a great opportunity to multi-buy as well, you know, take advantage. Do you know what? I'm going to hazard a guess, and it is just a guess. Oh, yeah, I reckon there's got to be at least 4 grams there. It's such a shame we don't have a gram weight on these. Every single piece is 925 stamp for you. Your toggle and your T-bar there. So just turn those round so you can see the back. You've got your 925 stamp on your T-bar there, and just on your toggle there as well at the back. That's brilliant. That saves us a job and money in taking them over to the assay office in Birmingham and getting them stamped, or wherever it is you may want to take them, Sheffield or London maybe. £11.95. That is for all 3 pieces that you've got here. ZT RF12. The size of these I think is perfect as well. From, you know, your kind of 4mm, your 6mm gemstones, right up to your kind of your 10, your 12, your 14mm gemstones. These will all work with those designs. For your bracelets, for your necklaces, you've got the perfect finding there. £11.95, that works out to less than £4 each. Or if you're looking at it as 6 components, £2 each. That's phenomenal, isn't it? ZT RF12 is your code for these. 0800 644 655. A couple of multi-buyers coming through there as well. Take advantage of that 1 postage and packaging. There is no limit to how many you can come in and buy in any one day. If you want to take everything we've got, You absolutely can. Mandy's there in Hertfordshire, well done to you, you've got yours. Catherine's there, Pamela's there, well done to you. Patricia, you've got yours. Joanne, Darnie in Hertfordshire's got 2. Lily in Gloucestershire, Annie Worcestershire's got 2, well done. Sandra's there, Elizabeth, you've got yours. Deborah, congratulations. Deirdre's in, well done to you, you've got yours as well. Do remember, get interactive. Let us know what you're up to today. 60777, start your message with the word JM Studio. Just, you know, if you want to shout out, maybe you want to wish somebody happy birthday, maybe you want to let us know what piece of jewellery you're making today, anything you like. Maybe you want to give your postman a shout out. We had lots of postman shout out yesterday, didn't we? Well, person shout outs. We've decided to call the post people Pat because it's a unisex name.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, Postman Pat. 11.95, well done if you've managed to get those, amazing. Featherweight head pins, 925. I tell you what, 925, 925 sterling silver. Grammage indeed. 5 grams in head pins, featherweight head pins as well. So featherweight head pins are particularly useful for pearls, for example. I just had that bead scoop of pearls and shells, and Laura passed me a featherweight head pin because 9 times out of 10 that's what you require with the drill hole on a pearl because they're not quite big enough. If you've got any smaller gemstones as well, perhaps our gems of distinction or any of our tiny seed beads, your featherweight head pins are the component that you will need. And I always say they're not just an essential, they are an essential. They really are. They are fantastic, and so many of our guest designers will always say they will not be without them. Every opportunity that you get to top up your stash of featherweight head pins, do it. And they're 925. So for me, this is brilliant. So it's hard to compromise for me personally on a featherweight head pin with my metal because 925, as I was saying before, is so durable, malleable at the same time, but very, very durable as well and very hard wearing. When you've got such a delicate component like a featherweight head pin, you need something that is strong because it is such a delicate component. So say I'm making a bubble ring, for example, and I've got lots and lots of gemstones wire wrapped onto a design. I don't want any of them to come off, you know, I don't want any of them to fall away if they get caught, if, you know, if it just snags a little bit on your jumper, one could potentially come off. But with 925 sterling silver, you know you can rely on that component to hold your jewellery pieces together, and that for me is very, very important, particularly when you've got such a delicate component. 100 pieces, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's brilliant. And again, for me, I'm just thinking you've got a complete set there. You've got your sterling silver toggle clasp, you've had your chain, you've got the featherweight head pins, which are going to be brilliant for your higher end gemstones, which means that you can add them to your chain for the tassels. You can pop your little, I saw you've got some Tanzanite coming up, so they're going to go on there perfectly. And all of these components are going to go together perfectly to make your earrings, your bracelets, your necklaces. You know, you've got the whole set. Yeah, it's good. You want to, don't you? Especially if you've got a commission as well, and someone's asking specifically for 925 sterling silver. Imagine if you get so far through that design and think, oh no, I've got no 925 featherweight head pins. But it's got to be 925 because that's what the customer wants, and what the customer wants, the customer gets. £12.95 for 100 of them you've got here. AOWI02 is your code. Look at all of that silver, 5 grams. That's enough grammage to make 2 rings easily that you've got there. That's a lot of sterling silver that you have. I mean, imagine how much wire. Should we work it out? Let's have a look. So if I measure one, we're looking at approximately, does that say 50 millimetres? Well, they're a little bit longer than that. Well, let's go with 50 because it makes maths easy then for somebody else. Not for me. 50 millimetres and there's 100. So that would be, no, Danny. 20 metres, I love it. It's really simple maths, isn't it? It's 50 and it's 100. Why is this so difficult? 5 metres?
5 metres. Wes is just saying yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. 5 metres. 5 metres of 925 sterling silver wire. There's no way.
But you would need more than that, because if you were to create the little ball at the end,
yeah.
you actually have to heat that,
yeah.
which means that you would be melting
and losing
the wire.
So more than that.
Yeah, and trust me, melting sterling silver, you can do it, but then you have to go through the process of pickling it because it gets fire scale. There's so much more because of the heat to it. You know, it's a big process, even just to make one simple head pin. To have it made for you for that price is just...
I'm just going to come in and get these. It sounds like too much hard work to me. £12.95, if that's potentially 5 metres of wire. When was the last time we saw 5 metres of, what, 0.25, 0.4 wire here at JewelleryMaker?
That's more like a 0.4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When have we had that?
What, in sterling silver?
5 metres?
Long time.
You'd be waiting forever, wouldn't you? Danny says he saw it last night. In his dreams. In his time. For your first star buy. I love this chain. This is so pretty, so elegant as well. Do you know, I'd have to multi-buy because I have to have this for myself. I know a lot of you come in here at JewelleryMaker that sell your jewellery, so you're buying things to sell on. There's just some components, isn't there, that you can't buy with. You just can't, and I couldn't with this. I love this. So I would totally be having 1 metre for myself without a doubt, and this is exactly what I would do with it as well. It's just so pretty. Look at that. I love those little spacer beads that are on there as well, that added little extra detail. It makes a big difference, doesn't it? You know, it's not just a silver chain that you've got there. That detail really does make this look very elegant and very high end as well. That's beautiful. I've got to get this. Can you write this one down for me, Danny? Where is the book? Write it down. Get your pen out. You've got 1 metre long length of your 925 sterling silver Rolo chain. Now, this is brand new. So you will be the first people, the very first people to get this into your stash today. And you know what? You could potentially be the last. I think this is going to sell out very quickly. Very popular, your Rolo chain. You've got a classic look here, a timeless look as well. And with 1 metre long length, you know, bearing in mind that you could get 2 16-inch necklaces out of that. I mean, if we were selling them on a 16-inch length of necklace chain in this particular design as well, that is very high end, £20, £25, depending on where you're selling.
Yeah, because it's not a standard.
It's not, is it? It's really different, I think. It's kind of going out necklace, isn't it?
Yeah, you could wear it on its own, or you could pop a pendant onto it, something that I would keep for both.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, why save it for going out? Wear it all the time. This is beautiful, really delicate. The design is stunning of this, and sterling silver, of course, is the most lustrous of all of your precious metals. So as Laura said, even if you don't put anything on it at all, it still looks fabulous. It really does. I'd probably multi-buy and save it for commissions, I think. I think that's what I would do. See, just one length by itself. Perhaps I'd go with about, maybe that's would be about 24-inch drop you've got on that particular length there. Looks pretty just by itself, it does. So you could get a couple of necklaces from that one, or you could get 5 bracelets very easily. So again, if we go up to 5 bracelets and the kind of price tag you'd pop on that if you were reselling it, it would have to be a minimum of 15, wouldn't it? Minimum of £15. Times 5, that's a lot of money to be made. But the price tag that we're going down to today, oh, look at that, Laura. How pretty does that look?
It's lovely, isn't it? And it's great as well for your hand to wrist designs.
Yeah.
Because you can just keep it as a bracelet and then, you know, bring it around as well. You don't even have to add gemstones to it. You just keep it as it is.
Yeah, just with the chain by itself. It's so pretty. It's really delicate and feminine, isn't it? It's a beautiful, beautiful design. MVPO07 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655, or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Get as many as you like. As many as you like for this one. It could potentially be the last time that you see it. 0800 644 655, or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. £14.95. So the 5-inch bracelet, sorry, not the 5-inch, 7-inch bracelet that we just made, already got your money back. I've got mine back. And you know what? I'd have 4 bracelets still left over, or maybe just sell 1 bracelet, get your money back, and that's paid for your for your piece
for yourself.
Yeah. £9.95 just phenomenal. Do you know what? It's January. January sales are on everywhere at the moment. Have a look online. Just have a look at what you could be paying elsewhere for 925 solid sterling silver. Prices have gone up by 30%. Prices gone up by 30%? Not here at JM. No, not yet. Not until we absolutely have to put those price tags up. There are so many of you. Collected Somerset has got 6 of them. How many would you get, Laura?
I'd probably have to get about 2 or 3. Again, for when I do my sterling silver pendants, it's nice to have that chain to go with it, and to have that length, you could, at that price, afford to put a couple of layers together and have that sort of texture. I had, because we've done a similar one in silver plated, and I've got a neck chain that I made out of silver plated one, put a pendant on, and my friend just kept looking at the chain. She wasn't interested in the pendant. She was just like, oh, I love the chains. Thanks.
Worked really hard on that pendant.
Yeah, I worked really hard on the pendant, but that's fine. The chain's really cool. But, you know, she just kept, her eye was drawn to the chain every time. So it just goes to show.
They do make a big difference, don't they? It's also nice to have all the different designs that we bring here at Jewellery Maker, isn't it? To be able to jazz up your outfit, or you know, change something. If you've got a wire wrap pendant and you want a different look, you know, to be able to pop it onto a different chain. That price tag is an absolute giveaway this afternoon. Jan's got hers in South Yorkshire, Diana's there, Elizabeth, Sheila, Wendy, congratulations. Deborah in Greater London, you've got 2. Collector in Somerset's got 3. Lynn in Greater Manchester's got 2. Miss Ladysmith in Nottinghamshire, you've got yours. Elaine in Aberdeenshire. Elaine, well done to you in Nottinghamshire. Sandra in Buckinghamshire. Collector, well done. Irene in Surrey, you've got 2. Lillian in Hertfordshire, congratulations to you. Danny said in Laura's ear, Secret Santa. You did just make a good point there. Christmas is this year. Janet in Essex, Sue, Viv, Kay, you just need to check out your baskets as soon as you possibly can. MVPO07, that is an absolute steal that you have there. The quality of this is fantastic. And again, you've got a serious gram weight of 925 sterling silver at 4 grams there. That's a lot, isn't it? Huge amount. Well done if you've managed to get that. Lillian's just taken 2 on the telephone lines. If you have got a phone in your hand right now, just make sure you confirm in as soon as you can. Just press your number 1 button, that puts you through to the call centre, and you can confirm straight away. Alternatively, if you're on the web and it's in your basket, just make sure you're completing your checkouts, because until you do, you haven't actually done it. To be fair, most of you have. Joanne, Anne in Pembrokeshire, what's the weather like, Anne in Pembrokeshire? Can we have a weather check, Danny? Can we go for 10B? Yeah. Well, Pembrokeshire's a big place. Yeah. Lovely place. You like Pembrokeshire, don't you? Specifically 10B, don't you, Wes?
Not 10B.
He likes 10B. I'm going to go for... Oh, it's chilly today. I'm going to go for 1. What are you saying then, Wes?
That's what I was going to go for.
Oh, was you?
Yeah.
Oh. Laura Lou?
-1.
-1.
2.
Wes is going to go 2. Right. 0. Danny? Nah. 6.
Really?
That is a warm day.
It was -3 when I did the school run this morning. That's why
it was -5 for me as well.
Minus ridiculous. It was freezing.
It was minus cold.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Oh well, positively warm day in Tenby today then. Nice. It's not that warm here. Righty-ho. Gold, sterling, silver wire. Have a look at this. Oh, Laura, this would be perfect for rings.
Yeah, ideal.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's really got some structure to it, and because of that twisting you've got in the wire as well, even more so.
Decorative as well, isn't it? So you don't have to, you don't have to do much with it because it's already got a pattern within itself.
Do you know what I'm thinking? All the stacker rings that are on trend right now. Just literally a small length of wire for a stacker ring would look really, really pretty. I mean, look at that. That reminds me of those rings on the high street, actually. The birthstone rings that they do. Really pretty. That twisting effect, that's fab. 1.4 millimetre gauge. When do we see that? I don't know if I've ever seen that gauge of wire before.
No, it's not sort of a standard kind of wire gauge, is it?
No, but effectively, I mean, you do have 2 strands of wire that have been twisted together there to give you that thickness, to give you that structure is the word I'm looking for. So for kind of bracelets, I tell you, we were talking about channel setting earlier on. This would work really well, I think, because doubled up you'd have that structure, wouldn't you? Then with your gemstones in between, the decorativeness of the wire as well.
Yeah, I tend to also sort of keep it as, it's really lovely if you want to work with cabochons. Yeah. Because again, it's stronger, so it's going to hold it, so you don't need to do a lot of weaving. Yeah. And what you don't want to do is lose the fact that you're using twisted wire. So you don't want to take that away from it. You don't want to hide that as such. So for me, that's something that I would, a classic kind of cage in a pendant. Right. I'd have the middle wire with the twisted wire. And then that way maybe have plain wires on the outside and either side of it, and then when you do some kind of flourishes at the top, you're going to get that sort of feature of the twisted wire. And it's going to look really lovely against the plain wire.
Make the most of it. It's beautiful gold as well. That's finished so perfectly, isn't it? Really high standard of your gold you've got there as well. And bearing in mind, 10.5 grams of 925 sterling silver, but part of that is actually your gold there as well. 16.95 for a double figure grammage of 925. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Shouldn't be that low. No way, no how. But do you know what? We are going lower. 0800 644 655. Check out as soon as you can. We are going lower. That's for a metre. I mean, how much would you use for a simple ring, Laura, do you think?
Probably would be able to sort of use about just under a half of it, I would imagine. Yeah. Because you want to make, if at the end of the day, if you're going to make a ring out of it, you want to make the most of it, and you want to make sure that the ring that you make is going to be strong and it's going to be something that can be worn every day. So I would use a little bit, but again, even if you used a whole metre in it, at the end of the day, how much you're going to charge for that complete sterling silver gold plated. You're going to get your money more than quadruple your money back.
Yeah, easily with that. Oh my, I cannot believe that price. That is fantastic. I was going to say, what was the word I invented yesterday, Ryan? Can you remember? It was like fabulous, but it wasn't fabulous. It was something else. It was a new one for the Jewellery Maker dictionary.
Fantabulous, was it?
Was it? Yeah, I think it was fantabulous. Something like that, was it?
Fantabulous?
Fantabulous, yeah. I don't know. Can't have been that good. £9.95. HJ PK36. I've got multi-buyers. It's really not worth it, Ryan. Fiona in Derbyshire says, hi all, can I be cheeky and ask if there is garnet on today? If so, when? Need to fit in a nap. I was quite ill, but don't want to miss out. Big kisses and hugs. Which hour? 5 o'clock hour. Go and have your nap now. Go and have your nap. I hope you feel better when you wake up as well. As if we wouldn't do garnet with Laura on. Garnet. I might get Laura to do that auction, actually. Don't go anywhere. We've got your first kit coming up for you just after the break and lots more deals. See you in a sec.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, you're in time for the very first kit of the day, which is gorgeous. This is just so pretty, Norma. Do you know what? I only saw the picture earlier on, and when I was looking at it on our system, just the strands, pictures of the strands, I was in love with it. I thought it was gorgeous already, but now I've actually seen it in the flesh. This is just so pretty. Before we look at the kit, I want you to look at Laura's designs. I've dibsed most of them already. Straight away, there's I want this one, and I want this one, and I want these. I'll just have them all. Save any arguments.
It's just a hammer kit.
Oh, look at these, Laura. This ring is incredible. How long did this take you to do?
Probably about half hour. And that's just channel setting.
It's gorgeous. It's such a pretty design. I need to try it on.
No,
oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
As if it fits like a glove or a ring. It's really pretty, isn't it? So beautiful. Love the design of this one. That for me is, I'd wear that every single day of the week. This one, this is my night out with the girls. Oh yes, look at this for a cocktail piece of jewellery. That's beautiful. Stunning, stunning design. And these gemstones as well. In fact, the gemstones combined with the colour of the wire that you've got in this kit, it's the perfect combination. The wire really, really complements gemstones, doesn't it?
Really brings out the warmth of the colours.
Oh, look at this.
That's just like a pure citrine one there.
Oh, I love, look at that. So there's something like this, because this is really, really intricate. There's loads of weaving on this. How long, you're going to just say like 5 minutes now, aren't you? How long did this take you, this one?
About 40, 45 minutes.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Sorry.
It looks like it's machine finished, this one. It's just so perfect. This is beautiful. So all of these rings, I mean, you've made loads. Oh my gosh. And I thought that was a cocktail piece of jewellery. Look at this one. Oh.
So that's designed, yeah, and it's designed, you can wear it either direction, however feels most comfortable to you. But I was really surprised at how comfortable that one is to wear.
Check that out for a cocktail piece of jewellery. This is your reason for a night out. This is absolutely beautiful. So you've made loads and loads of jewellery. Yeah. I'm loving the earrings as well, actually, Laura, because they're really, really quite simple, aren't they?
That's the kind of earrings I love. See, when I always say I love this cut of gemstone, because I do. I love the fact that you can make this type of earrings. This is I would wear these all the time.
Yeah.
And so I've kind of done a delicate version and obviously a more substantial version. And the necklace is, again, just a variation of the earrings, just to show that, you know, you don't have to make rings if rings isn't your thing.
Yeah. The necklace actually is really regal. Really, really, I can see Kate wearing that.
Yeah. It was just so pretty. It was, you know, it was rude not to.
It's really, really pretty. Did you have anything left?
I've got...
Whole lot of wire.
A whole lot of wire. Half a strand of the topaz, so this much of the topaz, which are really beautiful, really sparkly, and these two lovely.
Wow! So there's 2 rings.
There's 2 rings, there, or pendants, or whatever you want. And the clarity of this one, I'm just in love with this one.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So yeah, that's what I've got left.
They are really, really pretty. Now, do you know, when I saw this kit and I saw the microfaceted strand of topaz there, when we have these, we kind of bring them to you in a gold box, don't we? So they might be in a gold box and they'd probably be between 20 and 30.
So they start price around about 1995 onwards, don't they?
Especially the topaz as well. I'm really, really shocked that we have this in a kit, actually. It's beautiful. 8 carats. Of your white topaz, microfaceted rondelles in a 30 centimetre strand. Now, there isn't anything in your stash that this wouldn't go with. Nothing at all. You know, you can incorporate this into any design you like, and it would work. I mean, you could drop them into resin, they would look beautiful. You know, you could use them in some clay designs. They're just set into clay, they'd look beautiful as well. Obviously wire work as well, micro macrame, they'd look beautiful. They are so, so sparkly. I have to say that the microfaceted strands are some of my favourite strands we have here at Jewellery Maker. I think for sparkle and that attention to detail, if you want to achieve attention to detail in your designs, they are perfect. They really, really are. So that's 8 carats of your microfaceted topaz you've got there. Then this strand, amethyst and citrine. I mean, I'm going to be honest, there's a couple in there that are very ametrine. I mean, there's a couple in there that are definitely both of those gemstones combined, that cocktail. So again, ametrine, I mean, that's not a gemstone that's, you know, kind of $6.95, is it?
No.
You never kind of see a $6.95 strand. You'd normally be looking at between 20 and 30 pounds for something like that. Again, that is a huge carat weight, 75 carats. It says amethyst and citrine on my graphicals, but if you look at that one in the centre there, there's definitely a cocktail of both of those colours. These ones here, you can see a mixture. In fact, the majority of them. Some are definitely citrine, some are definitely amethyst. But they're sure, oh, look at the clarity in that one there.
And you've got pairs straight away. And it's interesting to see the difference in the strands, because that has got a lot more of the sort of citrine tones in that strand than, say, mine had. But, you know, the variance that you get throughout the whole of it, it's just, and I think I can see a buddy for that one. Can you see?
Yeah. So it might be, you know, it might be worth multi-buying.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. It might be worth multi-buying. And then you've got a strand of pearls in there as well. Genuine pearls in there. Perfect size again for attention to detail for those more delicate feminine pieces. You've got the perfect strand. Your Keshi Fresh Water Culture pearls, 4 to 5 millimetres in size. Perfect. And then, not done. Whole lot of wire. Oh, Lady Laura, this is like wire heaven.
I know.
Isn't it?
It's great.
You've got 10 metres of your 1mm gauge, which is great. Now the gauge that I'm referring to is the thickness of the wire. So your 1mm gauge is one of the thicker gauges that we bring you, and this will be used for more structural pieces. So if, for example, your rings, and maybe your torque necklaces and adjustable bangles and things like that, because you've got that thickness, you've got that structure there. Then we're right down to the finest gauge that we bring you, which is your 0.25mm, which is generally used for weaving with as well, which we've seen in lots of Laura's designs, and that does create attention to detail. You know, you can thread those smaller gemstones on there. I'm guessing, Laura, that you were able to get your microfaceted topaz on there, no problem.
Easily.
So that's perfect. And then you've got your 0.8, brilliant to make all your findings with and stuff like that as well. You've got your 0.8 and you've got 10 metres of that. So that is 120 metres of your gold coloured wire you've got there in total. And you can see throughout all of Laura's designs here that the colours, I'm just going to pop that one back on a minute, that the colours really, really complement each other beautifully. Maybe I could just put them all on. Well, we're going to have a go. Now, the great thing about kits is that you're making a big, big saving. So if you came in on the web today and bought all of these components individually, £43.70. I mean, Laura, which one should we go for? Let's go for this cocktail piece here. What kind of price tag would you pop on this?
For that one, I think that would have to be around about the sort of 50 to £60, because it's got a lot of it's basically got everything. It's got all of the components in it. Yeah. It's got the topaz, the pearls, the stones, which is obviously I don't want to say ametrine because they're not technically. And the time as well, and it's a one-off because again that kind of design is something that evolves. So you can put that as a twist onto it. That I couldn't make that again. Yeah. So that would be a one-off for you. Wow.
Oh, I
love not a one-off for you. It could be a one-off for somebody.
So £50 to £60 just for this one alone. So at our should be price tag, you've already got your mini back and some. The price tag of this entire kit today is just £27.95. That is an absolute giveaway. I mean, when we said about the microfaceted strand of topaz there, just by itself, you all know, we know this strand would be around the £20 mark, maybe even 30 in that little gold box that you have as well. But then you've got your amethyst and citrine strand, which again would probably be around the £20 mark. You've got genuine pearls and 120 metres of your wire there as well. That is phenomenal, phenomenal value. And the great thing is you've got some versatile gemstones here and a great coloured wire. So you don't have to work on this project if you don't want to. Just as topping up your stash. I mean, you've got your white gemstones, which I'm always saying you've got to have. It's an essential in your gemstone stash. You've got your clear gemstones, essential in your stash. You've got gold wire there. You know, you've got something for everybody in this particular kit, which is fabulous. If you just made solitaire rings, you know, every single one of those into a solitaire ring, I mean, you could be putting £20 easily.
Yeah, definitely. And again, you know, we've had that sterling silver wire, so it's easy just to pop the sterling silver head pin onto it, hang it on a bit of chain, and you've got instantly a high-end pair of earrings, or like you say, a pendant drop. For me, this is an ideal. It's a luxury kit, really.
It is, isn't it? It really is luxury, and that price tag. It's not one of our, you know, higher end luxury price tags, is it? You know, we've seen kits go to kind of £60, £70 with these kind of gemstones in before. That is just fantastic. I'd be so tempted to multi-buy for this one. The more you buy, the more you save.
And that's the thing. I mean, you have to remember, I've practically used the whole strand of pearls in the neck piece there, which, you know, I didn't have to do that, but I just thought, I've got it, so I can.
Why not?
Why not? And I've even been luxurious enough to pop a little amethyst on the back of the necklace.
Oh, look at that for attention to detail. Look. Oh, do you know what I've just noticed? I've only just noticed the microfaceted topaz on the wirework at the front as well. That's really pretty.
So there's a little lovely amethyst and pearl sort of there. And then, on the main drop, there's tiny topaz, but also on the large earrings as well.
Yeah.
Done the same.
I love that. That looks so pretty,
doesn't
and
it's so easy to do. And so something like that, you could just make pairs of earrings like that, and you know, I've made all of the findings out apart from the clasp out of the wire, and it's just a little sort of side note is it's the champagne gold wire, which I know that sounds silly, but that's the thing to note because it is like a softer shade of gold.
And it's really, really popular. And Do you know, I've only just realised that Laura made those findings as well. I just thought that was something you'd added in.
No.
But you've made them with a 0.8.
Yeah, made it all. Ah, yeah, high five.
What a star. DLGC 40. Wasn't it you that did that last time and shot me across the studio with your strength? I'm sure it was. DLGC 40. I've got some individual reels of wire coming up for you. Oh, gold. Antique bronze. Oh, Laura Lou.
Oh no, look at that.
All the copper wire. It's a favourite. These will come up for you very, very soon, I think. Right then, Laura, which piece are you going to show us?
Well, I'm not going to show you an exact piece as such. So my theme really was rings, hence why there's so many statement rings. So what I thought I'd do is show you how my mind kind of creates ring as we go along. Oh my gosh. So what we're going to do...
Inside the mind of Laura Binding.
Welcome inside. So what I'm going to do is just basically show you how you could create your own kind of free-form ring. So, you know, using the wire, using the stone and just going with the flow, seeing what happens and letting it evolve. So we're going to kind of go down that road.
Yeah, fabulous.
All right.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to the wires and mention the gauges that are best really for this. So although some of the rings have been done using a 1 mil, including the one that you're still wearing, that's done with a 1 mil because I wanted something, I didn't want too much wire, so I chose a stronger wire to create that strength. To create a design that's got more fluid and layers of weaving onto it, I've actually used the 0.8 because when you weave it, it's more fluid and you're therefore able to create a more, you know, layered effect. So I've chosen the 0.8 and the 0.25, and again, because you've got 0.25, it works brilliantly with the 0.8, doesn't pull and distort the wires. I've got a pre-made ring shank here, but what I'll do is show you quickly how I made this ring shank. Now there's several, you could do any weave basically. What you want is to choose a weave that is going to hold all 3 of your wires close together. So it's not an open weave. So you can see that they're all nice and close together. And that's what we want to do with this weave, okay? So if I, you know, that one isn't woven, but if I have a look at like
this one?
So the weaves that we've chosen, again, I've done the same weave on this one. So again, you can see that weave's the same. I have changed them on some of the other ones. So any weave that will just hold them all together. Okay? So pop that back. So I'll show you the one that I've chosen. So I'm going to use my 0.8. I'm just going to cut some short wire for this, just to sort of, just because I'm going to start the weave. When you're using the wire, all you need is enough wire for the ring shank, and then your excess wires are going to create the detail around it. So you don't need meters of wire for this. You probably need about a ruler's length, if that, so about 12 inches. So you want 3 of those. Okay. And again, it depends what finger you're making it for, obviously, or if you've got a specific ring size. Some people, you know, wear a larger ring, so, you know, take that into consideration. But sort of on average, a sort of 12 inches is going to be more than enough. So 1, 2, 3. I apologise, I've got oil all over my hand. I put petrol in my car and I don't know, it won't come off, so sorry.
Sign of a grafter, that.
Right. So, what I'm going to do is take 1 wire. What I do is I'll actually add the wires as I go along, okay? So I'm going to take my 0.25. I'm going to anchor the wire with 5 wraps. Okay, so it's 5 wraps there, and I've got a little tiny tail here. Okay, and just to point out where I would actually do the weaving on this, I want to go about a third of the way down, okay, because I'm going to sort of weave the centre third of the wire. So I'm going to sort of go to the middle, just off the middle. So if you look at this, imagine this is a longer piece, you can see where it would kind of be in relation if it was on a longer piece of wire, okay? So it would be there. I'm going to get rid of this little tail here. Okay. I'm going to take this wire, which is in front of me at the moment, and I'm just going to wrap once and then twice around both the wires, okay? Now the wire is away from me. Now what I'm going to do is take the final piece of wire, and I'm actually going to put it underneath the wires now. So the wire that we anchored and attached the wire onto is now in the centre rather than at the bottom. Okay, so the plain wire is now on the bottom, and the wire goes across the back. I'm going to just move that right across the back, and then it's going to then wrap the first and second wires, so 1 and 2. So wrap them twice, scoot it up, and then what I'm going to do is wrap that middle wire again. So this is an easy pattern once you start it. So you're going to go around that centre one, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then you bring it back around the top 2, 1, and then 2, but then you go down the back of all 3 of them and wrap the bottom 2 twice, so 1 and then 2, and then you bring it into the middle of the wires you just wrapped, and then you wrap 5 around that single wire. So if I point it to the other camera, you might be able to see that closely. Okay. All right. So can you see that weave? You can see, and it doesn't matter if you go a bit wrong, as long as the pattern stays consistent. So I'll just do a tiny bit more whilst you're there. Okay. Just to clarify. Okay, so it's, sorry, I held it up, so I lost me. So it's twice around the top 2. 1, 2. Yeah. But then the wire goes across all 3 wires, around the bottom 2, 1, 2, into the middle, and it just wraps that middle wire 5 times. Okay, so you just keep going with that, and that's a really easy pattern. Once you're doing it, it is super easy. Yeah. All right.
Okay, fab. I'll just squeeze in these bowl making pliers. These are fantastic. They really are. If you are a wire worker, well, in fact, even if you're not, if you're just making findings, you know, to make earring findings and things like that, they're perfect, aren't they? Yeah. You've got 2 different size mandrels on here. You've got your 6mm and you've got your 8.5mm mandrels. Now, lots of you use your pliers. Which ones are those?
Round nose pliers.
Round nose, that's it. Lots of you use your round nose pliers, but obviously that mandrel is graduated, so it's quite difficult sometimes if you're trying to get something consistently the same size. So having your bail making pliers like these ones is fantastic. You can make jump rings, so you've got your 6mm bail maker there. You could make 6mm jump rings, loads of them if you wanted to, on that mandrel. You can make your earrings findings, your shepherd's hooks, your toggle clasp if you're trying to get curvature in your wire at all. They're fabulous, aren't they? Yeah,
definitely. And I'm really annoyed, so I can't find my ones of that size at the moment. And I use them all the time. And
if I had £1 for every time our guest designers, I would just need those ones because I can't find mine.
Well, I can. I mean, I'm really annoyed about it as well. Yeah. But I love them and they're brilliant. What I love about the fact is that they're, like you say, the same length all the way across. Yeah. So we do the stepped ones, which are absolutely brilliant. But if you've done like a pendant and you've done a really wide bail, you know that that's going to be able to get that nice shape. Yeah. Because otherwise, if you're using stepped bail pliers, they obviously go down. Yeah. And you have the same issue that you would have with round nose pliers as it tapers in effect. Yeah. So they're absolutely brilliant, and that's the best size. And if you want, super quickly.
Oh yes, there you go.
Do you want me to just? Do you want to even think about it? Go on then. So I'm just going to make a tiny loop at the end of my 1mm wire, super tiny. Okay, I'm going to plop these pliers in. Roll a wire.
Did you say plop?
I kind of said pop.
I think you did. I think you did say plop instead of pop.
It? Oh. This. When are you on maternity leave? I was going to let you have that drink as well, but that's not going to happen now. So you can see that nice shape that you get, okay? And then you can just plop. Plop. So sorry, it's you. You've cursed me. Pliers.
Oh, is that what?
It's because I'm thinking of pliers. Yeah,
brilliant.
Moving on. And then you've got a nice clasp. Ta-da.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, even with my errors.
See, look how perfect that is. And you could make that time and time and time and time again, couldn't you?
But that's also earring finding there as well. So if you wanted to make that into an earring finding, you can just cut that. There's your earring. There's your earring finding.
Look at that. £4.95. just fantastic. That's $4.95. And do you know what? This is what, and I'm going to say to you, Laura, and I say it every time that I'm here, always worth having more than one pair.
I know. Well, I need to get
in case you lose them, in case you misplace them, you know, one for the craft bag, one for the workshop, one just in case. They're $4.95.
Yeah, and that, I think that's the cheapest I've seen them as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good price tag, isn't it? And do you know, anywhere else you can be paying up to £15 for a tool like this as well. PXZX31 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Get them home and multi-buy if you can. I tell you. Well done. Right, gold wire, 50 metres. Ooh. What gauge is this? Is this 0.8? 0.8, I'm getting good with my gauges. 0.8 millimetre gauge you've got here, 100 metres in total. So you used 0.8 to make the earring findings, didn't you? Yeah. So perfect for making findings with.
Yeah, and also perfect for making the rings.
There you go. So really, you can't lose with this wire, can you? Perfect for making findings with, perfect for making rings if you're using several strands of wire and then, what's the word?
I would help you out, but you've been mean. So I'm not gonna.
And then wrapping them together. Yeah. So yeah, you can do that as well. So it's a really, really versatile size to have in your stash. And let's face it, you know, no matter what medium you work in with your jewellery making, you're bound to need wire at some point. And to have such a great gauge like your 0.8, just good. That's 100 metres. No, 50 metres, sorry. So if you are brand new to wire work, you've never ever had a go before, we've just seen how easy it is to make a clasp or an earring finding, actually, and it took you seconds, didn't it? So get it home and give it a go, because let's be honest, if you use, I don't know, how much wire did you use? About,
well, that's what I
5 inches,
probably,
4 inches?
Yeah, but that's what I cut off of it, so probably about
nothing,
2
really.
inches.
So if you make it and it goes wrong, don't worry, because you've got 50 metres there. Just have another go and keep having a go until you get it right. It will be so affordable for you today. 0800 644 655 or on the web at jewellerymaker.com. £9.95 for you. That is fantastic, fantastic value. That works out to about 20 pence per metre.
That if you said to me you can only take one, you can only have one gauge of wire, it would have to be a 0.8. It have to be, because it's the only gauge that you could do anything with. So you can make your rings, you can make your earring finders, you can make your own clasps, you could Viking it, you can rosary link with it, you could pretty much do anything with it. You can make, you know, swirly kind of pendants, the works. So for me, anything and everything. That is the one.
That's the one, isn't it? £9.95 as well is a fantastic price tag. EDZX14 is your code for that one. Just make sure you check it out. Okay, Laura, I shall let you carry on.
Okay, cool. So basically, I've sort of done the whole section that I need to weave, which, again, it varies from sort of size to size as to how much you need. So it depends on what size you're going for. Now, normally, sometimes when we make rings, I'll say, oh, you've got to go up a size or down a size. With this, you want to kind of go for the size that you actually intend to have. Maybe slightly smaller, because you know, you're not going to be doing a lot of adjustment to it. So it is going to be pretty set. The reason I say maybe even allow a tiny bit smaller is because if you popped it back on and sort of twist it to make it a little bit larger, what happens is it just pulls everything together and tightens everything that you've done. So in a way, that works as an advantage to you. Okay, so what I've done is I made, what size are you? Tiny fingers, aren't you?
How could you forget?
So I thought you had smaller fingers than that.
Well, not at the moment.
No,
I'm a bit swollen at the moment.
So
yeah, I could take a 6, but yeah. So.
Right. So if I was aiming for that, what I would then want is probably about a centimetre of a gap of plain wire. So you can see there that those wires are plain. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit bigger. Again, it depends on the size of the stone that you intend to use as well. Which one?
Oh, look at this. Do you know what? I'll have the amethyst.
Okay.
I like, you can come again.
So what I've done is cut the 0.25 wire because I need to add the stone.
Okay.
And I need to go through the stone a couple of times because ultimately it is only a 0.25 wire, and to have the responsibility of holding and securing that stone, it could snap.
Okay.
So what you know, just because it's such a fragile wire. So what I would do is go through it about 2 times, and then I would make sure that some of these weaving wires here just gently add a bit of support around the edging.
Okay.
Okay, and so what that's doing is it's taking the pressure off of the weaving wire because the supporting wires are also helping to hold it in.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
What I don't want is to attach the wire and have the stone able to move a lot because that's going to cause probably it to break. So, pop the wire on. Now again, depending on the clarity of your wire is how you place, the clarity of your stone is how you place your wires behind it. I don't know if you can see this, but I can see through this stone the wires behind it.
Yeah.
They're reflecting through. So I want to try to avoid that in my design. Okay, so straight away I'd be thinking, I need to kind of make sure that they move to the edge like that, and now I angle it like this.
Right.
So that it's not going to have those wires behind it. So it's little things like that. You just have to, there's something that's going to happen as you're working, and there's not a lot, you know, it's something you sort of deal with as it arises. So I'm wrapping 3 or 4 times on the opposite wire, taking this 0.25, and I'm going to try to feed it straight back through. It goes through, no problem. So in effect now I've kind of got a sort of a 0.5 strength of wire going through. Be careful when you do this because you could again pull it too tight and you can break that wire. So it's now got double strength going through it, so straight away I know it's a little bit more stable. So then what I'm going to do is look at these wires and think, what can I do with these wires now? So I'm going to work, because my weaving wire is here and I've got these 3 wires here, it's natural for me to sort of go to these and do something with these. So what I might do now is do something with the bottom 2 wires. So I'm going to just do a weave, and again it's any weave that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to do, this is a bit of a go-to weave for me. So what I'm going to do is go around the bottom wire once, bring the wire up across both the wires, and then around the top wire once, and then back around and over and down the back. Okay, there's lots of techniques that we've done about weaving, so this is like one of sort of many that you could choose. What I'll do is I'll just do a little section of it, and when it gets to here I can show you a little bit clearer. Okay. All right.
Fantastic. While you're doing that, weaving away, I'm going to squeeze in your favourite wire, copper. It's so lovely though, isn't it? You know, it's just such a beautiful hue, and actually if you like your rose gold, it's a much more affordable way of getting that look of rose gold, because it is of course copper that is added to gold to give you that rose gold hue. It's beautiful, and it really works across so many different designs as well. You know, you can use it in your vintage pieces, can't you? You can use it in your more modern pieces. And the more and more I think about copper wire, you know, I'll get different gemstones out and I think, do you know what? It works with everything, doesn't it? It really does.
And it changes the tone of them as well. So if you added that to the copper, and then if you had a gold wire next to it, you see how the stone changes depending on the colour of the wire that you team it with. So with that, you know, with the copper, to me, it adds extra warmth, and it just changes the tone of that
it does,
stone.
doesn't it?
And that works lovely with the amethyst as well, and you know, all of those colourways. It just and it pops against the blues. You know, that's why I love it.
It is. It's fabulous. It does with turquoise. Love copper and turquoise. Looks beautiful. So again, you've got 50 metres. Again, it's your 0.8mm gauge. Laura's Desert Island gauged right there. Do you know what? You have to. I don't think I'd take anything else now. £9.95. Fantastic, fantastic value. Get this home today. That's an incredible price, just 20p per metre. So if you're brand new to Jewellery Maker, again, that's a try it out price tag. You know, jewellery making doesn't have to be an expensive hobby. And out of all the hobbies out there, you'd probably think that making jewellery with genuine gemstones would be the most expensive hobby, wouldn't you? You think there's no way I'm going to be able to do that hobby. It's so affordable if you come in here at Jewellery Maker, because we bring you trade prices all day, every day, and we're bringing you quality as well. You know, it's really important that you use quality components in your jewellery making, especially if you go on to sell them as well. But you know, we're making jewellery to wear, aren't we? So we need it to last. We need it to be wearable.
What I love about this wire is it doesn't tarnish either. So by that I mean, if you use bare copper wire, bare copper will obviously patina naturally over time, and it would change more to the antique bronzy tones of colours, whereas this stays bright. So it's actually really good to use with your bare copper wire, because then your bare copper wire will colour, whereas your copper won't.
Ah, well there you go, brilliant. £9.95, loads of you checking that out. and multi-buyers. Now, Sissy in Oklahoma's in. I can't remember the weather there yesterday. We did do a weather check yesterday in Oklahoma. Danny's going 9. I'm going to go 5.
I'm going to be rebellious and go 11.
Ooh. Where's Wes?
-2.
-2. Ryan's going 3. -6.
Well, how is it like 6 in Tempe?
Oklahoma?
No, and then -6 in Oklahoma.
Well, because they might be on the same line of thing. You know, I was rubbish at geography. I really didn't. I didn't have a great time.
I wasn't.
In
Yeah,
geography.
it wasn't my.
You know, like the Capricorn and all of that line thing. Do you remember? No. Oh no. Obviously, you paid less attention than I. It's like the line of Capricorn that goes across the Earth. Have a look. Everyone's like, yeah. Because isn't that like, you know, that's why we might have latitude and longitude. That's it. I did pay a bit of attention.
I clearly didn't.
I said, because Laura was saying, how is it -6 in Tempe and -6 in Oklahoma?
No, it was 6. Was it -6? It was 6 in Tempe, wasn't it?
We're supposed to be reliable for our weather checks here. We don't even know. Minus or 6. It was one or the other. 50 metres. You've got your 0.6mm gauge here, actually. So along with the 0.8 that we've just had, this would be brilliant as well. So your 0.6, you can use in lots of the same ways as well, can't you?
Definitely. It's a really lovely practice wire as well. So if you are a little bit sort of nervous about going straight into using the 0.8, because it is it's only very mildly stronger, so it's got a little bit more sort of, you've got to handle it slightly different. So you can get used to the feel of the wire using the 0.6 and then go up to the 0.8.
Right.
But you can macrame with your 0.6, and again you can rosary link and you can Viking. It's ideal for Viking knitting.
Of course, yeah. Do you know, I've not seen any Viking knitting for ages. I love that. 50 metres, again, you've got here, so it's your 0.6mm gauge. You've got great alongside the 0.8, even in the gold as well, you know, mixing up those colours. It looks fabulous. 0800 644 655 RIZX83 is your code for this one. We've done it again. £9.95 for you. I would be stacking up my wire stash. Yeah. Oh, are we going lower? Oh, I definitely be topping up my stash now. £6.95. That works out to 12 pence per metre, 14 pence per metre. That's close, wasn't I? RIZX83. That's ridiculous value, isn't it? And I think it was guest designer Jen, actually. Last time she was here, she was weaving with this gauge as well.
Yeah,
she was
you
like,
could,
you know,
if you're using like a higher gauge of wire, because obviously,
of course. It's got to support it, hasn't it, at the same time. But yeah, and it worked really, really well.
You can use it with the 1.5 wire that we've got, and then you can do pretty much the weave that I did for the ring shank.
Right.
And just spiral out the ends and you've got a lovely cuff.
Oh, it would look nice, wouldn't it? It's perfect. 0800 644 655. City in Oklahoma says, we'll have 2 inches of snow tonight.
Aww.
I want snow. Oh, go on, blow your candles out.
No, I want snow, but just not on Saturday, because I've got to drive up to here.
And we'll tell the weatherman then.
Sure.
I love snow. We never get snow anymore.
No.
Well, it just doesn't happen, does it? Just doesn't happen. Danny's telling me to shh. I like the snow. Obviously, when you're at home, it's a lot nicer, isn't it? And you've not got to go out. But it just looks so pretty and it's fun with the kids.
I do like the snow. I love the snow.
Yeah, I do like the snow. Especially at Christmas time.
You're just gone Christmas.
RIZX83, well done. Oh, Sissy in Oklahoma, I'm a little bit jealous. Like a snowman.
I've got Canadian family, well, my husband's family got family in Canada, and their snow is like up to their waist.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy. So what I've done here is I've got the wires, so I've just woven that weave just up to the edge of the stone, and what I've done is just shaped it so it's starting to shape around that shape. So then I'm taking the outer wire that I haven't done anything to, and I'm just going to bring that across, and that's going to give me 3 wires to work from then. And then what I'm thinking is I want to stabilise this a little bit, so I'm going to take the inner wire here and I'm just going to pull that, and that's going to give this something to sit on. So I'm just working at the moment on the sort of the foundation of getting that stability. Once I've got that, I can then make it decorative.
Okay.
So what I can do now is turn this into a weave. So again, I can do an open weave or a closed weave. So if I wanted to do a closed weave, I would, again, by closed weave, I mean with all of the wires staying nice and close together. With the open weaves, it's where they're open and you can see the actual weaving wire, okay? So what I would do, actually I'm going to go open weave. So I'm just going to wrap 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go over the middle wire and then 1, 2, 3 around the inner wire. Then back in the middle, and I'm going to go behind that sort of centre wire here. And then 1, 2, 3. So basically what we're doing is what we call a basket weave. You know, we do it a lot, we do it for bales, but we're just going over and under that centre wire, okay? What that's doing is keeping all the wires together for me, but in a pretty way.
Okay.
Okay, so what you want to do is bring it together into a design, but what you need to do is little tiny stages, and then you need to stop and look at what to do next. So even though that's only a tiny bit of weaving, I'll hold that up for you to see closely. Okay, that is only a tiny bit of weaving.
Okay.
But you can see how I can then take that around the stone and start to pull the design in and see. So you need to stop, look at where it's going to go. So I'll pop it back down so I can start to form this around. So you can see how it's starting to shape. So again, I know I need to do a tiny little bit more, and it's not going to be a lot. So it's going to be sort of 1, 2, 3. Obviously, if these wires are in the way, move them. And then over. So you can see it looks like a lot of work, but it's actually not. So I'm then going to look into, I've got 6 wires now, so I need to start looking into, do I need 6 wires?
Okay.
Not really, because I've got quite a long length of wire on all of them. So now I can pull this around because I know this is meeting the ring shank.
Yeah.
So I can pull this around and I can think, well, I'm going to take this outer wire here and just use my pliers just to get a nice secure hook there.
Okay.
And now that is starting to take shape. So can you see? So now what I would probably do is think, well, I've got some balance going on here.
Yeah.
So now I need to balance out this side.
Right.
And so that's pretty much how we're going to work the design. So you're then going to look at this one and think, well, I'm going to do something with these wires here closest to the stone. I've still got a bit of my wire here, so I could do another open weave. And just what you need to do is get that foundation done, and then when you're happy, you can start looking at the wires that you've got, cut any wires that you think you don't need, and then continue with your weaves really. And you can keep it quite minimal, or you can keep it really elaborate. So just do a tiny little bit more. So what I'm doing here is the weave I've just done, but without a centre wire. Okay. So I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You can do this quite quickly. And again, just placing that around like that, and you can twist the wire so you can see how that weave can twist. So you can see, you just twist those wires like that slightly. Now that bit of wire is there where I haven't, where I've done that a bit too quickly. So what I do is go back, take my pliers, and just gently crush that. No one will see it. And then, what the other thing you can do is bring another wire just over it. So if that happens.
Nobody heard that.
That does happen.
Who let that pig in? Open the doorway.
Right.
Let the pig out and let the pony in.
So if I'm at this stage now, I can see that just by doing that, can you see how my stone's becoming stabilised? So what I'm going to think about doing now is the wire that went underneath, the first one, that I haven't done anything to other than bring it under the point.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring that, hook it around and get rid of that, because I can see that I'm not really going to need to do anything. Yeah. So I'm bringing it around, and what I've done is I've brought it across. I'm going to flatten it so it's really close to that ring shank. Take your flush cutters and just trim right to the edge. Take your pliers and just give it a little crunch to make sure there's no sharp edge, okay? So straight away, that's now gone. And you can see that the stone's stabilised, but I can also see it's starting to tip.
Yeah.
So I know I need to just deal with that. So what I would do is I would continue this design, but what I would do then is bring these 2 wires together. So I just brought one across. These 2 wires, I would do another weave, and that would just catch the top of that stone. Okay. And then one of these could be woven and just that little swirl there catches the bottom of the stone.
Bit,
So all that's done is it's taking the pressure off of it being supported by a 0.25 wire. But if you have a look, so I'll hold it up for you to see. So you can see now that that little wire there is helping to support it. That wire going across there is going to support it. But if I turn it around, you can see that the back is nice and clean as well. And that there's no wires going behind it, so that's going to help visually with the design as well. So, but you know, just little edges like doing this is supporting that stone. And you just keep going around like that, really, and it's just playing about and choosing these wires here and doing a weave, you know, and just.
And there's no right or wrong, is there? You can make it as organic as you like. It's brilliant. Antique bronze wire. Is this 0.6? Oh. Tell you what, he's raided the wire cupboards today. He has, our Danny boy. 0.6 millimetre gauge. Again, you've got 50 metres here, but it's your antique bronze. So actually, I'm going to bring back. The gold and the copper, so you can see those colours together. Look at the copper and the antique bronze together. They look beautiful, don't they?
You could Viking knit them together as well.
Ah, that would look nice, wouldn't it? A multicoloured design would look beautiful. That would work really, really well with either or the copper or the gold, actually, antique bronze there. Again, it's 0.6. And again, you've got 50 metres in total there. So great practice wire, as Laura said before. Get it home and have a practice. I think you'll shock yourselves, actually. I know the first couple of times that I tried wire work, I'd surprised myself, actually. I know I'd said to you before that I did have a problem with keeping my wire. You know, when I'm weaving it, I struggle to keep my wire straight. The wires always bend and go out of shape.
That's just your combination now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just why I'd say your 0.25 and your 0.8 are a lovely combination. But if you're practicing, I'd say practice with a 1 mil and a 0.25.
Yeah.
Really get your head around the weaves. But with a 0.6, you can even weave of a 0.25 and a 0.6. I would say make sure you're confident in your weaving and your wire work, because it is a little bit more tricky to handle the wires, because again they do pull, but that you can actually do it and get a really lovely delicate piece.
But that's where we can use your favourite tool. Remember, out of the, I'll just get it off the shelf actually. This is great, this is. Because, do you know, I'd never ever thought of using this before, but if, like me, you have trouble with weaving your wire, you can pop it in there, can't you?
Yeah.
Just pop it in, and what's the name of it? Oh, there's a big list, isn't there, that comes with this particular pack. Can't quite remember.
It's a gem setting kit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the gem setting kit, but what's this particular tool called?
That's the ring.
Can't remember.
It is
the ring
in effect, it's like it's
a ring setter. That's basically what it is. You'd normally use it for setting gemstones into rings, but you can hold your wire in there as well. And it also stops the heat from your hands transferring to the wire, which again is something that I struggled with, which is why I was getting bendy wire all the time. So it's a great little tool to have. If you've got that kit, great. If not, go and have a look on the website and see if there's any available. £6 and 95 pence. 0800 644 655 KZZX30 is your code for this one. That's incredible. £6.95. It really is fantastic. Incredible value. 14 pence a metre. Amazing. Well done. I'll just put the furniture back.
I've only just realised that it's all back, to be honest.
Yeah, it's all back now.
I can see.
Have you taken your decks down?
No. To be honest, I'm not allowed. I would have took them down a couple of days ago. But
even I've taken mine down.
But you've had yours up for like, what, 2 months?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know they're coming down tomorrow. So basically, all I've done is I've just done another little bit of weaving here just to show you. And I'll hold that up for you to see. So just that little bit of weaving there. So again, it's just made it look nice as it goes around. So you can see how it's sort of taking shape. One little thing to be aware of is don't find yourself cutting wires, or, you know, as we finished it, wrapping it around a ring shape, absolutely fine, but don't find yourself doing loads on one side and not on the other. Keep it balanced.
Right.
So I've cut 2 wires on this side now, so what I'd be trying to do is make sure I have 2 cut on this side so that it's balanced, because otherwise what's going to happen is it's just not going to look right. So,
makes sense.
You know, you just keep going around like that. I mean, I could bring these wires across, finish it and keep it simple like that, or I could coil this wire here and add that detail. Okay. If I coiled that, I could bring it up to meet this one. So you can see how you could keep that design going round and round and round. But that's pretty much it. To size it. It's you.
Don't blame me.
Not Lauren like this, it's all you. Okay. You pop it onto the ring mandrel.
Yeah.
So place it onto the side. So that at the moment is a nice comfortable sort of size. 7?
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not going to say it like
Go on,
7.
you can say it. You can do it.
But I know, so that would fit as a nice comfortable size.
Yeah.
But if I wanted to make it a little bit larger, I could easily just twist that, and I'm going to probably get about 2 or 3 sizes larger if I wanted to. Okay, so you can see how easy it is.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Sandy in Dorset says, hi lovely ladies, thank you Laura for the amazing designs and brilliant demos. And great use of words in there as well. Brilliant, isn't it?
I learned from the best.
Thank you so much, Laura. We'll be back with Laura at approximately 4 o'clock for the masterclass. She's not going anywhere though, but we've got to start by for now. Runaway gemstones. I didn't touch them. Have a look at this for a star by chrome dioxide. Oh my days, this is just wow. Just, I mean, if chrome dioxide had sound effects, it would be, no, it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that. It would be a proper, yeah, that's what it would be. It would be like that. It's just got so much pizzazz, hasn't it? It's so saturated with colour. Chrome dioxide is just incredibly, incredibly beautiful. Now, I was talking about chrome dioxide yesterday, and it's only very recently, which, you know I talk about natural gemstones a lot here, but like anything here at Jewellery Maker, you know, we get a bit complacent sometimes. It's easy to do. But a couple of weeks ago, I suddenly sat there with a chrome dioxide strand and thought, do you know what? Because this is completely natural, this is the colour that Mother Nature intended green to be. How mind-blowing is that? You know, and it's not just like it's a little bit green. It's really, really green. No help from man whatsoever. Completely natural gemstone. Now, every single one of these is perfectly colour matched. And do you know what? Every single one of these is sizable as well. You know, for single solitaires, individual gemstones, they are really, really sizable. Now they're 5x3 to 7x4 millimetres in size, and the clarity, they're gemstone quality, in my opinion. As our Danny will tell you, if you're expecting bead quality, you'll be disappointed, because they're not bead quality, are they? They're not bead quality. They are gemstone quality, in my opinion. Now, the difference between bead quality and gemstone quality. So, generally we bring you bead quality here at Jewellery Maker, and generally bead quality will not have the most amazing clarity. So your gemstone quality may have amazing clarity, fantastic transparency, but a lot of the time when you have perfect transparency and clarity, there's treatment involved perhaps, and also the colour isn't always fantastic. Sometimes we lose some of that colour. This is not the case here, because they are so vivid, and they're completely natural, but we do have the clarity there. This is why I'm saying, in my opinion, they are gemstone quality, not bead quality, because you've got phenomenal clarity with every single gemstone. Now, your chrome dioxide comes all the way from Russia, Siberia in Russia, where temperatures reach as low as -45 degrees. Now, more often than not, the ground is frozen over completely. Frozen over completely, it is an impossible task for us to gain access to that mine. And then there is literally just an 8-week window. So an 8-week window, we're talking between July and August, and that's not saying that it starts July the 1st and ends August the 31st. That 8-week window, there could just be 1 week within that 8 weeks that we are able to gain access to that mine. So then if we do, we may go down into that mine and we may spend our week window in that mine, come out with absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So we've got to wait till next year. So, you know, it can happen more often than not. Go down the mine, come out with absolutely nothing. It might be that we do find some chromed upside, but actually there is nothing of gemstone quality there. So unfortunately, you know, it's been a couple of weeks of hard mining, but there's nothing of gemstone quality again. So really, you know, all of these factors taken into consideration, we are clutching at straws, aren't we? We're really, really hoping that there'll be something, just something. So for us to get 27 carats in a single strand is a huge, huge carat weight. This could be an entire day's parcel. In fact, that could be an entire week's parcel that we have in this one strand. It's so rare and so collectible that prices can often be through the roof for chromed upside, and it's no wonder. It's no wonder. Look how beautiful this gemstone is. Look at the mining conditions that our miners work in. Look at the rarity of the gemstone. Look at your carat weight, 27 carats. Do you know, I have no idea where we're going on price for this strand, okay? So I'm going to just tell you that if I made a pair of earrings using these, so I'm going to have 3 in each ear because it's one of my favourite gemstones. It's number 2 on my list. I'm going to have 3 of these drops in each ear. Different lengths of 925 sterling silver chain, 3 drops in each ear, so 6 gemstones, all 925 sterling silver, and the price tag of those on my craft stall, no matter where I'm selling, would be an absolute minimum of £60. Not a penny less. No way. No way. 6 of those gemstones, that would be, I don't know, a couple of carats of chromed upside with 925. Not a chance. I wouldn't let them go for less. Not with the rarity of this gemstone. That's just me personally. We're all different, and obviously it depends on where you're selling, and it's down to you as an individual. If you want to pass on your deals, that is absolutely fine. But just understand where this gemstone has come from and understand the rarity of it before you go giving it away. Mind you, look at me saying that. What are we doing? Giving it away. LOCD78 is your code for this. 5x3 to 7x4mm in size. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 35 individual gemstones there. 71 pence per gemstone. So we're talking cost for me, I don't know, £4.30 to make that pair of earrings without my 925. And then I've got my 925. So cost probably between £5 and £6 to make that pair of earrings that I'm selling at £60. I mean, you know, I could be more generous now, perhaps. I don't know. I don't want to devalue this gemstone. I don't want to be the person to do that. £24.95. These are going to sell out. It's a very limited strand. I started with 33 and over 10 have already gone. It is fastest. Can I just say, if this was a nugget strand at £24.95, that would be incredible. Look at the clarity. Do you know what? Have I got the torch? Where's my little torch? Can you see it? Yeah. Oh, thanks, Lady Laura. Have a look. Just look at the clarity and the colour of these. £24.95. You have got to be kidding me. Janie Merseyside, Morag, Lee in Worcestershire, Wendy in Staffordshire, Ulia, Sandra, Weldon, Francois, Anne in Pembrokeshire, Irene, Gillian, Maria, Jeanette, Mary in the West Midlands Collector. Oh, where's that collector, Danny? In Montreal? Yeah. Oh, we'll have to research that on the break, I tell you. It sounds French. Guess the weather check before we know where it is. No, I don't want to play that game. There's a couple in baskets right now. It's fastest fingers first. There's loads of you coming through on the phone lines as well. They're about to sell out. If you don't check out, you will miss out on this opportunity. Get your certificate of authenticity. It's an extra 25 pence if you add it to your order, or you can print it off free of charge on the web, www.jewellerymaker.com. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in just a jiffy.
Welcome to Jewellery Maker. We're live every day from 8 AM to 11 PM. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, thank goodness, because you'd miss out otherwise. And do you know what, we've had so many deals already. If you have missed out so far, get yourself along to the website, www.jewellerymaker.com. If there is anything still available, that's where you'll find it. And there is lots still available, so get yourself along there. Get adding to your order, but get checking out as well. I think that chromed up size just sold out. Not 100% sure. I think it has. Now, coming up for you in this hour, in literally one auction's time, Tanzanite showcase for you. I've got 3 amazing, amazing strands not to be missed. Now, Danny, I'm sure you said head pins to me. He did, I think, but I don't have them. Have a look. I tell you, these will sell out. 330, one to own, only 73 chances. Marquise shaped morganite, never ever seen them. Pretty sure. I can't remember anyway. They're amazing, just beautiful. gorgeous. So $330 for those. Tanzanite showcase coming up in one auction's time. But first, have a look at these. Oh, wow. These are nice. Look at these 925 sterling silver. Your ball head pins here. Look at the quality. Do you know, the thing is, the more you work with 925 sterling silver, you'll become very familiar with it, and you'll know even before you've even picked it up, just by looking at a 925 component, that it is solid 925. You can just see that strength. I mean, look at that. It's like a bolt of lightning, isn't it? That luster from your 925 sterling silver head pin there. 20 pieces in total you have there. Now, your head pins, they are an essential. They're great for linking with, and they're great for earrings as well. You could just pop one of your gemstones from your bead scoops. Good job you didn't put these away, Laura. Let's go for that one there. Let's see if we can get this on the head pin. So you can just pop one gemstone onto your head pin. You could make a loop on that if you wanted to, and then pop it onto some 925 sterling silver chain. Doesn't that look pretty? And then you've got the little ball head on there as well that is very, very decorative. Really, really pretty. They're so sizable. And you can feel the gram weight in these as well. You know, they are significant weight that you've got there. 2.3 grams across 20 pieces. Head pins, serious grammage you've got there. 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. How many head pins do you think you get through, Laura?
It depends on the type of project that you're doing, but for me, they're definitely an essential because you know, to add that drop, to add those stones that won't go onto your wire, or if they do, they're going to go onto a fine wire. That's not going to be strong enough to be worn as an earring or as a charm. Yeah. So you'd go through quite a lot. I've got a lot. I always, if I ever see them on offer, I will always buy them.
And what's your main use for them?
Earrings, to be honest. Earrings, because I love, like you've got there, one stone, wrap loop, jump ring, straight onto a shepherd hook. That's my favourite type of earring to wear. So for me, it would be always for that as a go-to.
They're fab, aren't they? And you've got that strength, again, as I was talking, you know, about having fine components or delicate components. You've got to be able to rely on that component you're using. You're going to have that every time with 925. It's 92.5% pure silver, and then you've got 7.5% that is made of other alloys, typically copper, with your silver as well. So you've got such strength there. 20 pieces in total. If that's not enough, multi-buy. Get as many as you like. If you want to get 2 or 3 packs of these, you can. And you know, at £6.95, that is exactly what I would be doing. No two ways about it. That's phenomenal, phenomenal value. Approximately 35 pence per head pin you're looking at for 925 there. Lots of you coming in and getting 2 of these, so well done. Morag in East Lothian, you've got 2. Kimberly in Aberdeenshire's got 2. Ethel in County Durham, you've managed to get yourself 2 as well. Congratulations. Quite a few in baskets at this moment in time. Keep coming through. Keep coming through on the phone lines as well. Tina's just joined me, and Gail's back in as well. Congratulations. Very regular viewers there. Well done to you. Sandra in Aberdeenshire, Lynn's there as well. Congratulations to you.
Can I say though, you've got a pearl on that head pin. Yeah. And that's not the featherweight head pins.
I know.
So they're actually they're a really lovely in between kind of size, because you can still take the more delicate gemstones.
Where's Roy? Where's Roy? This desk is not straight. Whose spirit level was used in the making of this desk? It's so wonky, it's unbelievable.
But yeah, so the fact that you can get pearls onto those instantly, that's going to give you a higher level, isn't it? Because you've got a stronger head pin. But I also use them quite often as little, as I said earlier, the little drops on the back of the chain. Yeah. So a little extended chain with a little gemstone added extra. I always do it. If I can fit it onto any, again, that necklace earlier, it's something that I like to do.
In fact, this one would look perfect with any of those designs you've got coming up in the second kit, wouldn't it? It's a little dropper on the back. Beautiful. ID RF59. Julie in Shropshire says, I've just bought the chromed up side and have a perfect setting for them. I cannot wait for them to arrive. Fingers are itching for them. Thanks. Do you know what, Julie in Shropshire, you are so welcome. Let us know what you do with them when you get them home. Send us a picture. Enter it into the Wall of Fame. £100 credited to your account. I keep trying to enter. I keep asking.
You're not allowed.
No.
No.
No. I mean, can I when I'm on maternity leave? I can't, Ryan, because I'm an employee. No. I can't. I mean, I could enter I'll enter as Florian. Yeah. Florian in Warwickshire has won this week's Wall of Fame. Oh, amazing. I won't really. I'm not allowed to enter, which is a shame really. But do you know what? It's great because if you're making designs anyway, at home, jewellery designs, if you enter them to the Wall of Fame, studio@jewellerymaker.com, you could win yourself £100 credited to your account, £50 if you're the runner-up. And for what? Showing us a picture of the design you've made anyway. I wish I could enter, tell you. Laura wants to know something. Did you want to ask me something, Laura?
So, Florian, such a lovely, unusual name.
Stop telling her to say things in her ear. She does have an earpiece on. You.
Oh, I don't.
What do you think of the name Florian, Laura?
It's different.
I love this. I wish you could hear what I can hear. Danny said, yes, say you are a big, big fan.
I'm a huge fan of that name. I think it's brilliant. Definitely for a boy.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Now look at him. Look at him now. Danny, it's on the shortlist, okay? Right, leave it. Coming up for you at 3:30. It doesn't even know anyone called Florian. I don't know where he's got his name from. These are coming up for you at 3:30. Morganite Strand limited edition. I mean, I think he's just going with the fact that he knows I like unusual names. I like different names.
My mum called Kayla Sebastian throughout the whole of my pregnancy. She was convinced she was a boy. And
Really?
she wanted me to call her, if it was a boy, Sebastian. And I said, well, no, because that makes me think of Under the Sea. That makes me think of The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
But, yeah, she'd say, how's Seb doing? Because I used to work for her, so.
Did it make you angry?
No, I just said this child's going to be scarred if it's a girl. And you've called it Seb throughout the whole of the pregnancy. And it turned out to be a girl. Yeah.
Meet Kayla. There you go. Right, Tanzanite showcase for you. Do you know what? I'm going to start with the rounds because these are... In fact, there are no words. Look at the colour of your Tanzanite here. Oh my days. Do you know, Tanzanite is one of those, I love Tanzanite. Who doesn't? It was voted your favourite actually. 2000 and, I always say last year, but it wasn't last year now because it was the year before. 2015.
What won it this year?
It was Labradorite again.
Was it?
Yeah, Labradorite. Back up there. But Tanzanite did win the year previously. It's a very, very popular gemstone. Gemstone of New Beginnings. It's December's birthstone as well, so if you're doing any of your birthstone pieces, well worth having in your stash. But for me, do you know, it doesn't matter. You know, I've seen so much Tanzanite over the last decade. I really have, and I've seen it in so many different grades as well, varying from your Tanzanite that is not graded right up to your quad A graded Tanzanite. And basically, the grade, the scale that you're looking at, is the prefix to the word Tanzanite. So that will be your A grade. So you can see on your graphicals there, you've got 2 A's, which is double A grade. So basically, you've got Tanzanite that is not graded, that will be very, very pale in colour. You then have Tanzanite that is A grade, which is classed as pale in colour. Double A grade, which is what we are looking at here, officially is classed as moderate in colour. But I do not like to ever use that word because I don't think there's anything moderate about double A grade at all. I prefer to use the word distinct where the colour grading is concerned with double A. Triple A is classed as intense in colour and quad A is classed as vivid in colour. Now, the higher the grade, the deeper that colour, the higher that value would be. But for me, and even years back, if I were bringing you AAA graded Tanzanite, quad A graded Tanzanite, I would still say my favourite grade of Tanzanite is AA grade. And the reason being is because I love the cornflower blues that you get with AA graded Tanzanite. They are incredibly, incredibly beautiful. You've got depth of colour with AA grade, but you've still got a degree of brilliance or inner glow. So as soon as we start to go up a grade, so say we get to AAA grade in Tanzanite, so you've gone up to your intense colour, you will sacrifice some of that inner light because you've gained colour. So again, going back to what I say quite often, the lighter, the brighter, the lighter a gemstone, the more internal light you will have in general. So Tanzanite is great. If I had, you know, every grade of Tanzanite, you would see that perfectly along the grade, that the lighter that tone, the more light you have within the gemstone. So with your AA grade, you've got the best of both worlds. You've got the colour and you've got an internal glow there as well. Look at those. They are, do you know what, they're huge. They're 3 to 7 millimetres in size. Now, if you have a look at Tanzanite prices, they will differ massively. However, and of all the coloured gemstones that we bring you here at Jewellery Maker, Tanzanite has risen. In fact, not just we bring you, but in the industry, Tanzanite has risen more so than any other coloured gemstone over the last few years. And the reason being is because of the mining situation. So basically, it was only discovered in 1967. So it's a very new gemstone to us here in the gem world. And it was launched by Tiffany & Co., one of the biggest designer houses in the world, in 1969. And since then, it has taken the world by storm. And of course, you know, if Tiffany & Co. are backing this gemstone, everybody's going to love this gemstone, and people will be putting a premium price tag on that particular gemstone. Not just because of that, because of its rarity too. But over the years, as the mining situation has become worse and worse, and we always knew from day one that it would be a one-generational gemstone and that it would be limited time, we'd only have it for a limited time. We got to, I don't know, probably about 4 years ago, and it was looking pretty bleak right then. We were so far along, we'd moved into 3 different seams within the Tanzanite 1 mine, and we were so deep into the mine that what was coming out was actually of very poor quality. Now, at this moment in time, we are technically 1,000 metres below the surface. However, there's nothing coming out of the mine because there was a ban put in place, I'd say end of the summer last year, I think, maybe going into the autumn. There was a ban put in place. So there's nothing coming out of the ground at the moment in time. Anyway, it hasn't depleted, but once it starts coming back out of that very same seam again, we already know the quality is really poor and it's at premium prices. So we as a company and our gem hunter have made the decision that actually we're not going to buy anymore, because we're not going to pay premium prices for poor grade. That's not what because of course if we buy that poor grade, we're going to be selling you that poor grade, but we've paid a premium price tag, so we're going to have to pass that price tag on to you, and we'd rather not do that because that's not what we're about. There is rumoured to be another seam for Tanzanite. Whether anybody decides to mine for it or not is another thing, because it will be so costly. Generally, if you're doubling the distance that you're mining, you can double the price tag of the gemstone. However, Tanzanite hasn't just doubled in price. It hasn't just tripled. It hasn't just quadrupled. It has shot through the roof and beyond, this gemstone. So we don't personally think that anybody will mine for this gemstone. So for us, and for me personally, I think what we have, I think that's it for us. Things could change, you know, somebody could strike up a parcel from somewhere and give us an amazing deal. But I can't see that happening. I really can't. I think everybody in the industry right now that has quality Tanzanite will be holding on to it for as long as they possibly can, because as a business person, or as you know, as somebody that works in the industry, what you do in business is you want to make money, don't you? So, you know, they're going to hold on to that Tanzanite until it's made them more money. I think this is it for us. I think what we have is it. I've got 25 carats of your AA graded Tanzanite, and they are huge gemstones. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Oh, I've got 25. This makes maths so easy for me. That's an average of a carat per gemstone. There's some here that are massively bigger compared to the other ones. They've got to be going on for 2 carats. We're at $49.95, so I'm going to take, see one of these here, so for example that's approximately 2 carats. I'm going to take one of these gemstones, I'm going to pop it onto one of those 925 sterling silver head pins that I've just had. I'm going to pop it onto a 925 sterling silver chain, and do you know what price I'm going to sell that for? It's Tanzanite. I'm going to have to go minimum of 60 to 70 pounds for that size. Absolutely. £49.95 for the entire strand. You can forget that price tag today. £29.95. I don't think I could give you, Lady Laura, until Christmas this year to look for somewhere that would sell you a carat of Tanzanite for £1.19. I could give you until Christmas I'm going to give you till 2030. I don't think you're fine. I don't think you're fine. No, nobody's going to sell you. No. Nobody's going to sell you a carat of Tanzanite now for that £1.19.
There's somewhere in Bristol, in one of the shopping centres in the centre of Bristol, and it's a kind of a natural kind of crystal shop.
Yeah.
And it has a Tanzanite necklace in the window, and it's just rondelles. So it is basically the same quality as that.
Yeah.
But smaller rondelles graduated.
Right.
And it was around about £445, and it was a necklace.
Do you know, I've got to be honest with you, Laura, that's not a bad price for Tanzanite. It's not a bad price for Tanzanite, but it's not Jewellery Maker prices, is it?
And it does go to show you how the price is valued, because and there's nothing. I mean, it probably had a sterling silver clasp on it because it was just displayed, and it did catch my eye. I mean, I know obviously I know about Tanzanite, I understand it.
Yeah.
But it did catch my eye straight away, and it was just in the middle of a display. Had other things around it, but it was there on a clear bust, and it just catches your eye, and there was nothing fancy done to it.
Wow. You see, that's the thing. You have a look at Tanzanite prices anywhere right now. If you can find anything that compares to this for quality, carat weight, and price, all you've got to do is send it back. Just send it back. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to. Do you know, the thing is, if I, anywhere else, saw this carat of in fact, if I saw one of these gemstones in a necklace at £29.95, I would be questioning whether that was Tanzanite. I wouldn't believe it was Tanzanite. It's only because, you know, we know in Trust Jewellery Maker that actually we can buy with confidence here. £29.95, £1.19 for a carat of Tanzanite. Karen's on the phone lines in Bristol. Jane in Devon, you on the phone lines, well done to you. Kathleen in Monmouthshire's there, collect it in Surrey. Anne in the West Midlands is there. Lynn in Oxfordshire, Lynn in Lincolnshire, collect it in Buckinghamshire. Fiona, you're there. Shazza in Hampshire. Shazza says, oh Laura, my beauty, you know the love heart you showed us how to do a while ago, and I put mine on a brooch. Well, I sold it straight away.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Wow.
I love doing that love heart as well.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, that's great. That's nice.
Isn't
to know
that lovely?
Yeah.
See, now, Shazza, you can make another one, can't you? Make another one, sell one. That's what I would do. Fantastic. I love that. Right then, have a look at this. These are big too. Really, really sizable. Ooh, how many? 75. Go back and get some more. It's just not enough. Oh, we can't. We can't because it's all we have. Do you know, this is actually quite scary now, because I think if we went through our vault and picked out every strand of Tanzanite and actually counted what we have left, oh, I tell you, I don't feel very well. I don't think we have. I mean, I can't give you an exact figure, but from different conversations I've heard here, there and everywhere, I don't think we have a lot at all. Can you imagine when we're sat here, you know, maybe in a couple of months, maybe in a year's time, saying, remember when we had Tanzanite? Remember, have you got any Tanzanite stash? No, never had a chance to get. Imagine, you know, and imagine for the new viewers that are tuning in at that time thinking, what's Tanzanite? Valuable. I mean, I can't tell you to buy Tanzanite as an investment. But if I was sat where you were sat today, I'd be buying Tanzanite. Hashtag, just saying. Have a look at these together. Oh my days. Can you imagine the value of something like this? Morganite marquises and Tanzanite pairs. It's like Gokdan strikes again. Absolutely beautiful. Now you've got a big carat weight. In fact, you've got a bigger carat weight on this strand than we had on the last one. Oh, and look at the size of the gemstones. Where's those graphics? Gremlins. Now is not the time. We're in the middle of a Tanzanite showcase and I have my one to own coming up in 5 minutes. I'm going to count them then. In the meantime, I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, hang on, I'm going to have to start again. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. I'm approximately halfway, so that is 48 gemstones approximately you have in this one strand. I mean, that. Have you taken it down? Okay, so if you're on the web right now, Danny's just done something a little bit naughty because we've got no graphicals. Telephone bidders, just to give you a heads up, we've taken this down to £17.95. If you have access to the web, in fact, if you don't have access to the web, go and knock your neighbour's door because you need access to the web right now. You can dial in 0800 644 655. Hopefully the call centre will be able to allocate it without graphics. I'm not sure that they can do that.
What about on the app? Would it work on the app?
Yeah, it'll work on the app, yeah, because it's the web. Yeah, get the app, get down. Francois Nisa 6, I cannot believe you've taken that to £17. Record low. Wow. Do I need to say that out loud? Probably not. Probably not. £17.95. Again, I can remember bringing you nugget strands at $19.95. What kind of price would you put on these, Laura? Let's say you put one in a pendant. 95.
On a chain, I'd be thinking just on sterling silver with a pendant, you'd be looking at sort of around about £50, £60. Just one on its own. But they're exactly the same cut and shape as the amethyst and citrine in the first kit. So everything that I did in that kit, you could do. So this is the ring that I made.
Yeah, I've got mine on that. I just noticed it.
That I finished. That was the demo ring that we did.
Wow.
So I added a few of the topaz in there. So can you imagine that with one of the tanzanites instead?
Oh my days. Can you imagine?
And
that
then,
would look incredible.
Again, you could do that with sterling silver if you wanted to go really high end. And then that way you would be asking sort of around about £50 just for that one ring. And I wouldn't use one of the larger ones. I'd go for one of the smaller ones because I wouldn't want it to be too lost.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah.
It's absolutely, when you think that there's approximately, I think, 48 gemstones that are counted in here, there is literally a couple of sweets that you could be making. And it might sound bonkers, again, if you're tuning in for the first time and you're sat there thinking, hang on a minute, they're selling this entire strand for £17.95 and they're telling me that they would sell one of these gemstones in a necklace for around £60. Yeah? Yeah, because we know about Tanzanite. We know what's happening here at Jewellery Maker. You know, we're confident in saying that that's the kind of price we could sell them on for. But if you wanted to, say if you wanted to sell that necklace for £10, there's 48 gemstones on this strand. It's a no-brainer. If you've got your certificate of authenticity, you know, you're selling Tanzanite at £10, people will question the authenticity of that gemstone. So you've got your certificate of authenticity there. Well, do you know what? I'm giving you a great deal because I got a great deal. £10 a piece. They would fly off your craft stall and you would soon be booking that holiday, let me tell you. MB, RU58 is your code for this one. Hold those telephone lines, stay exactly where you are, I tell you. I tell you.
Be a lovely free gift as well if you know, you hosted a party.
Free gift?
No, but you know, if you have you know, when you sort of all of the sort of candle parties and all of these kind of parties that you can.
Remember when you used to have like I remember my mum having a dried flower party, and you can have dried flower party. So they're like you know, people will come to your house, like you might have Jewellery Maker parties.
Yeah.
A Jewellery Maker, potpourri. That's the one, right. He's like potpourri. Yes. Drive out clothes parties.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. People do makeup parties and things like that with certain brands, and there's lots of companies that do that. But you can make your own do your own jewellery party, go around with friends. But what you could say is, you know, a lot of the time now play on the fact if two people say book a party, you get a free gift, or the hostess will get a free gift. You know, and you could say, look, this Tanzanite and sterling silver, because the prices that we've had would make it so affordable to you, you get lost. But I would have another one to sell and show the full price of it. So I'd say, look, this is worth, say, £50. Host a party or spend over X amount and it's yours for... And you can play on it in that way as well.
Yeah, that's a great idea, isn't it? Really, really great idea. And let's be honest, at these kind of prices, you could do that.
But I think that enables you to do it cheaper, reflect your savings, but without devaluing the stone.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I like that idea, Laura. She's lovely. She's such a kind lady. Lady Laura. The reason she's got the name Lady Laura, by the way, is because in between shows, on the break, she puts perfume on.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Lady Laura. She's we've got 2 minutes. I'm going to pop some perfume on. 43 carats of your grade A Tanzanite. Graduated plain rondelles. Now rondelles, look at all the shapes we've had so far. You know, you've had rounds, which are really rare. We've had the faceted drops, the beautiful pairs. Now we've got rondelles. So there's lots of different ways that all of these shapes will work in your designs. But do you know what? To get all three of these, imagine just going for it. You know, and packing a design with and I always say this, I love to see the same gemstone but different shapes and different sizes throughout that design. I love it. So these would work really, really well together. You've got your Tanzanite rondelles there that are perfect. Going back to what we were saying earlier about channel setting, it's a perfect shape, isn't it, a rondelle?
That ring that you're wearing, the smaller ones of those are going to be perfect to do a design like that in.
Oh, wouldn't that? And look, again with that kit, because of the topaz there as well, look at those together. Oh, they would be perfect, wouldn't they? And all the pearls again in the kit, you know, the Tanzanite and pearls in the ring. Oh, gosh, imagine, you know, again, we think, you know, the value of something like that, because here at Jewellery Maker, carat weights are huge. Absolutely huge. You go on to the high street and have a look at different designs, you have a look at rings, you have a look at earrings, anything like that. You're kind of looking at, I don't know, 25 points, which is a quarter of a carat. 50 points, half a carat. You know, you're lucky to get a carat solitaire with certain gemstones. So this carat weight is a real significant carat weight. And although in Jewellery Maker terms it might not seem like that, because we're used to seeing hundreds of carats, in some cases thousands of carats in some strands, 43 carats for this particular gemstone.
So you know that necklace that I said about?
Yeah.
It was pretty much that. But they did graduate larger in the middle. But it was pretty much that colour.
Have you seen the price?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So now we're down to 23 pence. We were challenging Laura, we were giving her till Christmas 2030 to find Tanzanite for £1.19 a carat. Laura, I'm now going to give you till 2050 to find a carat of Tanzanite at how many pennies? 23. 23. Sissy in Oklahoma says, no wonder there is always a beautiful aura around Lady B. Aura around Laura.
That's really nice. Thank you. I'm going to just take that in a good way.
There she goes again. Oh, yeah. She gets her fan out, especially when she's here with me. Wow.
I just thought you called me it because everyone else had a name made up for me and you panicked and said Lady Laura. That's pretty much what happened. It's because Becky calls me Spelby.
Yeah.
Someone else had a different name. I can't remember. Zena calls me Binding, and you wanted to have a name, so you just panicked and said Lady Laura.
Well, I just call you Lady Laura because I think you're a nice lady.
Aww.
That's why, you know. I didn't panic.
I love him.
I just, oh, here's Adam. Isn't he lovely? Ah, lovely Adam. Right, Danny, it's empty. Is it? Other side. Ah! Oh, I see it. I see it. Have a look. Oh, I've got two. Right, so it'll be this one. Do you know, first thing I've noticed looking at this, look at the greens. Very bi-colour you've got here. Lots of blues and lots of greens in there as well. So this strand, I dread to think what's going to happen now. I can't cope anymore. 40 carats. Oh, 40 carats of your Tanzanite, 2x1 to 5x3 millimetres inside. If you haven't dialed yet, you need to do it now. 0800 644 655 CPRU 76 £8. And it's just getting worse. I mean, not for you, for us. That's ridiculous, £8 and not £8.95. So now we're down to 22 pence a carat. How long do you want? How long do you want, Laura? 2060 for this one? Yeah. Yeah, see you soon. 0800 644 655 CPRU 76. Again, you've got faceted rondelles before we had the plain rondelles. So we've got a different shape again. This is the fourth strand in a different shape and cut for you there. Mary in the West Midlands is in, Anthea in Yorkshire's got two, Cheryl in Glamorgan, Shaz in Essex, Nicole in Florida, Pauline. Yeah. Is that just the silliest question you've ever asked me, Danny? Danny says, do you think all four of these strands would go with that morganite? Of course they would. Of course they would. Look, any of them at all. Maggie. Maggie, you've been here since day dot. Have you ever seen marquee shaped morganite before? No, she didn't even let me finish what I was saying. She knew what I was going to say. She went, no, I know what you're going to say. No, never seen marquee shaped morganite before. Do you know what? I can look for you now. I think Maggie's been here longer than I have. How long have you been here, Mags? A long time. A long, long time. Oh, you're still young. You're the right side of that age with me. Oh, Maggie, party. Add it to Mags. She's been here since forever as well. And do you know what? The thing is we've seen a lot of gemstones over the years. We really have. Lots of different shapes, lots of different sizes, different quality, different locations. So you do get to know and love the gemstones and really appreciate them when you have that amazing, amazing sample, or example, I should say, of a gemstone. And this is that, let me tell you. Morganite, marquee shape. Never ever in all of my days have I seen a marquee. I've not even seen a marquee shaped morganite anywhere. Not just here at Jewellery Maker, not back over at Gemporia, not on the high street, not in a boutique jewellers. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't be out there somewhere. They will be. I've never seen them. Never ever seen them. It is a very expensive cut, which makes me think, well, that for one reason is probably why we haven't seen them. And secondly, morganite. I mean, morganite is a gemstone that, you know, we say Tanzanite has rocketed, which it has over the last few years in price, but morganite has gone up massively too. It really has. And that's because there was just a time when nobody could get morganite. No, not us, not anybody. I'd gone to designer websites. And and there was no results found. I couldn't believe it. So whenever this happens, prices go up naturally. Of course, the more scarce something becomes, you know, the more we struggle to get something, the more limited it becomes, price tags go up. That's just the way it works. I have 73 chances. 73 chances. I need another 500. I need another 500. So 73 is not going to be enough. Now, any auction like this where we are limited, where something is particularly unique that we don't see every day here at Jewellery Maker, we like to give our telephone bidders, in fact we like to give every single one of you, the best chance possible to get yourself involved. Now, if you did or didn't know already, Jewellery Maker is available on the web, www.jewellerymaker.com, and if you're shopping on the web, once you're logged in, you get to see what items are coming up and you see the prices, or a price, okay? So you see a price, you've got some kind of indication as to where we are going. So you will check out straight away, telephone bidders don't get a look in. So to give the telephone bidders a chance, we're gonna put a minute on the clock and we're gonna start that minute from now to get your phones ready. Trust me on this. We will not let you down on price, I promise you. If you want an incredible, incredible opportunity, once these are sold out, I can never ever guarantee that we will see these again. I can never guarantee a reorder of these. I can't guarantee that I will be able to bring them back at the same price that we are doing them for you today. With the way Morganite is going, I wouldn't be taking any chances. Just like your Tanzanite, every deal that you see, grab with both hands and leg it in the opposite direction. That is exactly what I would be doing. Always have us on speed dial if you can. Those extra few seconds are going to make a big, big difference in this auction. Are you ready? Go. 0800 644 655. Get dialing. When you come through on the phone lines, there is an automated message. You are more than welcome to listen to that anytime you like. This auction is not the time to listen to that automated message. Press your number 1 button and get through to the call centre straight away. Just tell them you want the Morganite that is on screen. They will allocate it to you straight away. It is a first come, first serve basis. I only have 73 chances for you to get this. 80 carats of Morganite you have there. If there's one thing that I'm looking for specifically in Morganite, it's not clarity, it's colour. And you know what? Every single one of these gemstones has that incredible textbook Morganite colour. You've got those beautiful pinks, but you've got the peaches as well, and they are so desirable in the gem industry. They really, really are. You've got a massive carat weight, 80 carats. Each marquise there is huge, 11 by 5 to 21 by 10 millimetres in size. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 individual gemstones. So averagely, carat weight, we're looking at approximately 5.71 carats. They are rocks. They are hot rocks. Obviously, we've got that graduation. Smaller ones at the end, much smaller in comparison to those ones in the centre there. Those larger ones in the centre, you've got to be getting on for 10 carats. In a Morganite solitaire, if you type that into any search engine right now, I don't think you would even find a 10 carat solitaire. I really, really don't. You can try. Do you know what I think it might say? POA. Price on application. POR, price on request. I don't think it would let you in. I don't think they'll tell you how much that 10 carat solitaire is going to cost you. This is Morganite that you have here. We've been telling you for months and months, maybe even longer, years perhaps, about the rarity of Morganite and how difficult it's been for us to get hold of in recent times. We're lucky that we have been able to get hold of a recent parcel at a fantastic, fantastic price tag. Now, the price tag on the web right now is not your price tag. Oh my days. 0800 644 655 on just one of these gemstones. I would quadruple my money. I'm thinking especially those larger ones. Multi-buy, multi-buy, multi-buy. That is £1.21 a gemstone, Lady Laura.
It's crazy, isn't it? And the thing is, like you said about the colour, when you asked me earlier,
yeah,
what gemstone do I think that is, that was what told me what it was. Yeah. Because I can see those peachy colours, and the only gemstone that I know that has that colour hue has got to be morganite.
They are just, and look at them, they are really are peachy as well, aren't they? You've got some gorgeous peachy tones in there. Massive, massive congratulations if you've managed to get this already. Do you know what? If you haven't, there is still time to do it. Don't think that you haven't got time. You can still dial that number. It's a free telephone number. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You've got nothing to lose at all. Make one ring with this. Take it for evaluation. Imagine this with your silver clay. Oh my days. How high end would that be? Would look phenomenal, wouldn't it? Sheila in Cambridgeshire, Suze, Wendy's there, Marilyn, Leela, Carolyn, Leicestershire, Jackie, Sylvia, Denise, Jo in Berkshire's got 2, Marilyn's got 2, Paula's there, Mona's there, Maria in the West Midlands has got 2, congratulations. Collector in Bedfordshire, you've got 2 as well. 80 carats, that's huge, I can't believe that. Maria in Middlesex, that's a silly price, that. Silly price. Well done, Maria. Saw your name on my call screen. You've got yours. You can just kick back and relax now. You've done it. Do you know what? About 20 left. About 20 left. That's all we have. If you have this in your basket, it's going to sell out. You need to be checking it out ASAP. Don't sit there in 5 minutes and feel that pain of being absolutely gutted that you've missed out on this deal today, because once it's gone, it's gone. $16.95 is lower than where we should be, let me tell you. RIRU 63, massive congratulations. Imagine all that Tanzanite you've just got as well. Put it with Tanzanite. Oh, what a dream. Well done. If you manage to get that, just pop that ring back on.
Just looking at that, and that's going to go beautifully with the second kit that we've got coming up.
It would, wouldn't it?
We've got like the lovely grey kind of pearls, and the grey and the pinks go beautifully together.
It would, wouldn't it? Look at that kit that's coming up for you. 4 o'clock, that kit's coming up, just 15 minutes. See, that's why I call her a lady. Look at those designs. Fit for a queen, aren't they? Fit for a lady binding. They're beautiful. Coming up for you in about 15 minutes time in your masterclass. How about some chain? Look at all of this. Final 13 chances. This is going to be on and gone. This is one of the most popular, and do you know why? It's the colour that you have here. This is beautiful. It's a really soft tone of your rose gold that you've got here. 10 metres in total. 10 metres is a lot of chain, and actually it opens up a whole new world to design, doesn't it? Because it doesn't just have to be your kind of bracelets and your necklace designs. It could be, you know, your body chain. It could be embellishing handbags and clutch bags. It could be embellishing shoes as well. There's just so much chain to work with there. You could do everything with it. You've got 10 metres in total. Your links here are your round links. So this is your Rolo chain. You've got 3.5mm in size. Great for attaching anything to, again, because those links are so sizable. So it could be a little lobster claw fastening, bolt ring fastening that you just pop in there. One of your head pins, some thicker gauges of wire you could get in there as well. Attach those gemstones. You could have a lovely charm bracelet, couldn't you? £1 a metre. £1 a metre.
Can I say something?
No.
Good.
You can really,
I know it says rose gold, but that looks to me like champagne gold.
Doesn't it?
I'm just thinking again, I'm going back to that first kit with the champagne wire. It's very hard to find the right gold to complement that wire, but I think that would be ideal for that.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Because otherwise you get quite a yellowy gold, don't you?
Yeah, it's a real toned down rose gold, isn't it? Like you say, it's like a champagne rose gold. It's beautiful, and I think that's why it's been so popular as well. At £1 a metre, it is a no-brainer. This is about to sell out. EIPO21 is your code for this. 0800 644 655. Well done if you've managed to get that. I've got a fantastic strand coming up for you now. I've had my eyes on this for quite a while. It has been pinging. Oh my gosh, look at the length. Oh, right. Do you know what? I'm going to get out the shadow hand. Oh, look at those greens and those blues. Wow. Ethiopian opal. This is a 38 centimetre strand. That is a long strand of opal. I think normally when we have opal, we might be looking at kind of 15 centimetres at tops,
like
I think.
The sort of like the old gems of distinction kind of length strands.
Definitely. This is a really long strand. I'm actually going to double this up for you. Look at that colour. Oh my, do you know what? Now I've done this, I can see so many reds coming through there. Screen is not doing this justice at all. Can I just pop this on the blackboard, Wes? See if that helps there, because the colour is fantastic. Now, quite often in the studio lights wash out play of colour in opals. They're famous for that, those flaming lights. But when you get it home, you're going to be absolutely blown away. There are so many reds that I can see in this strand. Your Ethiopian, look at the greens. Wow, these are spectacular. You've got 22 carats of your Ethiopian opal there, 2x1 to 4x2 millimetres in size, and that is a 38 centimetre strand. Now, for me personally, and this is just me personally, it's one of those gemstones that I can't put with anything else, as a gemstones. I think it's very, very standalone gemstone. Having said that, if you do put it with perhaps your green gemstones, it helps bring out those greens. It helps pop those greens, if you like, make them ping, doesn't it? Yeah. And then if you put your red gemstones, it does the same as well. Yeah. Is there any particular gemstone that you tend to put it with, Laura, or is
No, I tend to keep it together, or I've put it with sterling silver spacer beads before. So if I want to add something to break it up or change it a little bit, then I would add sort of plain metal beads, like sterling silver, say.
Yeah. That's for me. I just think it's such a standalone gemstone. It does lend itself beautifully to earrings, because as it moves, you see, as the light catches it, you can see how that colour dances around the gemstone. The only trouble is if you've got this in your ears, you can't see it, can you?
You could do a channel set ring now, like the one that you're wearing.
You're not going to let it go, are you?
No, but the smaller ones at the end, again, they're going to go in that ring perfectly.
They would, wouldn't they? They're the perfect size, and they would. Again, of course, you're going to get movement as you move your hand, aren't you? Obviously, they'll look beautiful. It's such a high-end gemstone, and again, something that commands huge prices elsewhere. We've been struggling to get this one as well. I tell you, it's been a right struggle lately getting these gemstones. 0800 644 655 GLUD 46 is your code. 0800 644 655 £49.95 for you this afternoon. That is already fantastic, isn't it? For 22 carats as well. It's a huge carat weight. That is enough in that strand to make an entire suite. You could go bracelet, you could go... In fact, Laura, you've got one of the bracelets on. Popcorn bracelet, is it?
Yeah.
From the other day, voted product of the year. And you've just got a small section of aquamarine, I think.
No, it's blue topaz.
Oh, how lucky. Oh no. See? Lady Laura. Yeah, so you could do something like that, couldn't you? Something very, very similar. Just take a small section of your Ethiopian opals. If you've got any of the popcorn chains or any of the bracelet chains that we've had, that's a perfect size, perfect shape for doing that with as well. 22 carats in total. GLUD 46 is your code for that one. 30-day money-back guarantee. I promise you that when you get this home and you take it out of that packaging and you look at the colours in this strand, you will not be sending this back at all. It's phenomenal, and there's just so much there as well. Well done if you checked out. If you haven't, as quickly as you can. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, what's occurring? I do know where this is going on price, and I tell you for why. It jumped out at me, and I thought, oh, there's a mistake there. So I went onto our system just to double check Danny hadn't got it wrong. He's only got it right. Oh, your postage, £2.95. £2.95. My days. Your orange rainbow coated shell plain rounds, summer stretches, oh, holiday. I'm there already. They are perfect for that. 8mm round, I think, is the perfect size for a stretchy. It really is. And these gemstones are stunning. Can you see how the light catches the gemstone there? You've almost got like a chatoyancy coming from your shell there. They're so pretty. £2.95. I would be multi-buying, Laura.
Oh, definitely. It's fun, isn't it? And again, you could make like a bubble style necklace where you just pop a load onto the head pins, add it to some chain, and that's really, again, stretchy bracelet and a pair of earrings. You've got a lovely set.
School craft fairs in the summer. Oh, they'd be perfect for that. Oh, now you're coming in. £2.95 collected in Buckinghamshire, Sheila in Cambridgeshire, Carol in Leicestershire, well done Nanetta, you're there collected in the Outer Hebrides, Kay, Christina, well done Samantha, Sonia, Rosemary. That's amazing value. That's a genuine, I mean, costume jewellery. Costume jewellery, how much does that cost? It's genuine. Right, sorry Danny, I did kind of hear you, but not properly. Amazing. Look at these. Wow, look at the blue. Maldives, Barbados. Where are you, Laura?
I think the only place I've been is Cos, so I'm going to go to Cos.
Oh, it's good. I like Cos. Yeah, I went there last year. It was good, nice. Cos, warm sea there. Tell you, really warm sea. Yeah, just you got heat stroke in Cos, did you, Wes?
I got
I remember you told me actually. Yeah,
in Tenerife.
Be careful. Goodness me. Wear sunscreen, hydrate yourself, stay out of the sun between 11 and 3.
13 as well. It's with my dad, clearly not responsible.
Goodness me. Memories. Maybe I won't talk about holidays again when I do a sky blue opal. 50 carats you've got in total here. It is that hue, isn't it? It kind of takes you out to that far away place. White sand, clear seas, tropical fish. I love it. 4x2 to 6x2mm in your faceted rondelles here. I think going forward, kind of spring, summer, and as crafters, we have to think forwards, you know, to every event that's coming up. So, you know, you're always planning ahead. This will be perfect. White linen trousers. Won't be long, I tell you. You see, are you 36, 0800, 644, 655, 30 centimetre strand? Oh, record low. Record low. £5.95. That's ridiculously low, isn't it?
Well, you know, we had that copper 0.6 wire. You could Viking knit and then put the opal inside. So do quite an open Viking knit.
Yeah.
Put the opal inside so it would really pop and shine.
Wow.
And you could have that as a lovely necklace. And again, that would go through the seasons, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
For any occasion that might be coming up.
It would, absolutely, for any occasion. And it works with so many different colours as well, doesn't it? You know, all of the pastel opals that we've had, the Peruvian pinks and the greens.
Morganite.
Put it with the morganite, the tanzanite as well. Any of those. I mean, look,
that's like a perfect bundle, isn't it?
Oh, wow. That just looks incredible, doesn't it? I know, I know. 50 carats you've got there at £5.90. It just doesn't make sense. If you've not dialed yet, you can do it now. 0800 644 655. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you possibly can for that one. There's no limit to how many you buy, you know. If you want to come in and get a few of those, that is exactly what I would be doing. Ooh. Right. Tanzanite rounds, we've still got some left. Don't know how. Oh my gosh. Should have been £49.95. £20 discount because you are lucky enough to be watching live today. You've got £20 back in your pocket. AA grade. That is just phenomenal. I think this one was £1.19 a carat. How are you getting on with your research, Laura? Found anything yet?
Not quite.
No.
I'll keep looking.
She can keep looking. Not found anything that compares to this yet. CXGZ38 is your code for this one. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you can for that. It's absolutely beautiful. Coming up for you after the break, it's your masterclass. I've got the second kit, which is just stunning as well. So do make sure you stick around for that. The jewellery pieces that Laura has made, that's what puts the lady into Laura, let me tell you. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time for more deals and your second kit with your masterclass.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund. Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. We're live every day from 8 AM to 11 PM. There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the home page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Amethyst amethyst is a gem which you can get in so many different colours, so many different shades, so many different clarities, and at Jewellery Maker we're lucky enough to have pretty much every single imaginable example of amethyst, whether it's natural Coloma Mine Zambian amethyst or whether it's going to be really highly prized lavender amethyst. And it's a gemstone which people have heard of. It's a household name. It's a gemstone with so much heritage, and it's worn by people of all ages, from all classes of society, and it's a fantastic gem to own.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, it is time for Masterclass and the second kit of the day. The first kit was incredible, so if you missed out on that one, oh, you smell lovely. She's just put a Lady Laura's just popped her perfume on again.
Well, you know, my name.
If you missed out on the first kit, get yourself onto the website because it is still available as well, www.jewellerymaker.com. Always go back and have a look in case you've missed anything out. There's nothing worse than missing out on those deals, is there? Second kit today. I mean, we've put most of our strands with the first kit or the second kit, haven't we? You know, most of them have worked. All the Tanzanite that we've had, the Morganite that we've had as well. This for me is a really, really high-end strand. The quality of the gemstones that you've got here is exceptional. Look at these pearls. They are an absolute dream. These are gorgeous. You've got your white pearls and you've got your silver pearls. I love those. I love the size of those as well.
Yeah, they're lovely.
Aren't they pretty? Now, they're a great size for embellishing, but actually, do you know what? I think these would look great just knotted. Just because of that delicate size, just knotted, 95 sterling silver clasp. My word, they are beautiful. And think of all the different coloured pearls that you've already got in your stash at home. The peacock, you know, you put some peacock culture pearls in there as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Goodness, they'd look phenomenal. They really, really would. What size are these ones, Danny? Just going to double check the size of those for you, and the white ones as well. They are both just beautiful. Silver, 4x4. What was the first one again? 4x4.5. Right, 4.5 by 4, brilliant. And the white ones, 8 by 5, thank you, lovely. So they are really, really solid. Both a great size, actually. Whether you want to embellish with the silver and use the white ones as your main focal point, your main feature, or just, I'd love to see those silver ones just re-stranded, knotted. They look gorgeous. I'm going to have to multi-buy this kit.
See, that's what I was thinking of with the Morganite.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That would look incredible. Maybe we should give you a little challenge. You've got your 2 strands of pearls there. And look, now you had a sneaky peek of these earlier on when I very professionally set one of these Swarovskis into the pinch bail that we had earlier. Look at these. You've got 6 individual Swarovski hearts. Oh, and do you know what I love about these? I love the fact that the 2 sides of the Swarovski heart are cut in a different way. So this one is like, you've been let in, you're having a good look around in there. It's just absolutely stunning. You've got lots and lots of brilliance, flawless clarity. And then if I turn that round, on the other side, look at that colour. You can see that AB coating there. The AB stands for Aurora Borealis because you've got all those spectacular, spectacular colours in there. So I love the way that all of the Swarovski pendants like this are always cut in that way. So you've got those 2 sides that just look beautiful. The thing with Swarovski, and I know I've said this before, that when we launched it here at Jewellery Maker, I was very much on the fence, having come from the umbrella of the Genuine Gemstone Company. So I was a little bit worried, and I didn't really know how to take it. But then I just looked at all of the beautiful samples that we had, the different colours, the different shapes, different sizes, and thought, do you know what? It doesn't take anything away from genuine gemstones. It only adds, it only brings to genuine gemstones, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They are beautiful. You've got 6 of your Swarovski hearts there, and look at all of these bicones. 48 pieces, and they are your 6mm rounds. And I've got to be honest with you, second thing I thought about with Swarovski was, oh gosh, I mean, it's going to be expensive, isn't it? Because we're outsourcing it, you know, it's going to be pricey. How wrong was I? I don't know how we do it. I actually don't know how we managed to do it with the Swarovski. So you've got 48 your bicone beads, you've got your hearts there. Oh, look at this wire. The pearl. Oh, see, I didn't know it was a pearl coloured wire. This pearl coloured wire has gone down an absolute storm. That matte finish gives you such a high-end look, doesn't it?
It almost makes it look like an ivory type of wire.
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's beautiful, and I've worked with it once before, but I've not had it so exposed, if that makes sense. I've had like a finer weaving one that's covered a lot of it, but to be able to use it and to see.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love, and I tell you, we've had so many rave reviews about the pearl coloured wire as well. Whenever I've had any opportunity to bring it to you, whether it be in a kit or whether it be by itself, they've gone very, very quickly. So do come in nice and early for this kit. So you've got your 0.8mm gauge and your 1mm gauge, 10 metres of each of those. You've then got 100 metres of your 0.25mm gauge, and that's your silver plated round wire that you've got there as well. So that's actually really nice to see those together, because you've got that little bit of lustre in with the silver coloured wire as well. And 100 metres. And for any of you that are wire workers, you'll know that 0.25, you need a lot of it. So to have 100 metres is fantastic. KPGC57 is your code for this kit. Have a look.
So just to say that they're actually chokers, so I can't really display them as well as they're supposed to be. That's why I've got the sort of the model out. So
this is the reason that we call her Lady Laura. I think. Look at these designs. They are beautiful. I mean, how long did that design take you, Laura? Oh, gosh.
Probably about,
I don't know why I bother asking. 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
No, it did actually take me about probably about an hour and a half, because making the structure itself didn't take as long. It was the sort of the added detail.
Yeah.
But now I know what I'm doing with it. Again, it would probably be a bit quicker.
They are just, I mean, look, I love that matte finish. It really makes them look so high end. These pieces are beautiful.
And then you've got the piece obviously on the bust.
And this piece here, which is full of Swarovski as well. Have a look at this one on Dolly, I think she's called.
Is it Gemma? I don't know.
Oh, is it Gemma?
I don't know.
No.
But it's just to show how it's designed to actually sit.
Did you put a picture of yourself on Facebook?
Not
wearing
this time,
these?
no.
Because you normally do, don't you?
Normally,
Like Jarmus, the choker. Lady
Hence
Laura.
the lady.
Just as she rolls.
Yeah, you know, dogs curled up on the blanket in the background, yeah.
They are gorgeous, gorgeous designs. I mean, what about the Swarovski piece? How long did that kind of take you?
That took a while, because that probably took me about a couple of hours, maybe 2-3 hours. Okay. With something like that, I tend to start it and then carry on with something else, because I get fed up. No, I don't. So when it's a repetitive design, I tend to, that's how I handle it, is to put it to one side,
go back,
do something else, and then go back and finish it.
It's not a bad thing, is it, as well? Because kind of doing that as well, I suppose you're going back with a pair of fresh eyes, aren't you? So you might see things a bit differently. And I always say that, don't you? If you're getting frustrated with something, walk away for a bit. And then
just put it to one side, do something a little bit different, and then come back to it, you know, because I wanted to do it as a structural piece, but I did have to handle it the way that I would do it, put it to one side. So overall probably would have took me about sort of 2-3 hours. But it's just a lot of that is when you do designs like this, when you sort of say, you know, the reason I can make a ring in 40 minutes is because I can do it without thinking. I can just sit and see what happens. When you're doing something like this, you have to kind of see what happens. When you go back to do it a second time, it's quicker because you know your plan. But the first time you're planning it, so you're right, well, I don't tend to sort of plan my designs. In my mind, I know where I'm going. So you have to factor that into it. You're designing as you go along.
Okay. Do you know what? You've got to come in and get this kit today. These pieces, I mean, imagine if you've got any special events to go to throughout the year, if you've got a wedding to go to. Oh my God. Can you imagine walking in with that? I tell you what, you have to be careful not to outdo the bride though, wouldn't you? Something like that, I tell you. In fact, they'd make great bridal pieces.
It would make a lovely bridal piece, yeah.
Yeah, Swarovski and pearls there, naturally bridal. £46.15. That should be priced for all of these components individually on the web today. I mean, just have a look. I remember producer Phil saying that a friend of his bought a Swarovski pendant, one of the heart pendants, from that particular shop on the high street. I can't quite remember what he said it was on, maybe some leatherette cord, something like that. She paid something like £70, £80. It was high double figures for one of them. And you know, this is the thing, because when I've gone into a Swarovski store and looked at prices, that's what gave me the idea that actually we wouldn't be able to do it very affordably here. You know, I didn't think we would. But look at that, £27.95. Goodness me, that is ridiculous. That is an £18 saving that you've got there. You've got your pearl coloured wire there as well, which I know is going to go down as some. In fact, both of those reels of pearl coloured wire alone, you know, £27.95 would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Genuine pearls. You know, what would you, if you didn't particularly want to work on this project, again, you don't have to. It's just some inspiration for you and to show you how far the kit would go. But if you didn't want to work on this project, let's just say you restranded your pearls. Whoopsie. I'm just going to lift that, there we go. Let's just say you restranded these pearls, 925 clasp, how much would you sell them for? £50? I'd go minimum 50. I'd have to. I mean, they're genuine pearls, they're the real deal you've got there. Money back and some. It really is a no-brainer. KBGC 57, loads of you coming through for this kit. I knew you would. Just make sure you're checking out straight away. It's not one to hang around. It will sell out very, very quickly at £27.95. Laura, which piece are you going to show us, lovely?
Well, I'm actually going to show you the two at the front because they're basically the same design.
Okay.
And it, you know, is to show how you could take one design and keep it simple.
Yeah.
And then how you can elevate it and play about with the design itself. So what my theme was chokers, hence why there's 3 chokers. So again, I had a little look, and you know, it's coming back into fashion. Is the elastic kind of chokers, you know, in that shape. So I kind of wanted to mimic that shape, but with the wire.
Okay.
So that's why I've done the plain one with just one little heart drop, and then, as I said, the second one is the same frame and embellished. So what I'm going to do is show you a section of that, and then show you just how we embellish it and everything else as well.
Okay.
So for this, just to show you as well, this is the wire that I've got left.
Okay.
Not a lot of the 0.8.
Yeah.
And this is the beads that I've got left, the pearls that I've got left.
Wow.
So you can see what I've got left here. And I've also pre-made some of the flowers for the demonstration. So you can see how much I still have left. So I'm going to use the 0.8 wire because I'm going to be sort of manipulating it. I want it to be quite easy. Now what I'm going to do is, it starts in 2 sections. So I'm going to cut 3 lengths and then I'll cut another 3 lengths. So it's 6 in total, but you do it in 2 halves, okay? The beautiful thing about this wire is it's really soft and easy to use. So it works really well for these types of designs. So what I'm going to do is a section.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to show the whole piece because it's, you know, you don't need to see me doing lots of twirls. So if you wanted to do a choker style length, I think I probably did about
the usual.
About a little bit more than you, about 1.5 meters.
Arm and a torso.
Oh yeah, it's the opposite shoulder. So I had 3 of those because we're going to do lots of sort of shapes with it. So obviously it reduces down. The other good thing about this, can you pass me the plain one, please, Hannah, to show you? The good thing about this design is you can make it adjustable to fit.
Oh, okay.
Because it's wire.
Yeah.
So if it's a little bit too tight, you can simply go along and gently sort of pull the shape out a little bit.
Yeah.
But if it's a little bit too big, you just gently sort of just readjust it. And then you get it to be that exact fit. So it's got a really cool little sort of selling fact because you could say, well, actually, because everyone, like you said, you wear like a smaller style. Of course. So that is then going to fit anybody because you can make it to fit. Yeah. So that's just a little extra feature. So I'll put that one back.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I said, I'm going to just do a sort of a section of this. So I'm just going to cut some wire. That, and I don't want to blind you just yet. I am kind. Yeah, it's probably wise. So 3 of the lengths. Okay. Again, I'll apologise for the oil all over my hand. Just in case you didn't get the apology earlier.
Mechanic by day, Jewellery Maker by night.
So just putting petrol in the car, I don't understand, but there you go. So what I want to do is leave probably about 3 or 4 inches from the end, because if I find I needed that, I can still do a little bit more, but I'm just going to give myself a little bit of wire to sort of work with. And then taking all 3 lengths, keeping them as one. Would a black board be better underneath this?
Yeah.
Try.
Let's see, have we got one?
Just do your little velvety one from down there.
Okay,
please.
Let's see how this works. Thanks, Rai.
Thank you.
Sweet little Rai.
We get us that better? That
Yeah.
better? Yeah. So, keeping them all nice and flat. I'm just going to use my finger just to mind, you might want to step back. Just to create a little loop. Go and have a drink. Go and have a drink from my your acquired can. So, and just keeping them flat. So the distance is probably going to be, it's you know, it's your own sort of preference. If I just measure it, it's probably about 1 inch, yeah. So it's about 1 inch. I don't measure it, but if you wanted to, you can. And you can just see, we're just going to go along and do a whole length of this swirl. So it's just going along, using your fingers and just creating that swirl like that. So I'll do a couple more. And you can see how easy this is. Do you want to have a go just to see how easy it is?
Yeah. Just like random.
Yeah, so keep it flat against your finger.
Yeah.
And then just sort of, that's
like
it,
that.
yeah, and then just turn it. So by keeping it flat against your finger, what you're doing is keeping the wires.
I've just took my thumb off, haven't I? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. But can you see?
It's manageable, isn't
yeah.
it?
And that's 3 lengths.
Wow.
So that's 3 pieces of wire that you were able to just easily sort of manipulate.
That was really easy.
So I actually wanted you to do that to show that it's not me being, you know, used to the wire as such. So as I said, I put my finger, hold it against the pad of your finger. I can use my finger or your thumb and just to twist. And what I'm doing is keeping it flat. Okay, so just to keep that flat. So you just go along like that. Okay. So go the whole length of the choker, and what I would do is check that. You can check it over on yourself, but that's my really fancy way of measuring. Does it go around? Yes. The other way that you can do it is to just, you know, measure it against a ruler to get an idea. Obviously, choker lengths are going to be a little bit different. Well, I tend to aim for them to be about 14, 15 inches. Okay. Because if you have a 16-inch necklace, it sits just here.
Yeah, you want it to
so I kind of thought if you go 14 inches, that's probably going to be about right. Okay. So I'm going to cut another 3 lengths quickly, and the lengths be about the same length again, maybe a little bit longer, because there's a little bit more sort of swirling in this bit. 1, 2, 3. Now what I want to do is just attach this. Now, if when you've done your length you realise actually it needs a few more swirls, you can, because you've allowed it here, come back to this end and add a couple in. So even if you have to go right up to here, it's fine, but then allow a little bit extra in your second set to be the length instead. Yeah. Okay? So if you find actually you've got it just about right, but you haven't got loads of wire on the end, add a few extra inches on the second set of wires. So placing this behind, I have to think this through, because what I want is the wire to go in this direction. Right. Okay, so I'm going to just make sure before I attach it to the set I've already done that it's in the right direction. And I'm just going to, just for now, just wrap that, okay? And then what I'm going to do is pick up my pattern. I'm going to have to step back for this for 2 seconds just to start it. I'm going to sorry.
Not just arm's length.
Just clear the studio. Okay, I'm done. So it's back down to here now. All I've done is just to create a nice little sort of swirl here to go in with the pattern. And what I want is it to go in this direction. Okay. So it almost goes in between. Each of the loops we've previously made.
So nice. Just it is. Yeah. It looks really pretty.
Now what I want to do is lock it. Yeah. So to lock it, same technique, but I'm just going to go either side of the frame.
Okay.
So the frame's in the centre, and then that's going to kind of just lock around, and then you just continue again. Sorry, I know I'm moving my hands out of shot, but I just need to be able to do that.
Okay.
Can you see that
Yeah.
there? So you can see, and all you're going to do is continue that pattern. So I'm just going to hold it up towards me a minute, just because it's going to be a bit tricky. So you'll see how much easier, you can almost sort of rotate it around.
Okay.
It doesn't take long to do this at all. And it doesn't matter which side you go, as long as you lock it.
Right.
So every time I do it, I'm going around that initial wire. Okay, so just quickly go around. Also goes to show it doesn't matter if you don't have to be super neat and tidy.
Yeah.
Over, around, so you get to the end. Do that final one. So every one I've done is I've gone in between.
Yeah.
And then I'm back to this bit here. And again, I'm just going to swirl to get to that direction.
That was so quick.
So that's actually that first one done.
Yeah.
Basically.
Wow.
That is pretty much it. Obviously, you take your time, but even if you've done that, you can still come in and sort of play about with it and neaten it up if you need to, straighten it up. But that's basically your first one done. And then I did put a jump ring on the Swarovski heart.
Yeah.
And I attached it here. So do you want to do the pretty sparkly things?
Do you want to do the pretty sparkly thing? Danny, I've got two sets of crimp covers. I've got gold and silver. Silver for you. Have a look at these 925 sterling silver crimp covers for you here. Now, crimp covers typically used over a crimp tube. So crimp tubes are used at the end of bracelets and necklaces. They will go on your beading thread. They will stop your beads from coming off. They will also grip your beading thread and create a loop there for you so that you can attach a clasp to. So a crimp tube literally looks like a tube, but then what we do is we crimp it, which is another word for squish. And once you've done that, it's not the prettiest of things in your jewellery design. So what we do is we take a crimp cover, which is one of these that look like little Pac-Men. It's a good game, that. I tell you what, I don't make computer games like that anymore, do they? And what we do is we pop them, FIFA. We pop them over the crimp tube, and then you take your crimping pliers. In fact, guest designer Hayley did a great demonstration yesterday, just back to basics, and I showed you how to crimp tube and then pop crimp cover over the top. So you pop that over the top, close it up, and then it becomes a decorative bead basically in your design. So it looks really, really pretty. So you can use them as is intended, but you could just use them as spacer beads if you wanted to as well. 50 pieces in total, and they're 925 solid sterling silver, and with all the silver components that we've had today. Hang on, you told me these were £17.95. No. No, they're not £17.95. They're £9.95. There's 50 there. That could be 25 pieces of jewellery. Typically, if you're just using two, one at each end of a bracelet or necklace design. That's 25 pieces of jewellery. And having, I think we were saying earlier on, weren't we, that, you know, you've got to have all of the components.
Yeah.
If you're making a piece that's 925, you know, you don't just want the toggle clasp, do you? You want the crimp tubes, you want the crimp covers as well, you want the spacer beads in there. You know, there's no point using a little bit, you might as well go the whole hog. ODRF 94, well done if you've managed to get those. 3 mil in size, 50, £9.95. I might have to get those.
And like you say, that finishes off the a pearl necklace or bracelet that you've put on beading thread. You put your crimp bead on, you put the cover on, and it looks high end, it looks finished. And sometimes we do the finding packs without crimp covers.
Yeah.
So I've had a couple of pieces where I've had the crimps, the crimp beads themselves, but I haven't been able, I like having the crimp covers on all my pieces personally.
Yeah.
And I haven't been able to do that within the constraints of the kit, so that enables you, if you've got that in your stock, in stash, that you can just add it on.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm fine until
Have a look at this. Is this wow, do you know what? I don't think I've ever brought you the flat wire. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to bring you the flat wire before. 1 metre in total. Now, do you know what this is absolutely fantastic for? If you are working with your silver clay and you want to bezel set, you're going to need this. That's what you're going to need to bezel set your gemstones. It is fantastic. It really, really is. Hayley Krug was here yesterday. Tracy Spurgeon was here a couple of weeks ago, and she showed us the bezel setting with a ring and a gemstone and some of the flat wire here. And do you know what? It just, the way it finishes the pieces off is just brilliant. It really is. So your flat wire, the thickness you've got there as well, at 3 millimetres in thickness. That's a great, you know, for those smaller cabochons that you've got. Well, how about those morganites?
Oh, it's going to look beautiful. You could just edge it, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could just pop that around your morganite, one of your morganite marquises, give it a little burnish, and then it would just look incredible, wouldn't it? £12 and 95. That's a metre. I'm just going to move close to you, Laura, because my microphone has just gone.
You want to be my friend now?
It's good to put perfume on. £12 and 95 pence, FAUD 41. I'm going to let you carry on with the demo and stop you from feeling so uncomfortable. And charge my batteries. Over to you.
Right, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk about how I sort of finish this design off. So if you're just going to keep this plain, or even if you're not going to keep this plain, you still have 6 wires on the end of each, on either side, that you have to then get rid of and blend into the design. So what I've done is I've just taken them, done a nice decorative swirl here, and then I've got the wires just wrapped around. So ideally, the wires that are being wrapped around need to be longer, because these need to be long enough to be able to add, make into a loop or add a jump ring in some way, because this is going to be your connecting section. So what I'm going to do is just wrap these wires around nice and securely, and I've still got one that's slightly longer than the other two. So what I'm going to do with that is cut the 2 shorter wires to the front. The reason I'm cutting them to the front is that I can cover them with a spiral. So again, it's taking away any potential scratchiness. Yeah. Because these types of designs, they're going to be close to your skin. Because obviously, being a choker, it's going to hug your neck in effect.
You're going to choke you.
So you want to make sure that any potential sharp edges are at the front and taken care of. Yeah. So I've got sort of 4 wires here that I need to get rid of. So, and I would say, even if you are going to do the next version, which we will do now, I would still finish it first. Yeah. So, you know, get that done and out of the way, and then you can then work on your embellishing, and then if you add any extra wires in, you've already got things to cover, so you haven't got to worry about blending it in. Okay, brilliant. Okay? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is look at these wires here and think, right, okay, well this one here is going to be perfect to make a wrapped loop. Okay, so as I said, my bell making pliers have gone walkies. I've got next size down, so I'm just going to place these in. So the ones that we had on earlier for like $4.95 would be perfect, because they're a nice.
Should have got them, shouldn't you?
Oh, it was here. It was a little bit tricky. So if there's any left, I will go and get some. So you can see it gives you a nice loop. And again, if you get the next size up, it's going to just give you a bit of a bigger loop, which is great if you want it to go directly as a clasp. Okay. If you want it to be where you're going to connect the hook from, then you can maybe make it a bit smaller. And again, to make that decision, look at the wires on each end and see which one. See, look at these ones, they're slightly longer. Yeah. So I might be better off making this the one to put the hook onto, and this the one for the hook, the loop. If that makes sense. Yeah. So popping that in, I'm going to just do a wrap loop. So move all these wires out of the way and just wrap it. Use your pliers if you want, because you want to make sure it's secure. Because again, it's function, so you want to make sure that it's not going to come undone. Okay, so that's wrapped. Cut that wire. And now we've just got these 3 to get rid of. So, bring them together. And again, exactly as we just did, swirl them so that it's instantly gone over those 2 wires that we cut. Wrap 2 of these away. Because finishing is often something that I think people struggle with. Yeah. Especially when you've got a design like this where you have got 6 wires you have got to get rid of. So it's worth taking that time to make sure they are all gone properly. So there's that. And then what I would then do is take my round nose pliers and then maybe just do an additional little spiral that I can place here and out of the way. So that's one end, one side finished, and you can see there's no sharp edges. So if you turn it around, there are no cut edges on this side. They're only on this side, and they are covered and hidden by the swirls. Okay, so that makes it a really nice, and again, just fill the piece to make sure there's no sharp edges.
Okay.
So what I'm then going to, so as I said, if you wanted to just do the plain choker type piece, what I would do is form it around and then find what would be the centre.
Yeah.
Attach a jump ring straight onto your Swarovski heart and drop it from there, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
So to add the decoration, I'm going to make a couple of flowers out of the 0.25 and the pearls. Yeah, and they're going to sit and place inside these sort of little loops that we've made. So this is where it becomes sort of like a really nice framework as well. With, again, you can adjust it a little bit.
Yeah.
So to do that, I'm going to take my 0.25 wire. Now, I'm going to take quite a long length because I want to use the sort of the tail ends of this to help stitch it and add other features to my design.
Okay.
So I've probably got about 1 metre. It's a little bit springy. It's fine, it's just not playing the game. So what I want to do is take one of the silver sort of grey pearls. Now what I want to do is I'm with 0.25, I've mentioned this earlier, is that it's it is the weakest of the wires as such. Not weak, but brilliant for close weaving. Yeah. But obviously on its own it hasn't got a lot of strength, so you need to double it up. Okay. The beauty of these pearls and all these stones is that you can put 2 lengths of 0.25 in. So what I'm going to do is bring the 2 ends together of this wire, pop it through. Okay. So then I can start treating the 2 wires like one. Right. Basically, what I'm doing is giving myself as much strength as I can within these sort of pearls to make sure that it's nice and stable. So I've got a little loop here, which you can just about see. So what I'm going to do is take the ends of the wire, feed them through, and then sort of just bring that all together and push that like that. So basically that's locked that pearl, and it's giving me the 2 wires to then create the petals with. Okay, so they're there. So that's just been done like this. So take one of the white pearls, pop it on. Now because these are kind of top drilled in effect, what I'm going to do is just fold this over, give myself probably about 1/2 centimetre, centimetres distance, and then just twist. Now everything that I'm doing is with double wires, so this wire is 2.25 wires together to make sure that everything I'm doing has got as much strength as it can have. I need it to be nice and stable. So I'm just going to pop on another one. I'll just show one quickly and then I can... So place the pearl on here, fold it back over. So all you're going to do is keep repeating that and then sort of also going around the wires just to give a bit more strength, okay? So I'll do the other sort of couple of petals, which are...
Okay, fantastic. I'll bring you these featherweight head pins. These ones are the rose gold plated. It's been ages since I've had these. Had the silver early on today. We've seen the rose gold recently. I can't remember the last time I saw the rose gold ones. 925 sterling silver as a base metal is fantastic because gold, as many of you will know already, or have probably heard me say before, that gold is actually a very, very soft, precious metal. So when it comes to very fine, delicate components like this, I mean, you could rely on your gold, you could, but it's just very, very soft. I need that core, I want that core, that strength, that durability. So 925 is certainly going to give it to you. You've got 100 pieces in total there as well that have been rose gold finished beautifully. Rose gold very much on trend at the moment as well, not just in your ladies' pieces of jewellery but in your gents' pieces. It's been the colour for a couple of years, hasn't it? I think
definitely.
It's just so popular. It's got such a warming hue to it. It's the presence of copper in the gold that gives us that hue there, that complements. Imagine these with the morganite, you know, rose gold and morganite. Any of your pink gemstones, your purple gemstones, like your amethyst as well. It looks fantastic with. Get these home today. If you got the silver, I get the gold. $12.95. Brilliant price tag. NZWI. Well, these are gold plated. How have we gone lower? Any particular reason? Didn't even hear what I said. Did you? No particular reason. He's blaming Wes. It's your fault, Wes. £11.90, so lower than the 925 sterling silver, but they're gold plated. That makes no sense whatsoever, does it? 0800 644 655 or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Massive congratulations if you managed to get them. And do you know what? I've got multi-buyers on these as well. An essential. That's what they are. They are. You can't see the pearls in this kit. I mean, you've got 2 of your 0.5 through the silver, but I don't think you could get a normal head pin through those silver ones, could you?
Not a normal one, no. But you
so
could definitely.
You found the right head pin.
Perfect.
They're perfect. So any kind of pearls that have smaller drill holes on them, your gems of distinction, your tiny seed beads, you need to have them. You really, really do. They're perfect to go with that kit, actually. Loads of you there. Well done if you've got them either in box. Your collector, Lynn, Hilda, Helen, well done, Morag, Sally, and Lady V, all there as well. Well done if you got those. Do you want this back?
No, I don't mind. You can keep it. Okay.
Right. Did you say wire, Danny? Turquoise.
Oh, that's lovely.
0.4 as well. Beautiful. Imagine mixing this in with all your other wires, like your gold or your copper.
Yeah, definitely. It looks beautiful with the copper.
Oh my gosh, it looked beautiful, wouldn't it? So 0.4 is generally a weaving wire, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But also it would be lovely incorporated into this design because it would add that pop of colour.
Yeah.
And you could do all of this, like the twisting and tiara twists and stuff like that.
That would look really pretty, wouldn't it? Really pretty. So yeah, great for doing your tiara twisting with as well. You've got 100 metres. Wow, 100 metres in total there. IOJM19. So maybe if you perhaps you're new to jewellery making again, like 100 metres of your 0.4 to practice weaves with again.
Yeah, but also for your Viking knitting, for your rosary links, you know, macrame, anything like that. I've just done a project for magazine for spring, and the theme is spring, and I've used the pink wires in for the weaving and the and the soft greens. So again, that's that lovely kind of you don't need to use a lot, but you just add a little tiny bit. It just has that little pop of colour in a different way, rather than, you know, if you want to do a little leaf and have a little sort of turquoise leaf, you could do it.
Sculpture type pieces and your ornamental type pieces as well, if you want to inject that colour into your designs. Perfect. That colour's beautiful, and going forward into spring and summer as well. Well done if you've managed to check these out already. IOJM19, £14.95 for you. That works out to... It's not £1.49 a metre, is it? It's 15 pence a metre. It does. That would seem right, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would sound all right if you said £1.49 a metre, but it's not. It's 15 pence a metre, isn't it? A metre. So again, if you're brand new to wire work, want to give it a go, it's the perfect opportunity. I mean, 100 metres. By the time you get to the end of that, you're going to be an expert, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
£6.95. 6 pence a metre. 7 pence. Well, it's really 6 because it's 6.9, isn't it? You know, it's actually we don't do point pennies anymore. So it's going to have to be 6. IOJM19. Apparently they're getting rid of the penny.
Getting rid of the pound, I heard.
Yeah. Well, the pound's being replaced with a hexagonal coin, isn't it?
But is it still going to be a pound?
Yeah. But the penny, they're getting rid of.
But that's like the 50p's, isn't it? They used to be massive. And every now and again.
The 5p's.
Yeah, the 5p's.
Now, you can't find them.
The 10p's
get rid of them
when we were young.
Yeah.
Those many moons ago.
Back in the days when we were hanging around the local park in our shell suits.
Ankle boots. Or ankle trainers.
In fact, I had this colour in my shell suit.
my shell suit was that kind of colour and the purple, I think, like mixed.
Pink, green and turquoise.
Yeah.
That was mine.
We were classy.
So cool. I did. So Lou.
The sad thing is, that was it. You did look cool if you had a shell suit.
I actually did. What are your youth memories? You know, Laura and I with the shell suit.
Yeah,
60777. Start your message with the word JM Studio or money
and
again.
Ankle trainers.
Ankle trainers. Oh my gosh, with the huge tongue sticking out.
Yes, and I went walking with the dogs and a bee fell in mine and stung my ankle.
Because you had such a big gap.
Yeah, because I was cool.
Tell you, now you've all your trainers, you know, you didn't even do them up.
Yeah, still don't, but there you go. Anyway, so this also works for like a bracelet form as well, if you wanted to make like a delicate bracelet, would work as well. So I've done a couple of these now. So I've kept the tails, as I said, and what I wanted to do was, you know, you can do the decoration all the way down the side if you want, but for me, I didn't really feel there was much point in hiding all of this work that you've done with the wire, with a load of sort of decoration and flowers. So I wanted to keep the side to be decorative and then sort of go about just where it's going to come to the curve of your neck, to the front of your neck. So I'm going to place one of these flowers, and again, I'm just going to find one of the sort of the loops, feed both the wires through.
Okay.
And then attach. So again, I want to really make sure I've got strength in this. So I'm still going to weave and sort of go around each of those pearls and really lock it into place.
Yeah.
And then push it through. Now I say push it through because it's easier to grab it and rather than trying to find the end and feed it through. So do this a couple of times until you're happy. And then what you can do is in this little groove here, show it from this angle. The only thing is it does curl up as you're working with this. This little groove here, take one of the Swarovski crystals, place it on. Oh, it's gone cool. That can happen.
It's gone off wonk.
A little bit off wonk. That's a real word, you know that, right?
Wow, yeah.
Well,
yeah. It's two real words made up into a lower binding word.
I still think it's real.
Off wonk. Well, yeah, I get it. It's not a word that I'd have to say, what does that mean? I get it.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I've just placed the crystal, the Swarovski crystal, to sit in that section there.
Yeah.
Now again, stabilising and added strength, because I think it's Kleshner often says about the fact that it is, at the end of the day, it's lead crystal, and so it's very sharp and it can cut.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is give as much strength and stability. So what I'm going to do is bring those two wires back up again. So these drill hole on these Swarovskis are really good. Bring that back through, and what I'm doing is just to stop this wire from sort of getting caught up, untangled, just keep it into a loop and just bring that through, and you can see that that's locked into place then. And then on this section here, I'm going to do another sort of little pearl flower decoration, but I'm actually going to do it with the tail wires.
Okay.
So again, it's sort of like taking your white pearls, I won't do a whole one, I'll just do sort of half, and feeding both those wires through. Sorry, it's in problem. There we go. And then again, same sort of theory. Hold the two ends together, twist, and then just wrap it around the frame, and then add your next one. So you can actually keep building it around there.
Okay.
Or any just little sprays if you want. You don't have to sort of do anything too complex. When you get to the centre part, what you want to do is make sure you've got 3 of these drops as the centre.
Yeah.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. And again, this is something I said about the planning. It may be that looking at it, you might think, well, actually, these 3 here are better. So it might mean that you might have to turn your design around. So you'd have to be happy with the layout of the design. But what I want to do now is to sort of make the drops, and they are all part of the design.
Yeah.
Now, if you had head pins, as we have had, I probably would replace this section with head pins.
Right.
If I'm completely honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Just because of additional strength. But you can do it with the 0.25 wire. So I'm going to just bring the wire. Actually, no, I used a new piece. So that's that one section there.
Okay.
Then what I would do is take my 0.25 wire, cut again a length, same way that we did with the flower, with the pearl. Take one of the Swarovski hearts, and what I want is to feed the two ends through what will be the front. Okay, so that I get that little... It's not playing the game with me today, is it? It's because it's warm. I blame you. There we go. So you get that little loop at the front. And again, exactly the same. Feed that wire through one, then two, and then bring that together. Sort of work with that, so it's going to go like that. And then you're just going to feed your stones on as a design. So you're going to put, I think I put a pearl, Swarovski crystal, and then another pearl, and then in the centre drop I made it a little bit longer by adding a couple of extra pearls, so just so it dropped down a little bit further. And so I won't put them all on, but you can see. So you would do your drop like this. Okay. So then you would attach it directly to the point that you want it to go in.
Yeah.
This is something that is easier to do when you're sort of at home working, because you can sort of hold it in front of you, not trying to sort of show onto a monitor. So then I'm going to wrap that wire around to make a wrap loop.
Okay.
So it's like that. Okay, and that's going to be attached then. Then what I wanted to do is just take the wire back up and through. Add a stone. And then what we're going to do to add a bit of security for this, feed both the wires on. Okay, and what I want that to do is to sit again inside that sort of little loop that we made. Okay.
Oh, and in case this, she's like, ladies, Fleur, do you think this would work with silk wire? Oh, and in case this. And in case this, you're a regular viewer. Yeah, Ryan, go find Fleur here.
It's because we've
What
got
do you think, Laura?
Well,
It's the hair.
it's the hair.
It's the hair and the
It's the hair.
height. That's what it is.
Height.
Yeah.
It's the hair, and she's gone lilac now.
Yeah, she has actually.
But then I've
hasn't
added
she?
blonde, so I haven't helped
Yeah.
myself, have I? So yeah, it's always going to happen.
I can't keep up with both of you with your hair, I tell you. Could you do it? My name is Laura. Do you think this could be done with silk wire?
I can't see why not.
Yeah.
I would just be sure that it could lock into shape, because I know that silk wire, because of the coating,
Yeah.
doesn't always hold together like this. So it
Yeah.
may be that you may need to take an additional wire and just add a little bit of security in the loops. But I'd definitely
Right.
give it a go. Can't see why not.
You could.
So what I've done here is I've got the stone sat in here. Now to support this stone, what I'm going to do is just take my 0.25 wire and wrap almost like a nest around the stone. Okay, so that's actually going to sort of support the stone like that. And then you would just blend this down into the design, add stones if you want to, and keep that going. So the final bit that I'm going to show you is how, once you've done all of your design and you're happy with all of the placements of all of the sort of the detail, what I'm going to do is take the 1 mil wire, and what I'm going to do is work from side to side. So I'm actually going to do one side and then take an additional piece and do the second side, okay? Because you do use quite a lot of this wire up, because you're going to be going around and adding detail and strength to the design. So again, I'm going to take about 1 metre. I'm going to do a spiral, so I'm going to place my pliers here and just doing a little spiral just with my pliers, okay? And what I'm going to do is place that. This is where I said earlier about having all of this work ready to go, so you know that you haven't got to sort of finish off around this. And then you can place this into the design. And then what we're going to do is kind of, if you've got any sections like this where there's a little bit of a sort of a jump, you can take your wire and again just sort of put, mind yourself, a swirl to kind of just blend that design in. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of go around and just add that additional detail. So what I'm doing is just sort of giving it a bit more strength. And what I want to do is get this all the way to the decoration. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. And then when I get here, again, it's just about, I'm going to cut these ends because they're getting a little bit in the way. There we go. So what I wanted to do again is to take away the fact that these could be vulnerable because they are on a slightly finer wire. So what I would do is just go around and sort of just give it a sort of a base support. Do a little spiral, little swirl so it blends into the design. You could go around that crystal if you wanted to, the Swarovski crystal. If you're going to do that, you need to lock that into place by just bringing it around. And then you would just continue that around until you got to the centre. Obviously you would have done all your drops, you would have done all your decorations, so this wire is going to reduce a lot quicker because it would have gone around all of this. So when you get to the centre, what you can then do is obviously cut it or wherever the finish is. Give it a sort of a spiral. And then that would blend in. And then afterwards you do the same on the other side. And what I would then do is take an additional piece of 0.25 and just stitch a couple more pearls just in amongst the design there, just to make that a feature. But that would also stitch that and the other end down and secure it all together. To make the clasp pretty much how we did earlier. I've done a decorative one on this one, but just to show you how to do a plain one is just going to be a little tiny loop.
Bell making pliers.
Bell making pliers. Bring it around. But what I've done just to blend it into the design a little bit is a couple of swirls here, so that it blends into the design rather than being just a plain clasp. And then take your wire, pop it on, and sort of just make a wrap loop or sort of finish it as you would like to, sort of wrap it around there or do a little spiral again. But that's basically how you get the complete piece.
Wow, that's gorgeous. That's fantastic. And again, no right or wrong, is there? Because it's such an organic design.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. And you can build it up if you want to. But even though it's got all this detail to it, it's not really sort of uncomfortable. It's still got almost like an elasticity to it, so it's got that feel to it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And now you'll have to try it with the silk wire as well, see how you get on with that one. I'm going to bring back the turquoise wire next to the fuchsia because they look fabulous together, don't they? Look at that for colour, just exquisite. We've seen so many beautiful designs, haven't we, over the years here at Jewellery Maker. You know, Laura's made some incredible pieces, you know, more ornamental, like we've seen Alison Terry make ornamental pieces and flowers and bouquets and decorated baubles and all of that. And this is where your coloured wires really do come into their own. They're fantastic for things like that, especially flowers, and especially summer coming up as well. That pop of colour will be fabulous. 100 metres of your fuchsia wire you've got there, your 0.4mm gauge, so again, perfect for weaving with, but having this much, great practice wire, I think, especially at the kind of price tag that we're going down to. So get it home, have a practice. We've already bought you some wire today. We bought you, we had 0.6mm.
Copper, antique bronze, and we've had
0.8.
Yeah, 0.8 in the gold and copper.
Well done. Gosh, memory lady. So get yourself along to the web, get yourself a couple of different gauges and have a practice with them. We've done it again, haven't we? £6.95 for 100 metres, 6.9 pence, 6 pence. Danny wants to round it up to 7. Either way, it's just pennies, isn't it? 0800 644 655 EMJM89 is your code for this one. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you possibly can for those. They are fantastic. We've got some black jump rings for you. Chain mailers. Ooh, 6mm. 6mm jump rings you've got here. Now these are really, really versatile size because, you know, whatever size gemstone you're using, so your big kind of 14mm gemstone, It could be a smaller, you know, I don't know, 6mm gemstones that you're using. You could just pop 2 of those on the end of your design, typically 2 at the end of each design, or maybe even 1 in some circumstances, depends what you've got at the end, doesn't it? So that's a lot of pieces of jewellery with 250 jump rings there. Or if you are a chain mailer, brilliant, because 250 is going to make you a substantial piece of jewellery, isn't it? And this colour as well, great with all your gemstones, different coloured threading materials and findings. And also gents pieces, that's great, isn't it? But how about mixing them up? So how about some gold jump rings? Black and gold together always looks very, very classy, doesn't it? KYPO61 is your code for these. Taking them down, bargain town. Yeah, £4.90, £4.95. That's ridiculous.
Like you say, if you're going to do like the Byzantine weave, which to me is one of the easier ones to learn, but also a very unisex type of bracelet. I've made my husband a bracelet in.
Have you?
Yeah. I had aluminium jump rings,
right?
So they were kind of a gunmetal grey. This was a few years ago, but to me, again, that's got that lovely tone to be able to be used either way, either sort of for, you know, gentleman or female.
Definitely, and 250, you could do that bracelet design with 250
easily,
as well,
yeah,
couldn't
definitely.
you? Easily, and have some left over. £4.95, I tell you, that's brilliant, brilliant value. Top up your stash today. Not only chain mailers, but just to have the variety of colour in your stash as well. And you know, if you're doing any kind of steampunk pieces, or you want to go for something a little bit more wacky, you know, perhaps your black and your gold, or your black and your silver and your gents pieces, again, it's just versatility. It's having all of that in your stash. KYPO61, well done if you've managed to get those. Coming up for you after the break, I've got the deal of the day for you. And I've got lots more treats. Got another hour with you, so don't go anywhere, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Coming soon, the Sewing Quarter, the UK's first shopping channel dedicated to sewing and quilting. We will have all the things you love to sew, including clothes, quilts, bags, toys, cushions, and much, much more. We're really excited about our launch, and we can't wait to share it with you. So head over to our website, sign up, get a free pattern, and get all the news on our launch of the Sewing Quarter.
So tune into the Sewing Quarter on Channel 78.
Morganite was first discovered in California in the early 20th century. News spread quickly, and it became of special interest to George Frederick Kunz, a well-known and respected gemologist and gem collector from New York. In 1911, Kunz later discovered the gem in Madagascar and suggested naming this pink variety of beryl Morganite. Along with emerald and aquamarine, Morganite is now one of the most popular gemstones from the colour beryl family. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Deal of the day for you. These, we were only talking about this gemstone earlier on. These are beautiful. Turquoise connectors I've got for you. This is going to be a very, very popular deal of the day. It really, really will be. Have a look at these pieces. Now, our lovely budding beader, one of our in-house designers, has made these gorgeous, gorgeous designs. We were talking about turquoise earlier, actually, just saying how much and how well copper goes with turquoise. It's one of those just looks stunning. But actually, it's a gemstone that looks fantastic with absolutely anything. You know, you put your gold with it, it looks stunning. You put your silver with it, it brings those clean lines, that crispness. It really does look pretty. You've got 20 carats of your Mexican turquoise here. Now, each piece is approximately 8mm in size, and that's 20 carats across 10 pieces. That means that each piece is 2 carats in size. That's a huge carat weight for a single solitaire. The spaces are brilliant because the versatility, as you can see, is fantastic. So you can just use one in a ring if you want to. And used a couple in a bracelet design there as well, and put lots into a necklace. But it depends how extravagant you want to be with them, I suppose, you know, as to how many you use. Now, the great thing about these, I love these, is you go through every single one, you can see that matrix in some of them. Some of them it's not there, and some of them it is. You've just got that textbook turquoise colour. It's one of those gemstones as well, isn't it, that is instantly recognisable. You never kind of mistake this, do you, for anything else. There's nothing else that quite has that beautiful hue of turquoise there. And it's one of those gemstones that, for me in particular, that seaside shop, I tell you, prices for turquoise, and also crystal shops. If you go into crystal shops, you can quite often find turquoise in sterling silver, high double figures for you know, maybe a couple of carats in a ring design. You know, not a bad price. But it's not Jewellery Maker prices. £24.95. That is £2.49 per component, and you've got 2 carats in each individual piece there. 0800 644 655 ZIUD 47 is your code for this one. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you can for those. They're gorgeous. Love them. Right, citrine. Did you say on the desk? Oh, these. Wow. These are huge. Really, really sizable. Now, let me just see what's going on here. Oh. Do you know, this is the simplest jewellery making for you here. Have a look at these citrine. Oh my days. 2 shepherd's hooks, how easy would that be? Literally all you have to do is pop them on a shepherd's hook. That easy. And then look at these for drops. They are so high end. You've got the most beautiful, beautiful clarity in your citrine here. They are 7.2 carats in total. So that is approximately, I'm going to try and work it out for you. Oh my gosh. Well, do you know what? They're well over a carat in each solitaire there, aren't they? They're huge. Check out your clarity as well. You've got a 6mm, a 7mm and an 8mm gemstone. I've got the exact breakdown actually, beg your pardon. So at the top you've got your 6mm gemstones and they are 1.5 carats combined. In your 7mm gemstones in the middle there you've got 2.4 carats combined, and in your 8mm gemstones at the bottom there you've got 3.3 carats combined. That's your total of 7.2 carats you have there. You've got colour, you've got clarity, and they are already bezel set into 925 sterling silver. I mean, on the high street, you would probably be paying high double figures for something like this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just beautiful. And like you say, earrings, but a pendant, what a beautiful pendant drop.
Of course. See, there's me thinking earrings because there's two, but you could have two pendants, couldn't you? In fact, I've got a chain coming up for you at 5:30. Just going to move my break time drink out of there. Have a look. Yeah, because then it just... Whoa. Oh dear. Have a look. Try again. So you could, yeah, you've got two components. There's me thinking earrings straight away, but there's no reason why you can't use them separately. Make that go for that. I mean, what kind of price tag would you pop on that, Laura, as a necklace?
If I saw that in a shop, I would be expecting it to be, with the chain, probably around about the sort of £40 to £50.
Yeah.
Just for the one drop like that, sterling silver.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's so high end, isn't it? How fantastic will this look in the spring and summer months as well? You know, that citrine, it's the happiness gemstone, isn't it? It's one of those that instantly makes us smile. It is often referred to as the happiness gemstone. In fact, it's November's birthstone, so if you are doing any of your birthstone pieces, you will need to have the... Do you know what? Put them on my list, Danny. Put them on my list. NFUD81 at that price tag, definitely. Do you know what? I've got people buying 2s and 3s. Wow, that's brilliant, brilliant value. If you type in fact, you go onto the website now, type in, onto search engine, type in 1 carat of citrine. 1 carat. I don't think you'd get one for £12.95 anywhere on the high street. It's just not going to happen, is it? £12.95. These are so beautiful. I'm thinking present drawer as well.
Definitely. I mean, that to me is a multi-buy, just for the fact that I could make the earrings and pendant set.
Yeah.
That's what I would be thinking. I would have it as a set,
yeah,
and then make a necklace with the other one as an individual necklace, but you'd have to have that set. You'd have to.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? And it would look so high-end as well. There's loads of you coming through for these. Lots in baskets right now. Check out as soon as you can. You've got gemstone quality citrine. Look at the clarity, the colour, but then look at the cut as well. Every single gemstone there has been brilliant cut for you. So with a brilliant cut, you've got approximately 57 or 58 facets to that gemstone. So many that you just get that most fantastic, fantastic sparkle in a brilliant sunshine glow that you would expect with this gemstone. Susan in Derbyshire's got 2, Collect It in Bristol's got 3, Paula in Bedfordshire's got 2, Rosalind in Sussex has got 2. Do you know what? If everybody checks out right now, there's going to be none left. Denise is in. Guess where Denise is? Kansas. Kansas. Ah, best film ever. Weather check in Kansas. I'm not good at geography, so some of you may have gathered this particular show. I'm going to go with... I really have no idea where Kansas is. I'm going to go with 6 degrees. You're going to go 2. Laura?
In Kansas?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 10.
Ooh, positively mild. Wesley?
-1.
-1. Our going -9. Oh! Guess we're not in Kansas anymore. Oh, wow. That's chilly. Chilly. Right. Heart and arrow clasps. Do I have them out? Oh, I do. Oh, these are nice. Oh. Guys, you know what's coming up, don't you? Not your birthday, Ryan. No. Not your birthday, Danny. No. I mean, they are coming up, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about Valentine's Day. Love Day. We're about how many weeks away? 5. 5 weeks away, something like that, from Valentine's Day. But, you know, Valentine's Day, you know, do you and your other half celebrate Valentine's Day, Laura? Or you kind of like...
Well, we do. We acknowledge it, but we're at that stage now where you kind of run out of presents to get. So it's kind of like, let's have a meal instead of spending money on gifts.
I love the fact that you just said that. We acknowledge it. I'm going to say anything again. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, there's card, bye.
We do get cards and we do get a little, but rather than getting a present, we tend to say, let's go out for a meal. Do some, something.
Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? I like that. That's nice. See, some people, use it as a good excuse, as you do when you've got children, to say, right, well, let's go out.
Yeah.
Let's go out.
We've always celebrated it in some way. We always used to buy gifts, but I think we've been together nearly 17 years, so 16 years, sorry.
Ran out of gifts now.
Yeah, ran out of gifts, basically. Ran out of ideas.
Start again. Go back to the beginning. That's nice, though. I like that. That's a great idea. But, you know, some people, and I was telling you that, you know, I think, well, I do, you know, I like to receive something on Valentine's Day, don't get me wrong. But also, I'm thinking, well, you know, every day, you know, why is there just one day a year that we celebrate love? You know, it should be every day, shouldn't it? So, you know, you don't need it to be Valentine's Day to come in for something like this. Just come in anyway because you love that person. But on the other hand, if you are a crafter, Valentine's Day is a great event, isn't it? To be making some extra pennies, if you like, and these would be perfect. Now, was it? I'm going to say Tiffany & Co. Tiffany & Co. have a necklace on their website that I absolutely love. And it is very, very similar to this. In actual fact, what it is, it's a big chunky silver linked necklace, and at the front of the design there is a heart toggle clasp. And I think it's like 400 and something pounds. It's definitely 400 and something. It's lovely, but again, I've always said before, if you buy 925 sterling silver from us here at Jewellery Maker, if you go to Tiffany & Co, if you go to Thomas Sabo, if you go to H. Samuel, wherever you go, 925 solid sterling silver is 92.5% pure silver. It's not any better quality because you bought it from a designer concession. It's the same, but you're paying for the name at the end of the day, and the packaging in some cases as well. You could recreate that look with this beautiful, beautiful toggle clasp that you've got here, the heart and the arrow there. It would look stunning, wouldn't it? If you've got some 925 sterling silver chain, just make that a feature in your design.
Yeah, and also it would be lovely for a bridal gift for bride and groom. Yeah. So what you could do is make the cufflinks out of the arrow and then make the bride a necklace with just a heart.
That's a really good idea. Oh, look at that. That's so romantic. And that's a really, really good idea, actually. So, but that's the thing, the heart motif is really versatile, isn't it? Yeah. It doesn't have to be anything in particular. It's something that will never ever date.
No, it inadvertently ran through our wedding as a theme. It wasn't an intended theme, but it did. My necklace had a heart behind it. My husband ended up with the wrong waistcoat which had hearts on it, which was one I wanted him to have in the first place.
Oh,
but
really?
he went against me and got a different one. See, never upset a bride.
Did you plan that?
I didn't, but I was very, very chuffed when it happened. So, you know, it's that lovely little additional touch, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They're really beautiful. And again, you know, as I always said, use them as separate components again. You could pop a jump ring on there, pop it onto a 925 sterling silver chain, no problem at all. You will get 3 pieces, UX RF02, $14.95. That's £5 each. That component is going to look beautiful. And let me tell you, with Valentine's Day coming up, as a crafter, they're going to be really, really popular, aren't they? They are stunning. Little keepsakes as well, you know, even if it's not jewellery making that you do, if it's card making, you know, you could pop one onto a Valentine's card as a keepsake, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could do that. But you could also do a card that actually has a present inside it, like a little pair of earrings or you know, make, like you say, you get enough there to make it into a feature. But I also like the thought of it, again, sterling silver chain, necklace, have that clasp at the front, and then a couple of little lengths of chain with little gemstones. I do these quite often, and I actually name them just like my birthstone necklaces. So I make them personal to you.
Right.
So it'd have, say, your birthstone in it, which is ruby.
Yeah.
And then obviously the children's birthstones and then your husband's birthstone. So it has a bit of everything, just as little drops. Again, just tiny little rondelles, and just that as the feature.
That'd be lovely. Well remembered. Extra points for Lady Laura today for remembering. You actually made me a ruby bracelet. She did. I love that bracelet. Right. Let's have a look. Oh.
No.
Sterling silver bow charms. Oh, you see all of these charms. So you could have a heart, couldn't you? One of your heart toggles as a charm. And then you can have your bows. One of your bows as well. These are really, really pretty. I mean, this is a bit extravagant, but you know I was talking about packaging before? I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, if let's say you've done a commission and it's a really high-end commission, you know, I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be a lovely touch to actually pop one of these as a charm on some ribbon on the gift box as well? Be nice, wouldn't it? Really nice. But you've got 5 pieces, you could do that, there's 5 there. Or you could just pop them literally onto a 925 sterling silver chain. In fact, I'll use this one that's coming up for you at 5:30. Just pop one of these on and that would look really, really pretty. It's something that you don't have to do too much to if you don't want to. Although, because of the design of this, you could weave gemstones into these, couldn't you, Laura? Very
definitely.
easily.
I like it like that, but yeah, you could put gemstones into it. But again, I go back to the design of having the chain either side and having the bow in the centre. I do like that as a sort of a feature. I think it looks really pretty and it makes the most of the charm. But also earrings. How cute would they be for earrings?
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, they should just literally pop them onto a shepherd's hook. Yeah. And they'd look gorgeous. They're like little kisses of silver, aren't they? They are so pretty. Again, you've got 5 pieces, but I'm thinking with wrapping as well, because you've got that that texture, make a great anchor point for your wire as well, wouldn't it? It'd almost lose the wire in the design.
Yeah, it would just sort of blend into the design. Make it really cute, like you could put them on little anklets or something, or little bracelets. Again, your popcorn style bracelets, anything like that. It's just going to lend itself perfectly because it's ready made for you, so it's solid as well.
That's it, it's an easy component to work with, isn't it? £7.95 for you. Brilliant deal there for all 5 of them as well. PK RF13, well done if you managed to get those. Right. What childhood memories do you have, Danny? What, you know, did you have any? You got some what? You got stung by nettles. Oh, our memory's much better, Chelsea.
I used to live in Kent and we used to have a railway line behind our house. Like, you know, I got used to it, but it had like a little allotment and a little alley. Yeah. And that was just full of nettles, and I just used to pretend I was like some kind of Indiana Jones, just kill all of the nettles. I was very young, I'd like to point out at this time.
Wow. Oh.
It just reminds me when you say getting stung by nettles, that's just what I remember, getting my spade and just attacking all these nettles.
18 carats at peridot you've got here. Graduated faceted rondelles, 2x1 to 3x2 millimetres in size. That is a 30 centimetre strand that you've got here. I love these. They are beautiful. Do you remember the white topaz in the first kit that we had? Wouldn't they look fantastic together? And in fact, they're the kind of perfect size if you did get the bow charms that we've just had and you did want to kind of incorporate any gemstones, weave any gemstones into those. These are the perfect size, aren't they? You know, delicate, they're beautiful for creating attention to detail in your designs, or perhaps channel setting like we've seen like we were talking about earlier on as well, with some of Laura's pieces. They'd be perfect for it. You've got so many on that strand. There has to be well over 100. Check out your colour. That's just so vivid, so incredibly, incredibly luscious. That's just like the most beautiful green. It's like the other end, isn't it, of your kind of chromed upside. So going back to what I was saying earlier on with the chromed upside about Mother Nature producing like the ultimate green hue. Well, Mother Nature produced this one too, right from the mantle of the Earth. So the mantle of the Earth is approximately 90 miles deep. This gemstone formed in the mantle, same place that diamonds are formed, and they're the only 2 gemstones that are formed in the mantle. All of the gemstones are formed in the crust. So this gemstone has come on a 90-mile journey and retained this much colour. That is phenomenal. If ever there's kind of a spring green, I think peridot is it. I think this would work great with your citrine. It's the citrine that we had earlier on, in fact, you know, those kind of spring fresh colours.
Well, I always say I've got a little group. So my little group is rose quartz, smoky quartz, your amethyst, prehnite, citrine, and then I always add peridot because it gives that spring, that kind of pop of zest to it, but it ties in with the tone of the colours, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
So it just adds that little pop of vibrancy.
Yeah, that's nice. I like all those colours that you've just said as well. Make you think of nature.
Yeah,
you know, your
and
rose
probably
flowers.
Yeah, a bit of copper wire, a bit of antique bronze.
Yeah.
And then just pop a little bit of the peridot in, and it just adds that highlight in effect, just brings it all to life.
Wow. Isn't it great? Isn't it great that we can just like casually say, yes, I'll just have some smoky quartz, and I'll just have some rose quartz, and I'll just take some peridot. I mean, how many people can do that in life? I mean, realistically, we're talking genuine gemstones here that are quite often cost an absolute arm and a leg. We are able to do that as jewellery makers and part of Jewellery Maker. £9.95 for 18 carats you've got there. ITRU70 is your code for this one. Oh my gosh, we're not even staying there. Well done if you've already checked out, because you know what? Nobody pays anymore. Whoa. £5.95. That's ridiculous, isn't it? £5.95. I was happy where we were before. I think it's a journey this has come on. Tanya in the West Midlands says, we give each other some chocolate and a card when the mother-in-law has the kids, and we go out for dinner and the cinema. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I think generally when you've got children, you always kind of take the date night angle. It's a good reason, isn't it, to kind of have a night out, get some babysitters in. Nikki in Cambridge says, we don't celebrate Valentine's Day on February the 14th, so we show each other we love them every time. Oh, Nikki in Cambridgeshire, that's so lovely. That's nice. Denise in Kansas, very cold and snowy. Enjoying the show. Thanks for the citrine. You're welcome, Denise in Kansas. Send the snow over here.
Yeah, but not until after well, give it a couple of weeks, okay? Because I'm too scared to drive up in snow.
That's fair enough. It's not great, is it?
I love snow and I want to play and go with the kids, but when I'm at home, I haven't got to go work.
It'd be great if you could just kind of order it.
Yeah, I find now I have a window in my timetable, so snow can arrive.
Yeah, can you just send the snow to me, please? And if you could make it sunny all day and rain at night, that would be brilliant. Oh, imagine. Right. Well, I've never seen this shape before in this gemstone. Oh! Oh my word. Laura, have you ever seen this shape in, not Tanzanite, Labradorite before?
No, that's really cool.
Aren't they stunning?
I like that.
Do you know, I love the way that as you roll them there, just as they catch the light, they're like, hello, look at me. And that Labrador essence is just, these are fabulous. Labradorite voted your favourite gemstone of 2016, took the award, it did. I'm not surprised. How can we ever get bored of this gemstone? It's impossible, isn't it? It really is. That Labrador essence will captivate every single person that walks past your craft stall. If you've got Labradorite on your craft stall, I guarantee people will be over having a look at those jewellery pieces. If you are wearing Labradorite, people always compliment you on it. I'm really fortunate actually that some time ago I actually purchased some Labradorite cabochons from us here at Jewellery Maker. Do you remember my Tree of Life design, Laura? Do you remember my Tree of Life?
I do remember your Tree of Life.
Yeah, my Tree of Life on my Labradorite cabochon. It's one of my proudest pieces to date, and it just worked beautifully. I think that lab cab as well with it, because I always think it reminds me of the moon.
Yeah, and you get the schiller coming through, and you get all that electric every time it turns. It gets different angles.
Yeah, I think it's quite romantic in that sense. That it kind of reminds me of the moonlight and nighttime. It's such a beautiful gemstone. But Labradorite, you just can't get, I've got the biggest stash of a Labradorite at home. I've got more Labradorite than any other gemstone. And it's literally like every time I see a strand, I'm like, oh, I better have it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to have it.
I've got a drawer full of it. Like I've got like stack of, that's my organisation,
Yeah.
which is about as organised as
Drawer.
I get.
Put it in
Well,
drawer.
no, I've got rainbow drawers. They're really cool.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got like 5 of them, and I still haven't got enough space, but that's fine. It's probably more than that. But I actually I've colour coded it, so I've got pinks are in the pink one.
Oh my gosh,
I
you are
know.
organised.
I'm quite impressed, but obviously doesn't have like a labradorite coloured one, so I've just allocated a whole drawer for that.
A drawer of labradorite. Imagine that. Oh, you got a knife and fork, please? Oh, not that drawer. That's labradorite. Not that one. Rose quartz. That's ridiculous. But do you know what? Isn't it? And again, it's great that we're able to actually have a drawer full of any gemstone.
Yeah.
You know. How would you use this shape then, Laura? Because it's very different. We're not used to seeing this kind of shape.
I'm thinking, you know, as a bracelet centre, it's
Yeah.
lovely. Again, I'd say it could get away with being a bit unisex. I think if you had the black jump rings and did the Byzantine weave and had that in the centre, I think because you're using the darker coloured jump rings that we had earlier, that would really tie in with that gemstone, and the shape as well of the chainmail would mimic the stone.
Yeah.
The other way is to have it as a tassel bead, so actually have it and with lots of chain coming out and lots of little tiny labradorite at the bottom or something like that.
That would look really, really nice, really high end as well. But it's funny you say about the gents pieces as well, because when I first picked it up, I did think, oh, this would work great, you know, as a gents pieces. If you just popped like a little bit of thread through one of those gemstones, perhaps some of your black Eslon through there, just one of those gemstones, it would look fabulous, wouldn't it? £14.95. They're 15 by 6 to 24 by 8 millimetres in size. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 individual gemstones on that strand there, and they are, look at that labradorescence. All about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see that labradorescence. You've got blues, you've got golden hues, you've got just so many flashes of colour coming through. Quality is just phenomenal. I mean, look, no compromise. And we've gone down to £9.95. Final 34 chances. That's all we have, I'm afraid. So just be quick. 0800 644 655 ST. Are you 65? Julia in London. Lynn in Manchester, Barbara in Gloucestershire, Claude in Hampshire, well done. Collector in Nottinghamshire, Mary in Lanarkshire's got 2, Collector in London's got 2, Wendy in Devon, well done to you, you've got yours. Collector in Surrey, Doreen in Shropshire, Sissy in Oklahoma's back in, well done Sissy, 1 P&P for you. Samantha in West Yorkshire, well done to you. We've had a text. Oh, weather check. Oklahoma, we've done that. Come on, Danny.
-6.
Is that? Can you remember? I haven't got a clue. I have
You've
no
got
idea.
baby brain, so
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I can't even use that as an excuse, because even on a normal day, I just don't remember.
to be fair, I don't remember anything important. I just remember really random facts. Never anything like you go to the shop.
But useful in a quiz.
Yeah,
Laura.
not really. I'm rubbish in a
you're the
quiz.
person to have on my team. David in Essex says no snow here. Please in Essex, East Anglia. Horrendous to drive here. Plus, I hate it. Okay. I don't wish for snow anymore. Marion in the West Midlands says, if I never saw snow again, it would be too soon. Hate the stuff.
Oh, there's no love for snow.
Where's the snow lovers? Linda in Leicestershire says, when my dad was alive, he always made sure my mum had fresh flowers. It didn't have to be Valentine's Day. It was,
Oh,
that's just so, see, gents, you see?
yeah. Do you know my husband won't buy me flowers? He buys flowers for the house. But yeah, he'll come in and say, I've got flowers for the house.
We see. Well, I had a little bit of I won't say argument. Yeah, I'm a bit hormonal. That's my excuse. But so my husband bought me some flowers, which he does he's quite good. But he bought them, and he came home with them, and I wasn't there, and he put them in the vase, and then put them on the side table in the dining room, and I didn't notice them for a while because he didn't physically give them to me. And then he was like,
did he keep walking past them?
Could you have bought your flowers? He's like, could you have bought your flowers then? I was like, oh, thanks. And like, you know, really appreciate it. And he was like, oh, no, I won't bother next time. I was like, well, to be fair, if you're going to buy somebody flowers, you give them. You know, you kind of, I was like, you know, it's not quite the same when you put them in the vase for me, you know. Danny just said this is why women are never happy. So yeah, never happy. I love them. Don't worry, I just didn't notice them. It's time for a star buy. Have a look at this beautiful, beautiful chain for you now. I've got one of the charms on here still from earlier. This doesn't come with it. I was just showing this as an example earlier on. It's something you could just pop on. See, that's just so pretty, isn't it? In fact, I've had so many components already this hour, in the last half an hour. I've had the citrine, which Laura suggested putting on the chain, which is a great idea because there's a huge, I think there was 7.2 carats in total, so we're looking at over 3.5 carats just in one of these components. Look at, I mean, that's so high end. That looks so expensive. So you could pop one of those on the chain if you wanted to. You've got your bow charm from earlier on as well. I also had the heart and arrow toggle clasps. You could pop one of those on, no problemo. That would look really, really pretty. 925 solid sterling silver. In fact, that would look nice, wouldn't it? You could have both of those on there because I do love movement in jewellery. I like a little bit of jingle jangle.
It's often, you know, to associate with. You know, people will have necklaces with charms. So it's something that means something to them. Like we did the Eiffel Tower charms, didn't we?
Yeah.
So I bought those. Yeah. To make something that reminds me of when we went to Disneyland. So I can make something for both myself and my daughter.
That's
so,
lovely.
you know, it's a little selection of charms, a little heart, and something like that. Yeah. It just all means something then, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Nice to have, I think I'm very much kind of a sentimental person as well. It's nice to have something that's really personal to you. It's like the necklace. You said you've got this necklace as well, didn't you? My son bought it me from Jewellery Maker for Christmas, and it's just one of our little silver chains with the rose gold hearts on it. And it's sentimental for me. I was like, oh, I just love it. I can't take it off now. But you know, things like that, it's that nice little touch, isn't it, that means something to you. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the grand gesture all the time, does it? Just that little something that just means something to somebody, or perhaps make somebody feel extra special, or you know, maybe just saying thank you to somebody again, I love you, just on a normal day, not just Valentine's Day. This would be perfect. And what I think about chains as well is, here at Jewellery Maker we bring you such a huge variety. You know, we've got the Prince of Wales chain here for you, we had the Rolo chain earlier on, we have the Figaro chain. There's just so many different styles of chain out there. They're all fantastic, but they're all slightly different in their design. So with the Prince of Wales chain, you've got some very, very fine links. I don't know how close you can get to those links, but if you can see, you've almost got, it's almost like a 2-in-2 oval link you've got there. With your Prince of Wales chain, you could easily get your featherweight head pins, and the featherweight head pins that we had earlier on, the 925 ones, you could get those through those links, no problem at all. So if you wanted to add perhaps some little charms on there, or maybe some nuggets of gemstones, again going back to Laura, what you were saying, you know, perhaps, you know, birthstones of your husband, your children, and having them all together.
Yeah, something personal for you.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that'd be great. So you could do that with your featherweight head pins with this particular chain, no problem at all, but it's 24-inch length chain. How often do we see that? We don't very often, do we? Normally it's the 16-inch, the 18-inch. I think we've had the 20-inch earlier on as well. I won't fasten this, but I shall just pop it on and hold it end to end so you can see the drop. So that's the drop that you will get on a 24-inch chain there. So that's 61 centimetres. That's actually a really nice length, isn't it? Really, really nice length that you've got there. It's going to sit great against any block colour as well, because 925 sterling silver is so lustrous. That's going to stand out a mile. It really will. That's an everyday piece of jewellery for me, or perhaps for that person that doesn't necessarily like a lot of jewellery, but likes a little bit of something. Chains are the gift that keeps giving as well. Laura, you must have made hundreds of pendants that could go onto necklaces, you know, so for you could just buy this one chain and make it look different every single day of the week.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think it's something nice to have if you do sell you know, however you sell really, to have that option of a plain chain is something that somebody can add to their basket or add to their, if you're at a craft fair or a party or anything like that, they can add it at an additional price and they can have that go-to chain that will be interchangeable. I always try to make sure that if I make any pendants there of a bail large enough, that will make them interchangeable, so you could mix them around. So you only need that one staple chain, and then you could buy 3 pendants and know that they're all going to go on.
Yeah, great idea, isn't it? And that's the thing, they're so versatile, aren't they? You know what you could do with this? Because it's 24 inches, we're not used to seeing that length, are we? So you may already have the 20-inch necklace, you may already have the 18-inch necklace and the 16-inch necklace. Do you know what I would do? Wear them all for that layered up look. You can get that layered up look, and you'd have different designs in your chain there as well. £5.95. £5.95. What are the rules? There are none. You won't get this charm with it. It's just the chain you're coming in for now. Just pop, if you do want this, by the way, there's still some available. www.jewellerymaker.com. In fact, Danny, can we pop the graphicals on the bottom of the screen for the bows? In case anybody wants to get them. That's perfect. Present drawer again, you know, £5.95. The flowers that I paid no attention to at all definitely cost more than that.
They make really cute little, I know this sounds a bit extravagant, but party bag gifts for your friend, your child. So, like, obviously Kayla will be 9 in June, so she's old enough now not to have the whole class round for you know, a hall party or anything like that. Those days, that's a stressful day. But she, you know, she wants to choose, say, 4 friends or however many, like a minimum amount of friends to do something with, which means that you can make something a little bit personal, and there's a lovely little gift for them. You can even get the child involved. I could get Kayla to sit down, make it. There you go.
That's a really, really great idea, isn't it? Or as Danny just said, in a Christmas crack. He just put that one out there for you, you know. That is really good, because actually children's parties as well, you know, it's like, they're like Paris Hilton, the kids, aren't they? They come home with invitations every week.
But the thing is also, with goodie bags, by the time you've gone and spent, especially with, so everything comes in packs of 6, or so you have to go and buy, you spend so much on your goodie bag stuff, that I'd rather just spend and get something decent in there that the child's going to actually want. The amount of rubbish you throw out, don't you? You'd like a plastic frog things that flip and
the bouncy ball. Do you want another bouncy ball?
Oh,
do you want another bouncy ball? No.
And the bubbles that you take away from the child straight away. No.
They make the floor slippy and they stain my sofa.
Mummy, I'll put them in the drawer and then I'll throw them away in a couple of weeks.
When you've forgotten about them. Have you seen my bubbles, Mum?
No. Don't know where they've gone. We're good parents.
Oh, me and Laura aren't going to get the award this year, are we? No. Almost half of the stock has gone. Shaz in Essex ×2 collector ×2. Did you know what? I found a lolly in my bag the other day, in my handbag, and I said to Danny, I was like, I'm going to throw this away. It's been in my bag for like 18 months. And he was like, what have you got in your bag? Well, somebody gave it to me for my son a while ago, and I just thought, no, it's not having it, put it in my bag.
I do that all the time. I get the sweets out there. That's it. You can have the rest tomorrow. They go up in a treat box. They never have them.
Never to be seen again.
You haven't seen my children on sugar, by the way. There's a reason. I'm not a mean mum.
Yeah. I bet they've got amazing teeth. That's good. £5.95 KQIL 28. Loads of you buying 2s, 3s, 4s of these. Just try it when you get it home. Try it with another necklace design. Remember, it's just the necklace, not the pendant as well, but you can get the bows. The code is at the bottom of your screen. And Nikki in Cambridge says, my daughter lives in the US and loves anything British, so I bought the Isle of Britain charms from JM, going to make her a charm bracelet. That's such a good idea. Were those the ones with Big Ben and the teapot? What else? They were fab, those charms were. Vicky in West Yorkshire says, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yes, Vicky! But obviously on Laura's day off.
In a couple of weeks, yeah,
just in the small print, weatherman.
You may snow, but not on Saturday.
On Laura's day off.
Or Wednesday.
Okay, brilliant.
And make sure you've cleared the snow before.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Yeah, it's not fun to drive in, is it, really? Oh no, it makes a mess everywhere, but great fun. Right, jadeite for you then. Ooh. Which reminds me of our Fleur stretchy bracelet. Guest designer Fleur Hastings always got it on. Always, always, always. She has a stretchy bracelet that she wears every single time she's every day. She doesn't actually take it off. Sometimes she's got another one on as well. Sometimes she has an amethyst one, I think. And sometimes she's got a quartz one. But I think she's got jump rings in between as well. Bare copper. I tell you, jadeite and bare copper together. Oh, what a team they are. Just stunning. Now, I remember when jadeite launched. I'm still quite bitter about it. I'm going to be honest with you. When jadeite launched here at Jewellery Maker. Do you know, every show I thought, yes, I'm going to have jadeite now. I'm going to have jadeite. Looked through our schedule for the show, nothing. No, sorry, Hannah, it's sold out this morning. No, there's none for you. Every time. And I was like, oh, please, can I just have some jadeite? You know, we've had this exciting new gemstone. Please, can I just have... There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because every time it was on, it was gone. Every single time. I'll get over it, I'm fine. 320 carats in total you've got here, and these are 10mm rounds. Now, jadeite has so much myth and folklore and legend behind it. It really, really does. If you have a look, a little read, go onto a search engine, just type it in, you'll find lots and lots and lots. It was used actually not just in jewellery but for medicinal purposes centuries ago as well. It's incredibly beautiful, the hue, and it just has the most calming, tranquil hue about it. I mean, even if, I mean, there's lots of things, and again, we can't speak too much about the crystal healing and such because it's not factual, but even if that's kind of not your cup of tea, there is something about jadeite that just makes you take a deep breath and sit back and relax.
Yeah, it's just very serene, isn't it? Yeah. It's just got a lovely, like you say, a lovely calm feel to it, really. Yeah. Sort of a calm sense.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost like, it's kind of like, well, you know, we refer to jadeite, angelite as the blue... No, yeah, we refer to angelite as the blue jadeite, don't we? You know, and that's what I was thinking. I was just thinking it's almost an angelic hue that you've got there because it's got that serene calmness about it. It's so beautiful. But you know, this is a gemstone that probably out of all of the gemstones I've ever seen anywhere else commands, oh my gosh, the prices are ridiculously high for jadeite elsewhere. And it's been used for lots of carving. So if you go into those kind of seaside shops again where they sell Thai Buddhas and incense and things like that, sometimes you can find jadeite carved Buddhas that are hundreds of pounds in those shops. You know, but that's what I mean. It's been used for such a long time, not just in jewellery, but medicinal purposes, ornamental designs as well. And again, we saw a tea strainer a couple of months ago. Producer Kim. Oh yeah, famous tea strainer. Kim bought it. She didn't really. £1,600. It had a jadeite handle on a tea strainer. Not even the whole thing, just the handle. £1,600 it was. God. This strand, you've got 320 carats and we're at £34.95. Now a 10mm round lends itself beautifully to a stretchy bracelet, but you know what? It's so sizable individually, that gemstone, that you could just pop one in each ear, couldn't you? And you'd have impact.
Definitely. And again, we've had the rose copper head pins, we've had the sterling silver, so you know, we've had all of the components to actually make them. I would add a sterling silver jump ring and just add it again because I like the movement. Lovely for a ring. Lovely just to have a section of them and then a couple of layers of that chain. Yeah. So, you know, keep it really simple.
Yeah, that would look fab. Do you know what? We've gone down on price. £27.95 for you as well. I mean, what kind of price tag would you pop on a pair of earrings, Laura, in 925?
Well, you've got to be looking at around about the sort of 45 to 50.
Do you know, that's exact. I was thinking 40 upwards in my head because I was thinking, you know, I'd have my money back and some on a pair of earrings. 2 gemstones. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Approximately, that's 20 pairs of earrings at £40 a pair, let's say. Oh. Pound signs. Let's go back to Disney. Gosh. Amazing. Oh, there it is. Especially for you, this one, Laura.
Especially for me?
Yeah. Danny's put it in the schedule just for Laura binding. Garnet. And you found a road, didn't you?
I knew there was a road. I just forgot about it.
I told Danny today. Danny's asked Laura to buy a house on Garnet Road. Was it Garnet Road or Garnet Close?
Road.
Sorry, what road was that? She's not going to say it. 52 carats. You've got her on video saying guts for Garnet. I'll have your
guts for Garnet.
Yay! 52 carats. Should just put it back now.
We're done now. Yeah, move on.
52 carats of your graduated faceted drops, 5x3 to 9x5 millimeters in size. Do you know the clarity? Bring out the torch. Look at these. Look at the clarity that you have there. And this is a completely natural gemstone. I think this would be a great gemstone for Valentine's Day. It's really romantic. It's got the most lustrous, sumptuous, passionate hue. I think it's not just you know, the kind of hue. It's the tone as well. It's the depth of colour that you have with your garnet, isn't it? You know, I say it even when you're not here now. I do it all the time. It is incredibly, incredibly beautiful, and that is 100% natural. Every single one is perfectly colour matched, perfectly faceted. That's that shape. That's earrings for me.
I'm also thinking with the. I love it. I love that gemstone with peridot.
Oh yeah.
And I'm also looking at the chrome dioxide because of the size and the.
Yeah. Oh my days.
I'm thinking together that's going to go beautiful.
How high end is that? Goodness me. Swit swoo. They make each other pop, don't they? They really do. There's one chrome dioxide strand left. One. It could be fate, Laura. Could be you. Just check. 10 minutes time. 52 carats of your garnets there. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 41. 41 gemstones there. And do you know what? With all the chain that we've had today, all the 925 chain, it'd be so nice to make some earrings, wouldn't it? I always think different. That's not a 14.95 strand any day of the week, especially not on a Thursday, let me tell you. That's ridiculously low. VU, RU62 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655, or on the web at JewelleryMaker.com as soon as you can. Just check out, that's phenomenal value there. Fiona in Demontia says, yay, got it, checks out already. High five, Fiona. Do you know what? I love it when you check out nice and early. You're just like, do you know what? I can relax now, I've got it. $14.95. Rondelles, nugget strands, higher prices. They are beautiful, beautiful briolette drops that you have there, and they look gorgeous. Incredible price tag you've got there. Well done. I thought there was only one left. Oh. Do you know what? There is, but there's a lot in baskets. There's a lot of these in baskets right now. It is fastest fingers first. If we played Guess the Price Tag earlier on, I'd have put this about $49.95 or $39 at a push.
I would have, well, going by when we first launched chrome dioxide, you were looking at the £60 plus.
Yeah,
when we first launched it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was of that clarity, of that kind of quality. So to get it for that price, and again, if you did team it with the garnet.
Sorry, how did she say that? She actually said garnet. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. That's not what she didn't say garnet. She was like, I can't do it. Can you imagine Laura Barney without saying garnet? No. Garnet? There you go. That's what she said. Wow. Good effort. Right, morganite. Garnet. Have a look. Morganite, I don't know how there's any of these left. Limited edition strands. Never ever have I ever in all my days seen marquise shaped morganite. I haven't. And do you know what is a first for me today? Limited edition, only had 73 chances to get this. The colour is phenomenal. You've got pinks, you've got peachy hues there. That's textbook, and do you know they're completely natural as well. Completely natural morganite there, 80 carats across 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 individual gemstones you've got there. Solitaire, 95 sterling silver. You know the flat wire that we had earlier on. You better set one of these with that flat wire in a nice ring design. What kind of price tag would you at home pop on that? I mean, it's morganite. It's entirely up to you. I would have to go at least high double figures for something like that, especially this size. Well, do you know what? We're at $16.95 for the entire strand for every single one of those solitaires that you've got there. That's not just for, I mean, to be honest, right, if you wanted to sell one of these at £20, I'd snap your hand off, I'd multi-buy, but you know what? You'd be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't you? Amazing. All right, are you 63, 0800 644 655? Do make sure you're checking out as soon as you possibly can. It is just the last few chances to get that one now. They are so unique. Love them. Well done. Oh, hang on, let me bring the morganite back. What a combo. Like beef and Yorkie puds. Oh. That's it now. I'm not going to be satisfied until I've eaten that. They're just meant to go together, aren't they? Those gorgeous blues and pinks. That is the absolute dream right there. Double A grade. Oh, do you know what I've just remembered? How's your research going, Laura?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I've got quite a few years yet, though, haven't I? So
yeah,
I'm good.
You got till 2030, was it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. You got a while. Anyway, yeah. So we set Laura a challenge to see if she could find Tanzanite anywhere on the planet for £1.19 a carat. Because that's how low we've gone on these today. 3 to 7 millimeters in your perfect rounds there, and it's double A graded Tanzanite you have as well. They are stunningly beautiful. We never see this shape in Tanzanite either, do we? We don't get rounds in Tanzanite. Faceted drops maybe, rondelles, plain rondelles, faceted rondelles, but not this kind of shape. Beautiful. I just think drops in earrings again. The head pins that we had earlier on, the 925 sterling silver head pins, job done.
Yeah, I'd probably put a couple of little silver beads on top as well, just to, again, to mimic the shape of the stone.
Yeah, that would be nice. And some little sterling silver spacer beads, really beautiful. That would look so high end. Again, you've got Tanzanite, there's value in itself. Then you add 925 sterling silver in there, there's some more value. Do you know, prices here at Jewellery Maker, it's really easy to think, oh, do you know what? I only paid $16.95 for that morganite strand, so I won't get my jewellery pieces valued. Get them valued, you know, if you can, brilliant, because we've had some phenomenal valuations come back here at Jewellery Maker. Do remember, we're dealing with precious gemstones here, and genuine gemstones. Just because we've paid ridiculous prices doesn't mean that they're not going to be valued at a great price. £25 most jewellers will charge, depending on where you live in the country, or 1% of the total valuation. If you can do it, absolutely go for it. It's well worth doing. And, you know, not just out of curiosity, but also for insurance purposes. You know, touch wood, you never ever lose your pieces, but if you did have to replace them, and it is something of value, then you need that valuation. Get them done and let us know. £29.95 is your price on this one. You had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 individual gemstones you've got there. CXGZ38 was your code for this one. Well done if you've managed to check that out already. Now I had a chain as well. Oh, I think this is my favourite chain. Love this. The detail is just beautiful. metre long length. Have a look. And you've got these little spacer beads. I did say I'd have to multi-buy this one, and I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh yes. Metre long length of your 925 sterling silver Rolo chain you've got there. 2 by 1 millimetres in size. Your featherweight head pins would go through those links if you wanted to connect anything there. Do you know what? I've got 25 in baskets. 25! Gosh, you're so close, so close. And do remember as well, it doesn't matter how many times you log in and check out. So you could have popped out to the shops today. You could have gone and done the school run, been off to make jewellery, come back again, whatever. If you've logged in 4 or 5 times and checked out 4 or 5 times, you still only got 1 postage and packaging. You combine that order, you have 1 P&P from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight. £9.95. MVPO07 is your code for that one. Well done if you've managed to get that. I'm coming over, Laura. We've added some words to the dictionary today, haven't we? You know the Jewellery Maker dictionary? Yeah, we like to add our own little words there. It's been fun. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Please come back before I leave. When are you back?
I'm back on Saturday on a late show.
Oh, of course, and then it can snow.
Yeah, well, until Wednesday.
All right, okay, brilliant. Between Saturday and Wednesday then, weatherman, that'd be great. So you're back on Saturday. Which show?
The Late Show.
The Late Show.
It's a little
Saturday.
mini make show, so I've got like 4
Oh,
kits.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
4 kits. You need to go home. You're going to be busy.
I need to go home, yeah.
You're going to be busy. Laura will be back on Saturday. I am back on the morning show tomorrow. I will be joined by Linda Brumwell. Yes, our lovely Linda will be joining us in the morning. Ginger Brumwell at 8 o'clock in the morning. Woo! So do please come back and join us in the morning for our show then. But stay tuned because Emma Dyson is up next. She's taking you through the late show as well. Katie Parker will be here. They've got lots and lots of treats coming up for you. Whatever you do for the rest of your evening, have a great one, have a safe one. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning bright and early. Take care.